know when it's done. I mean, when there is discussion.
True. Yeah, if you could just
We
maybe if
won't
you just keep
manage.
an eye on the chat. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm totally useless. Because for some very strange reason, I think my Zoom is like a corporate license and it's configured such that I need a VPN to get on Zoom, and that's very slow, and so I can't like actually even use my device to get in the queue. It's very frustrating. I can't even get on there.
Can hear, join. You need to get as like a Zoom, a different Zoom account.
I mean, I think I'll be okay. I don't think I need it. I'm just saying, like, I wish I could monitor the chat, but I've not had a lot of success so far this week. I can't even get
Actually,
a single
maybe I can
connection.
try and get into the chat. What I'll do now.
I hate balancing the laptop on my knees.
Oh, really?
I do prefer tables.
That's okay.
Or when you hear that they're preparing to speak, not when they've been requested to speak. Happy Christmas.
Do I hand me that? See if I can get it to go. Well, I can hand it over. Not to teach. Good morning. It's 9:30 and we're about to start with this best practice forum on cybersecurity. I'm Marcus Kummer. I'm the co-facilitator of this best practice forum. I will say a few words on the process. Best practice forums, as you may or may not know, have been reintroduced in 2014 as a way to strengthen the output of the Internet Governance Forum. And the meeting today is the culmination of a year's work. It's not just a meeting, it's the result of a lot of hard work that went into it. And this intersessional work, as I said, goes on all year long. Now, we are in a new phase where we talk about invigorating the IGF, we talk about IGF Plus, and there is also the Global Digital Compact. And we heard what the tech envoy had to say about the preparation, and he asked for input, and I think also this best practice forum is well placed to provide input into the process that will lead to the Global Digital Compact. But without that much further ado, I will hand over to Sheetal Kumar, who will be the moderator of this session and will give the substantive introduction. Please, Sheetal.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and welcome everyone to this session on the Best Practice Forum's work this year at the IGF. I think you should be able to see on the screen our agenda. We wanted to share with you first a bit of context to the work this year because it does build on the work of previous years. And then, as you can see, and as you may already know, the work of this BPF is divided into 3 work streams, and actually with Marcus, I co-lead the third. But first we'll start with work stream 1 and a mapping of cyber norm agreements. Some of the analysis that has been done on that and findings from that analysis. And then I'll turn to my colleague here, Mallory Nodal, and we'll also be joined by someone online to take us through some cyber incidents that we have analyzed, but also story banking. So really bringing that human element and impact to the discussion. And then this year we have done, and you may have already seen, a myth-busting paper on cybersecurity and cybercrime. So often cybersecurity and cybercrime are conflated or are not easily understood. And so we wanted to provide some clarity and demystify those 2 terms, and really keen to hear from you about that. We also joined online by members of the Best Practice Forum and by experts as well, who I'll introduce to you as we go through the discussion. Okay, so we'll get started with the introduction. And I think we can just move on to the slide. Great. So as I mentioned, the work this year really builds on a number of previous years where we have been considering cyber norms. So the agreements, the collective agreements, whether industry or state agreements like those at the UN, that shape how stakeholders behave in cyberspace, that prescribe certain types of behavior that should be acceptable or that are acceptable and those that are not. And what we, as of course the Best Practice Forum is intended to do is provide a multi-stakeholder perspective and analysis and research and address the question of what are best practices when it comes to cyber norms. So in 2018, we analyzed norms development mechanisms, and then in 2019, we specifically looked at how norms are being operationalized and good practice with regards to that. We also did a mapping of the many norms agreements that exist, whether they're developed by industry actors or by state or even by civil society, to assess whether there were commonalities amongst those, to really distill what was agreed. And then in 2020, we did some analysis on other areas of global governance where normative agreements have been successful or normative efforts have been successful, whether they relate to, for example, trade or other issues, and I drew from that some key lessons that could be applied to cybersecurity normative agreements as well. And then finally last year we looked at, well, not finally because we're here to discuss this year, but last year we looked at, again, what are the drivers within normative agreements, that commonalities, and specifically we looked at cyber incidents that have happened, major cyber incidents, and I'm sure many of you will be familiar with, and asked whether or not the application of cyber norms may have changed the course of what happened, or significantly impacted what happened. So there are some lessons learned from that, which we will bring back to this discussion later on. But as you can see, the work of the Best Practice Forum has been taking what has been agreed in spaces outside of the IGF and bringing a expert-driven, multi-stakeholder perspective to that to try and help support implementation of those important agreements from an evidence basis. So I hope you find the discussion interesting, and we will now be moving into the work streams themselves. So the 3 work streams, as I mentioned earlier, focus on different areas of our work, but they are also led by different people. And so I want to welcome John Herring, and I think Pablo Hinosa is also here. No, just John, who I hope is online, to take us through the analysis and the findings that this work stream has done this year on cyber norms. Pretty well.
move one forward. There. So just a quick frequency table to highlight for each of those norms categories and then each of those norms elements, how frequently are they existing across all of those 38 agreements. And some just big highlights looking at it overall here are that human rights and general cooperation norms are far and away at this point the most commonly seen norms elements across agreements. The general cooperation and human rights elements, I think probably unsurprising, given I think the increasing focus on making sure that our freedoms and liberties online are as protected as they are offline, and then obviously agreements themselves generally have an element of general cooperation to them. What have been less frequent, although are becoming more frequent, are any norms that relate to express restraint on what either government actors, private sector actors, or other actors will not do as it relates to normative behavior. Move on to the next slide. So again, with just 2 new agreements, these general trajectories and trends have not changed dramatically this year, and so if you joined us for the discussion last year, you'd hear some similar discussion here. What has been interesting, digging a little deeper into the data and looking at this over time, and so you'll sort of see the 2008 to 2011 period up in the upper left-hand corner there, and then the most recent period of agreements, those from 2020 to 2022, or perhaps 2019, 2020, yeah, to 2022. Are seeing, okay, which norms elements are increasing, or what are sort of our rising norms that over time are becoming more commonplace, and then which ones are declining. Human rights, interestingly, has become much more prominent, nearly universally common in any norms agreements that we've seen in the most recent time periods, but were much less common elements reflected in earlier norms agreements dating back to the earliest that we found in the 2008 to 2011 period. Focus on elections, both security for your own election systems and then also for swearing attacks on other electoral systems or processes of other nation states have become much more common as normative expectations in agreements recently. And then we have seen, while there's still the least common category of norms to be present, we've seen a dramatic rise in all of those restraint category norms with governments and other actors committing to what they will not do in various circumstances. And you can see that in sort of the top section of each of these agreements or each of these sort of time panels to see that rising over time. The declining norms, interestingly enough, are, early on there was much more focus in normative agreements that we would see on personal data, as well as somewhat on the behavior of non-state actors, both of which have become much less common to see in normative agreements in recent years. We can hop to the next slide. Great. So again, those trends are fairly static from last year, and just an iterative update on the report that we've been doing, adding in the newest agreements that we've seen. But there is something interesting, I think, in the new norms agreements that we've included just in the past year. Those 2 that I mentioned, the first, the Copenhagen Pledge on Tech for Democracy, and the Declaration for the Future of the Internet. They certainly have overlapping qualities as well as norms elements that set them apart. They're both independently led commitments by 2 foreign ministries, the United States and Denmark, respectively. While one is multi-stakeholder and the other is intergovernmental as an agreement, they both have an emphasis on protecting democracy and on trying to work to build democratic coalitions, both of just governments in the one case and then for a broader multi-stakeholder community in the other case. And certainly given escalating geopolitical tensions overall and obviously escalating conflict online between adversarial nation states in particular over the past year, it is interesting to see agreements continue to crop up that are a bit more focused on that political identity as part of the normative space. There's also a focus in both of these agreements on disinformation, misinformation, and influence operations as it relates to the security of democracies. And then finally, beyond these 2 agreements, there's a growing interest in combating ransomware as an action element of agreements that we have looked at. This includes express recognition within the Declaration for the Future of the Internet of the concerns about ransomware as a national security threat, And then the collective efforts under the Paris Call for Trust and Security in Cyberspace, as they start to action the commitments within that agreement to focus expressly on ransomware as an area of priority concern. I'll leave it there in terms of update from Workstream 1.
Thank you, John. I should have mentioned that you are in the digital diplomacy team at Microsoft as well.
I should have as well.
It's okay. So thank you for that. Unfortunately, the speaker or person who is going to come in to comment is unable to join us online at the moment. But this provides us with an opportunity to open up the floor a bit to you. If you have any questions for John about the analysis, about those findings, which are very interesting, and whether they reflect your understanding as well of normative agreements at the moment, or if you want to share your own perspectives. I'm also looking at the chat online, so I can take and field questions there. But I don't see any at the moment there. Does anyone in the room want to ask any questions? Yes, of course. Please introduce yourself, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this great presentation. I am Houda Sheikh from Tunisia. Just I have another question related to child online protection. If Mr. John Henny has any suggestion or solution, or if there is any agreement in this side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. So child and online sexual exploitation is not something that has come up in the context of this analysis, because most of the norms that we look at have to do with corruption of technology itself as part of the cybersecurity norms, as opposed to being focused on content-related crimes or other illicit activity that abuses technology in that way. And so those conversations have been tangential and not directly as part of the sort of cyber norms commitment, which has been a bit more focused on, in more traditional cyber attack settings, what are either governments or industry or other actors committing themselves to doing or not doing. And so most of the agreements related to child online sexual exploitation or any number of other content crimes are generally dealt with in forums that are not addressed directly by this work stream, but it certainly is related.
Thank you, John. I see a couple other, well, just one hand at the moment, so we'll go to you at the back. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is about cyber attack. I mean, I'm health professional. We have antidote for every drug poisoning, even if it is poison. So for the cyber attack, with the advancement of technology, is there any strong mechanism in place to early detection and prevention of cyber attack? Again, I'm using the medical terms, early detection of cancer, prevent spread and improve patient life. So is there any advancement technology in early detection of cyber attack? Because nowadays we are hearing a lot of cyber attacks causing economic and national safety and personal crime, a lot of things damaging the national. Even more importantly, it is security risk as a national level and safety risks as personal level. So is there any mechanism in place as antidote, anti-attack, and early detection and prevention? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And I think that's certainly where these conversations have been trending now, which is, okay, well, these are the commitments we've made to what responsible behavior would look like, but what does implementation look like? And so I'll put on my Microsoft hat to answer there with, I think, three things. The first, in terms of the, what are structures for early detection and awareness? I think, we, along with, most others, would say that an approach to security architecture that focuses on what's called a zero trust framework, such that you're assuming there is a breach within your systems and then looking for evidence of that breach to triage it, is I think the current gold standard of security architecture. That winds up being a bit more of a complicated implementation process for technical teams, but what can be a priority for every government around the globe is the second element here, which is improved cyber hygiene. Even things as simple as implementing multi-factor authentication, which is still, even as a best practice, something that is, I think, dishearteningly low in terms of adoption around the world. We're talking in the very low percentages of people choosing to toggle on and enable multi-factor authentication across their systems and devices. And from Microsoft's internal research, the vast majority, in terms of the upper 90s percentile of successful attacks, are still gaining access in ways that could be interrupted through the adoption of multi-factor authentication. So if there is one thing to take back as a high priority, I think it is inoculating your society by promoting the adoption of multi-factor authentication, because once those rates jump to 50, 60, 70, 80% adoption, you have a much lower success rate for attackers, and you just raise the bar for ability to intrude systems. And then finally, and this is from an industry perspective, obviously security is easier to help provide and support when things are based in cloud services, because you're just able to see a problem across a larger landscape and inoculate more quickly.
Thank you, John. I see a couple of questions. We're going to have to move to the next section soon, so please do keep them and we can try and come back to them later. I think there was there one here? And then one here. Okay. We'll take two and then we'll come back if that's okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Tulio from Brazil, and for us there, the reality is that we see cybersecurity as a global issue that requires global solutions, while obviously not leaving no one behind, no individual, no country. And one concern we have in relation to Declaration of the Future of the Internet is that it is not inclusive. It was not an initiative that was open to engagement by all countries, especially countries from the global south, who are the most vulnerable in terms of cybersecurity. And so my question would be on responses that are truly multilateral, supported by multi-stakeholder, and I would be very interested to hear more about the role of the ITU in this regard in terms of norms. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take that question there, and then we'll go back to John if you want to respond, John, and then we'll move on to the second part. Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. It was indicated that there are a number of cybersecurity norms, agreements. However, in the establishment and implementation of these different cybersecurity agreements, the global community do not engage in a uniform way. There might be some certain part of the world where even not aware about this agreements and norms. And it was also said that in rising norms, these security agreements are used to promote and protect human rights, dealing with elections, all restraint norms. When these are used under the pretext of human rights, under the pretext of humanitarian concerns and elections, and promoting democracy, the outcome on the other side happens to be interference under these pretexts in the internal affairs of those countries, and also imposition of values than really promoting the true nature of human rights, democracy, and humanitarian concerns. And the consequence would be devastation and resulting in anti-democratic outcomes. How do you see this?
John, do you want to speak to that around the implementation and awareness of the norms? Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both certainly valid and interesting both points and questions to raise here on the sort of inclusiveness of agreements themselves. As the first speaker mentioned, we were not privy, obviously, to the negotiations behind any of the agreements of the 38 in the list, including the two most recent from the past year. I do think it seems as a trend that cybersecurity norms dialogues are becoming more inclusive over time as we look across the breadth of agreements that we look at. The original UN group of governmental experts, I think, was just among 15 states, and that grew to 25 over a number of years. Of course, that's now been replaced effectively by the UN Open-Ended Working Group on Information Security, which is open to all UN member states, and I think has a much higher rate of participation. So in that sense, I think things are growing, at least in that space. And then, of course, we also see a growing number of multi-stakeholder cybersecurity norms agreements, which would reflect a broader community, at least engaged in supporting the agreements, whether or not they were involved in the crafting of the agreements themselves. I certainly couldn't speak to, but I think it is at least the trend we're seeing towards things being a bit more inclusive there. And then in terms of having the global community then more engaged, even when when the doors are open to that community, I think that continues to be, just from my own personal experience of observing these processes, a learning process that is still taking place. One thing probably to flag is that next week in New York, and I think perhaps virtually as well, so it may be a hybrid engagement, but the open-ended working group that I mentioned previously, the current iteration of that security dialogue, is having their intersessional meeting, which will have a heavy multi-stakeholder consultation component to it. So I know Microsoft will be showing up to participate and provide guidance to those dialogues there, along with a number of other multi-stakeholder partners that will be using that as an opportunity to engage directly with governments, who are obviously the ones who will vote and make decisions in those dialogues at the UN. So if folks are looking for a place to receive input, to provide their thoughts and opinions on the dialogue, that might be the most proximate opportunity next week.
Thanks, John. So we're going to move now to the second part of the presentation, which is about taking the norms from where they're agreed and putting them in the so-called real world and analyzing specific cyber incidents, what happened, did it impact, and how were the norms related to them. So we're calling it story banking, and I'm really happy to be able to introduce Mallory Nodal, who's at the Center for Democracy and Technology, to take us through this part of the session. Thanks, Mallory.
And yeah, thanks, Chantal. I'm also joined by Gabriel Rodriguez. So if you want to go ahead and come on screen, Gabriel, you can. I'll come to you in a second. But let me frame a little bit the workstream 2. It's very much complementary to workstream 1, just as Chantal described. Rather than starting with the norms and analyzing those, we actually are investigating for the last couple of years the events themselves, cybersecurity incidents, to gain insights about whether or not norms have had an effect. That was essentially what we looked at last year. We took some key cybersecurity events. We analyzed them to varying degrees. 3 of them we actually used qualitative methods on. So we interviewed and we asked questions to those who were actually most affected in those cybersecurity incidents, or people who were first responders to solving the cybersecurity incident. So as we did that qualitative review and sort of tried to draw some conclusions on the question, have high-level norms had an effect on cybersecurity events, or vice versa, have some very high-level notable cybersecurity events had an effect on norms? We've wanted to then continue this work and to build on that, because I think one of the big insights last year, and this converges a bit with some of the norm setting that happened this year and that is ongoing, is that the Internet Governance Forum, the global UN multi-stakeholder Internet Governance Forum, is in a really good position to bring the voices of those most affected by cybersecurity incidents and those who are in the field mitigating cybersecurity incidents into these norms, discussions, and debates. So that's the real aim, at the end of the day, of the work stream 2. So to that end, what we are talking about then with story banking is a way of capturing that, both incidents that have happened in the past, but as they unfold, to make sure we're actually understanding what's happened in these events and how norms might better meet the moment. I think this also speaks to the question we had in the last portion around representation. Are the norms properly representing all around the world, all kinds of incidents, or are there gaps? So this kind of exercise might be able to uncover those if we continue it in the future. So we'll get to that in a second. I wanted to pause there before actually I describe what's on the slide right now. I haven't even begun to get there. And actually ask Gabriel if he'd mind coming in and just telling folks a little bit about the value of story banking, what it is as a strategic communications mechanism, and how it can affect change in the way that we're hoping that it will. So, yeah. Oh, fantastic.
Hi, Mallory. Thanks so much for that.
Welcome.
Like Mallory said, my name is Gabriel Rodriguez. I'm a strategic communicator and a strategist based in the US. And I'm going to just talk very briefly about storytelling, story banking, kind of the ways that they're used, some of the considerations that go into thinking about before we actually engage in storytelling to kind of set the stage and make sure that it's actually going to be effective and going to achieve the goals. Like we said, and like some of the materials had included, storytelling is an incredibly important strategy. It's influential, right? You see history of social movements the world over focused on and centered around stories and the narratives that grow out of stories, right? It's why one of the reasons that stories and control of stories and information is such a high priority for, I'm talking here in the US context, people in power, people who are seeking to create order or create kind of uniformity of a response, right? And so what I want to talk about are some considerations before we do the storytelling and story banking, some specific strategy and considerations for the how of storytelling, and then some examples and guidance that might serve as a bit of a starting point. But I really want to start by saying, at a high level, we always, and what we've seen again and again is story banking, storytelling in and of itself without a strategy usually isn't very effective, right? If the goal is to bear witness, that is a legitimate use of storytelling, but particularly in a forum like this, and when you have multi-stakeholder engagement like we're seeing here, it falls a little below the standard and the hopes and the goals, right? So those who trust people with and trust institutions with their stories obviously might be putting themselves in personal risk. They clearly have invested time and effort, and there should be some expectation of this being meaningful. It also helps us be a little bit more clear about the intended outcomes, right? If we hope our stories are going to guide to specific change, we need to be clear about that, because we also need to be clear about those changes we're seeking as well. And so I think that ties into the conversation that Mallory said about representation. It also ties into the conversation we just saw about the work streams and about the first work stream 1 and about agreements and kind of consensus around what are we trying to do with these stories, right? So the second part of that's really important before we dig into the actual storytelling component is talking about audiences, decision makers. And I know, and I don't want to call out any examples, but there are tons of examples of powerful stories that have been beautifully rendered that really utterly failed to break through and to actually affect change.
Gabriel, right? We can't hear you if it's on your side. Maybe you've accidentally muted, or is it in the room?
Can you hear me?
So I think with tech support, maybe we've had the audio cut out. But yeah, you're right. We can see the transcript. So.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It seems like online we can hear.
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Alrighty, Mallory, can you give me a cue of where you lost me? I apologize.
No, that's okay. I think you were just getting into actually some examples of the stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was that, you know, we've seen a lot of really beautifully rendered stories, things that have taken a lot of time, that have really failed to drive consensus, failed to really build a coalition, and failed to actually achieve the goals that they were setting out. And part of that is because we're talking about who are we trying to actually reach with these stories, right? I think, and when you're talking about something like this, it's very technical. Thinking about making sure that those stories meet the standards that we need to actually give us the information to shape a response, to actually address certain specifics, right? What I saw in some of the materials was that there was, you know, some of the standards and some of the agreements, right, got a long way, but there was a lot of nuance missed that could be really valuable. And so really thinking about that and putting that at the front of the conversation, but also putting those considerations of who ultimately is going to be responsible for implementing these changes and making sure that this story is connecting with them and not simply creating an emotive moment for us, right? Because that is that's going to be the difference between something that sits on the shelf and something that actually is effective, right? So now talking about the how of storytelling, and I think that this is one of the areas I want to spend a few minutes, Mallory, before I pass it back to you, and that's thinking about stories as being relationship and consent driven, right? And I think this goes to the conversation we had and some of the questions we had earlier. The hope and the goal, while we might have a goal about what we want to achieve and where we want to learn, right? That can't override the importance and the decisions that people need to make to actually participate in this process. We need to operate with a level of trust and mutual respect and understanding about what is this story going to be used for, right? How are we, and like really what are the limitations around that? And also getting beyond that, talking about safety at the forefront, right? And I think you can see a lot of organizations that work on international human rights issues, and particularly observations around violence, war crimes, that sort of thing, focused on proactively giving people opportunities to understand what are the risks, what are the challenges, and how can we help support them in that process, right? Not just here are some of the risks, but also what are some of the considerations we can help you with, what are some of the things we can do there. And so really putting safety at the forefront, and I think of organizations like Witness or Eyewitness to Atrocities and those areas where they're looking at really the standards of like holding storytelling to the standard of actual evidence, right, as one of the places where we can learn a lot from that kind of work, right? Now, that also kind of ties back into like intentions, ramifications, uses, and being clear about where is this going to go, how's it going to be used. And also being clear about the fact that maybe we can't control all of the ways the story is going to be used, right? Particularly if we're talking about open source stories or stories that are being shared publicly, we can't have 100% guarantee that we know all of the ways that's going to be used. And we need to be honest about that too, right? So that whether or not people decide to participate is an informed and consensual decision. You know? And that kind of leads me into the conversation about where and how have we historically found stories. And I think, Mallory, I'd love to give you a little space to talk about this more, but I see this in sort of two ways. One is building relationships with those who are closest to the issue. So rather than seeking to sort of open up a net and hopefully catch people, you know, as they come, that is possible. And especially with a platform as big as the IGF, that is something that can happen. But to really get to the level of detail, the level of clarity that we need from stories to be successful, we need relationships, and we need to really lean into organizations, whether that's government, whether that's civil society, whether that's companies in the for-profit sector, that have that level of trust and sort of leveraging that rather than seeking to necessarily always build our own collection mechanisms full cloth, you know, or from whole cloth, excuse me. The second part of that is the open source. And I know that there's a lot of interest in open source, particularly in video, and people are very excited to tell their story, to highlight the impact of these things on platforms. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that they are aware of what their story can be, how their story can be used, and the ramifications of that in a different, you know, when it actually is brought into a formal process like this. And so when we talk about open source, leaning into organizations and best practices from organizations that know and have really built those those structures, right, to make it as safe as possible and as high quality as possible, right? Because it's not helpful if it doesn't give us the information it needs. And that's why I like to bring up a couple of examples where we talk about, one of the ones I think of that comes to mind for me is Witness, which is a global nonprofit that helps people use technology to protect and defend human rights. They take what I call a bottom-up approach, right? They empower through a lot of training. And again, when we talked about digital hygiene, similar thing, giving people the training and security to protect themselves, right? But also to create stories and content, right? That is discoverable and that is of the standard that we need to actually learn something from it, right? So that is one avenue that has been highly successful from that more open, bottom-up or grassroots perspective. And the other side is something like Citizen Lab and other research labs where you've seen a lot of work kind of focused on specific issues around spyware and things like that. And that's a more centralized and a more public approach, right? But again, when we're talking about trying to drive consensus, trying to drive pull information in to help us advance a response, right? There's some pluses and minuses to both of those, right? And so I don't want to spend too much time, because now I know you probably have a lot to say, but I want to talk about what I really want to focus on is that stories here are really powerful tools. They're not magic, right? It really requires clarity about goals and about where we're trying to use this, what kind of information we need to gather and build, because there's a lot of stories we're going to hear that might be very compelling, very, they might be emotive, they might make us feel something, but if they're not actually helping us get the work done, then that's actually doing us a disservice. It's also doing a disservice to everybody who we have invited into the process, right? Because they're going to see it fall short of what they want, what they hope to achieve, right? And so that ties into the conversation around norms and goals here. But I'm going to pause there, Mallory, because I just kind of put a lot out into the world right now, and I want to make some space there for others to chime in and for you to talk a little bit more about what's going on.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, this is really helpful. And I think it also speaks to how all of the work streams in the best practice forum are connected. And this one is also not just connected to the first work stream, but also to the outreach third work stream in that work. So I did want to just comment on a couple of ways to make this more practical for folks. What have we done this year? Because I hadn't gotten to that yet. So really what we had done is we built on our methodology last year of when we collected cybersecurity event stories, how did we do that? How did we decide what kind of information did we want? So we turned that into essentially a form that helps us track events in the past, but also going forward as they would occur. So you mentioned, I think, a really good point, Gabriel, about how we relied a lot on stories that had already been told in the media as a place to start. We had primary sources available, and then for the connections and the personal connections or professional connections we had, we would sometimes follow those up with qualitative interviews. One of them, and I encourage folks to go back to the 2021 report and read it, was a Citizen Lab on discovery around Pegasus, which actually continues to unfold. So, and that was done by Evan Summers, who was a great contributor and a great researcher on that, and set a good example, I think, for how this could work in the future. So we wanted to create mechanisms to essentially do that for more incidents going forward. We could actually stop there, because I think we might have been over our time a little bit. We have a bit of time? Okay, so why don't we actually progress then the slide? Because I think I want to give folks an example maybe of you know, a real world incident and how we would kind of, you know, we would look at this. It's actually one we didn't do last year, but we've tracked for this year because it just happened. It is a little tiny. I can't even read it, so. Okay, great, thank you. So this was the log4j vulnerability, if folks saw that in the news cycle at all. And so there are a few slides related to this. I'm not going to go over all of them, but the first slide really just gives you a picture of the timeline, you know, how a researcher came about the vulnerability, and then how it played out in terms of response and mainstream coverage of the vulnerability and how that sort of created a bit of a cycle. Next slide. If I remember, yeah. And so then what we would do after sort of understanding and covering all of the different steps in what actually occurred is we just tried to create a narrative around it. And especially we're focused in on how norms might have prevented this. What are some of the relevant norms packages that would have addressed the things that went wrong in the log4j vulnerability? Because it's not that the vulnerability itself existed that was the problem. It was the sort of response really fell down in a lot of key ways. So how would improving cybersecurity norms prevent poor response and improve in the future? So that's where the sort of story banking and the complexity comes in. So sometimes you actually have to ask people who were involved in, why did that not work out? What was the challenge at this particular point, so on and so forth. So next slide. And then the real thing that we were investigating last year and that I think continues to be part of this best practice forum's work is relating that story then to the norms, either that could have potentially improved the situation or in some cases, such as some of the norms or some of the incidents we've researched in the past, actually led to the creation of norms. It could be one of the reasons, one of the explanations for what John's working group, or workstream 1, has uncovered in terms of trends. Why are cyber norms changing in certain ways? It might be based on incidents that have happened recently, such as elections, for example. So again, the text is a bit tiny here, but we see that there are 2 related norms in the case of log4j, both coming actually from the UNGGE. And yeah, I apologize for the distance of this slide from you. Thank you, Marcus. But yes, it's really related to states' responsibilities in creating confidence in ICT products and doing due diligence for export and things like that. That was the first one, of course. And then also I think there's another norm in the same document from the GGE 2015 report on remedy of vulnerabilities and the way they're disclosed and actioned. So those, the nuances, I think, maybe could be improved there. That was the sort of conclusion. Just from this very short analysis, again, it was not something that the work stream actually focused on, this particular one. I just wanted to give you a feel for how the story banking leads to some learnings for the best practice forum.
Wonderful, thanks, Mallory. I mean, I obviously find this fascinating, and I think it's very helpful. But I hope that you do too. And unfortunately, we don't have much time for questions on this particular aspect because, Mallory, I understand you have to go in 10 minutes. Is that right? Oh. 25 minutes. Okay, great. So we could take some questions at this point on this. And if anyone online wants to come in, please do raise your hand. And then I think we'll go straight to the myth-busting paper before we discuss workstream 3, which is about outrage. So I see a hand here. I'll go to you, sir, if you could introduce yourself, and then Wolfgang. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Robert Ford from Rwanda. I have just 2 questions very quickly. In the discussions that we've just had, the 2 parts of the discussion that we have had, I didn't capture very well the international framework on global cyber security incidents. I know that nations, countries have their own mitigation mechanisms against cybercrime, but I didn't capture very well how this is linked to form a global CSAT. And quickly, 2 is, and to Karen, I think you mentioned about the research that you've been doing in the recent past, but I also didn't capture very well what are the main categories of incidents that you have seen, and and which you think that they should be of global concern for nations around the world. Then last, still for Caroline, very fast, can you confirm or deny that some of these breaches have politically motivated origins, especially when it comes to nations against nations, as you would confirm for cyber wars?
So taking those in turn really quickly, on the first point, it's not so much that we've created a framework for enforcement of any kind. One of the hallmarks of cybersecurity and then efforts to set norms around cybersecurity is that it's very much a multi-stakeholder, multi-strategic effort. Many, many different methods and many, many different actors are needed in order to prevent, mitigate, right? So it's more about capturing what actually occurred. And so that kind of speaks to your second point. One of the things we did capture, of course, when we were looking at past incidents was what was the incident? Was it a vulnerability? Was it a breach? Was it a persistent attack, et cetera? There were several categories, and so if you go back to last year's report, you'll find our methods, and you'll see which categories we assigned essentially to all of the incidents we looked at. And then the last piece around are some of the, it's a question of attribution. So I think, and maybe this would be a larger question for other cybersecurity experts in the room, I think what we're really concerned about is end results, protecting people, and really focusing here on prevention, mitigation, and so on, and not so much attribution, although that sometimes can be a tactic, right? If your sort of attribution can sometimes make it costly to be an attacker because then it's a reputational damage. But I don't think that that's always the end goal. So it's not something that we focus on very much. And I couldn't tell you, for example, any specific attribution, because we didn't study it necessarily in that way last year. So others, feel free to chime in if you feel like that's not the right analysis for this group. Okay.
I think we have to, very quickly, Wolfgang, if you can. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Wolfgang Kleinwächter. I'm a retired professor from the University of Aarhus. My question is a more procedural one. So the Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity is an excellent multi-stakeholder platform for discussion, for collection of cases and data. But the negotiations, as you have mentioned, are taking place in an intergovernmental setting in the United Nations. And we know, and Federal Notice in particular, how difficult it is that non-state actors can raise their voice in the open-ended working group. So to bridge the gap between discussion and decision-making, the IGF has now a new leadership panel, which could help to bring the messages from this place into the negotiations hall. So one of the members of the new panel is Thomas Ilves, former president of Estonia and recognized cybersecurity expert. My questions to you or to the forum is how to want to make use of this panel to bring the messages from here to the negotiation table. Thank you.
Thanks, Wolfgang. I think that's a really good point, and our work stream, or rather the Best Practice Forum does have a work stream on outreach, which Marcus and I have been working on. And so I will be at the OEWG Intersessional that John mentioned next week to present and to share the findings. But also, I think you're right. I think there are changes within the IGF and opportunities that we can leverage, and that's a very good one. As we've said, this is research that has taken the discussion that is happening at the UN and unpacked it from different angles and brought some key findings, I think, that need to then be fed back to that space. And the leadership panel may be one way of doing that. Mallory, did you want to add anything to that? Or should we? Okay. Okay, agreement, which is always a nice thing to have. Okay, so we're going to move on to the third part, which is a paper that was, as I said earlier, a lot of the work that we've just presented builds on previous work, but this year we did something a bit new, and it responds to what we have heard and we experience and see happening in discussion spaces around the issues related to cybercrime and cybersecurity, which is often a conflation between the two that can have real-world impact. And so we wanted to provide a discussion paper to help elucidate the differences between the two. Mallory, you kindly offered to present this as well, so I'm going to turn over to you again.
Yeah, thanks. This was a group effort, and it was very much in response to the ongoing parallel processes, the ad hoc committee on cybercrime that's ongoing, and also the ongoing cybersecurity work. So does this best practice forum work on the cybercrime treaty? Not so much. That was the sort of response, but why? And how could we use this opportunity of these two parallel processes to talk about some of the differences, and also to, I think, really tout the benefits of taking a cybersecurity approach to things that is different than the sort of cybercrime approach. So that's the maybe sort of too long didn't read version of this paper, but we encourage you to take a look. So if you could go to the next slide, I'll actually get into the myths that we uncover in the paper, again, which is still in draft form, and we would welcome feedback on it. So one of the prominent myths that cybercrime and cybersecurity are the same. Maybe that cybercrime, cybersecurity is policy and is proactive, whereas cybercrime policy is reactive. Next slide. This is false because, in fact, we feel that. Sorry, I'm just gonna have to bring this up on my phone. Can I hold that on my lap? Thank you so much. So if I can't read it, you probably also can't, so I apologize for that, right? So cybersecurity is a bit more of a collaborative approach, of course, whereas cases handling criminal law enforcement are mostly out of the hands of stakeholders other than the state. Cybersecurity sort of takes a holistic approach, recognizing vulnerabilities in systems, and doesn't necessarily take only punitive means to mitigating them. And that also feeds into, I think, the next myth. So I'm going to ask for the next slide. So the considerations then for human rights are equally compatible with cybercrime and cybersecurity policy. That is not the case because, again, of this sort of more punitive carceral securitization framing of cybercrime. It means that human rights are not necessarily part of the conversation. They're not being balanced. It's not really the job of law enforcement or criminal investigations or criminal prosecutions to weigh privacy concerns, for example. So with cybersecurity, we have had historically a lot of opportunity, because it's a more multi-stakeholder, broad approach, to really infuse human rights perspectives and to remember that humans, at the end of the day, are really at the center of why we are focused on improving cybersecurity for everyone. So the next myth that we uncover is the security of information is a consideration for both cybercrime and cybersecurity. So that is also not true. Well, it's controversial, actually. So information security is sometimes interchanged with cybersecurity, but they mean actually quite different things. So, within the context of the engineering practice of cybersecurity, it's really about processes, systems, stability, protocols, things like that. Whereas information tends to be a bit controversial as something to be included as a threat, because that really fringes upon ideas of free expression, right to information. So we don't tend to want to include information security within a cybersecurity framework because of those risks to human rights. So next myth that we uncover is that countering cybercrime improves cybersecurity, or another way to say it is that countering cybercrime is an important tactic for cybersecurity. So this is
actually a really important myth to talk about why that is not the case. And it is because cybercrime laws, often the way they're written, explicitly outlaw security research or uncovering code exploits, and that can really negatively impact some really important approaches in cybersecurity. So security research is incredibly important in cybersecurity. It helps to prevent incidents. So when you create a law that outlaws the ability to investigate code, to research code, and that sort of thing, you're taking away a key tactic that we use in cybersecurity. Next myth is that enforcement improves, so cybercrime and cybersecurity improve with enforcement. We've kind of touched on this already, but it's worth creating its own specific point around. The myth there centers around the fact that what I think was my response to the speaker already, which is that enforcement is really around laws, and that's a cybercrime realm. Whereas in cybersecurity, the equivalence is compliance rather than enforcement. So it includes sometimes detrimental consequences, but it also can include incentivizing compliance with cybersecurity best practice. So it's more about an ecosystem approach and less about sort of the stick approach versus the carrot approach that is cybercrime. And I think that's it. So again, would encourage you to go to our Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity page of the Internet Governance Forum, where you can find that paper uploaded, and we've been accepting comments, and we'll have a final version shortly after this event. So thanks. Yeah, and thank you.
Yeah, of course. Thanks, Mallory. Thanks for taking us through the paper, which, as you've just said, is online. So perhaps you've had a chance to look at it on your device. But you have been here for the presentation anyway, so if you have any questions about the myth-busting paper, and it's very much a discussion piece. It's meant to inspire us to ask the difficult questions and engage on this topic by providing some clarity as well. So you may disagree, you may agree. It would be interesting to hear from you. I'm also looking at the online participants to see if they have any thoughts to share. Anyone want to react to some of the presentation? Okay, I see. And I know I missed people earlier, so we can come back. There's one here, and then someone at the back there. Okay, and then someone at the front here. If you could just introduce yourself, sirs. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Abebe Bekele from Ethiopia. As we all know, security is not something that we buy, but it is something that we do. And there is nothing for free also. Whether it is in the form of open resources or other forces, there is nothing for free. But now, especially if we take underdeveloped or developing countries are dependent on other technologies. These technologies mostly depends on the affordability of the country whenever they get. So whenever the prices are less, most of the time it is vulnerable. So what types of policy or what types of strategy would help us to unravel such kinds of problems? Number two, the best strategy, to defend our cyber is educating users. End users is the very most important. Whatsoever technology we use, unless we educate our users, there will not be a cyber defend. We cannot assure. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that first question spoke to a point you made earlier, Mallory, about the need for a sort of holistic or ecosystem approach to cybersecurity, because a vulnerability in one place will affect others elsewhere. So thank you for those questions. We'll come to you at the back and then to the front. Yes, thank you.
Okay, my name is Said from Ethiopia too. My question is in the fifth mile, which says there is no enforcement for both cybercrime and cybersecurity. But why we can't enforce the service providers and the hardware or embedded system manufacturers such that they can secure their service or their materials by following the best practice to give their service or to make their service secure for the users. Maybe, for example, to use sophisticated crypto system to protect the data or software, or to gap the vulnerability for the hardwares. Why we can't enforce the service providers and the manufacturers to secure their service or their hardware materials? Thank you.
Thank you, and that's a very live question, including at the UN discussions that we've been discussing here. Thank you. So we'll take a question there, and then we'll go back to Mallory and any of the other panelists who want to respond.
Thank you very much. My name is Karim Atoumani Mohamed, coming from Comoros. I'm a former MAG member, as I'm finished my third term this year. I have a small question linked with the first presentation on agreement. I'd like to know, for now, where we're talking about internet fragmentation, and when we talk about agreement on how to consider, how to define what is a cyber crime, are we evaluating on an agreement on a disagreement? Because we can consider in a point of view from one country in a global era or one region that can consider a practice as a crime, a cyber crime, and in the other side, other countries or region do not consider it. So how do we reconsider the agreements that we should have in a global era where internet fragmentation become a reality? I don't judge is it good or bad, but the reality now linked with the global multilateral governing the world, how we gonna evaluate in this era by defining what is a crime, what is a cyber crime, and to fight it together. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I'm happy to take that one if you want. Mallory, did you want to respond to the first? Okay. So, and I'm just checking on the chat as well. I think in response to that question, it's very important to coordinate, and spaces like the IGF provide that opportunity to understand better what different measures different actors are taking to address similar issues, and to provide a common understanding of, for example, what threats there are. And with regards to the discussions at the UN with the Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime, it's very important that those discussions are inclusive of stakeholders who can then make sure that there is, and support states to ensure that there is consistency between legal frameworks, and that the framework adopted is practical and implementable. So I think the IGF is one space, but it's also important for states and other stakeholders to go and meet with others in other relevant forums and ensure that this information sharing coordination is happening. So I hope that helps a little bit, but Mallory, I'll turn to you for the first couple of questions.
Yeah, and apologies, I'll just speak to the question about why enforcement is maybe not the only one, or why it may be a controversial approach. I think in general, it's not actually particularly beneficial to encode in law that one must comply with certain, security protocols or so on, because they change. Yeah. So there's potentially a better approach is to think of outputs. What are the outcomes? What are the consequences? For example, if you lose millions of users' data, and that there are consequences for that. So that is actually, I think, would be considered enforcement. If you are irresponsible with the data that's been given to you, there will be consequences. But in terms of, you can't have a product on market or provide the service unless you check all of these very specific boxes, that's much harder to do. It's much harder to define what that looks like. And it also can actually lead to some negative consequences, because I think we have to rely on places like Standards Fora and others to really define what is the standard and then allow for a gap in implementation, innovation, and products and services that are adaptable. Also, that are, speaking to the last question, that are global, right, in their nature as much as possible, so that we don't actually end up defining certain standards across different jurisdictions. And maybe there are others from the Best Practice Forum or other cybersecurity experts even in the audience that would have some additional answers for you. But it is typically not the sole approach of cybersecurity to do enforcement. Yeah.
Okay, and thank you, Mallory, for staying despite having other engagements. Okay, so does anyone have any other questions on this particular topic before we move on? Yes, I see you, sir, over there. If you could introduce yourself, thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Jameson Olufwi, Chair of the Advisory Council of Africa ICT Alliance. Just two comments, and out of the second comment, maybe a question. The first is with regard to law or cybersecurity law or guidelines. I'm happy to let us know that yesterday, UNECA launched a guideline on the model cybersecurity law. I think we could check their website so we can have a pairwise review of how it is. But it really talks about compliance, really. It's about management standard. Secondly, UNECA also commissioned a research that brought out an outcome which says like 0.66% is the GDP increase if we apply 10% maturity, in cybersecurity. So saying that 10% maturity of any nation in cybersecurity will yield about 0.66% and 5.4%. So the question is, have you seen a relationship that is the Best Practice Forum? Do you also consider a relationship between cybersecurity maturity and GDP growth? Thank you.
So can I just clarify the end of that question between cybersecurity maturity and? You asked, have we seen a relationship between cybersecurity maturity and?
And GDP.
Oh, and okay.
Yes, development.
Yes, with development. So we haven't really looked into that in great detail at the BPF, but certainly I think that there have been discussions happening elsewhere within multi-stakeholder spaces that have seen that depending on how much resources you have, as you say, the placement of cybersecurity on an agenda, on a governmental agenda, will have to compete with a lot of other issues, and that often means that the requisite capacity and resources to do even as John was mentioning earlier, basic cyber hygiene, like multi-factor authentication within government and supporting that within wider society becomes difficult or is not prioritized. So I think there is that correlation that we have heard others speak to in other spaces. We particularly here at the BPF haven't done that analysis or research. But what I'm speaking to is actually a multi-stakeholder event that happened on the sidelines of the Africa IGF in Malawi earlier this year. My organization and others, and including with support of the AU, got together a multi-stakeholder convening, which included CERTs, law enforcement, civil society, and government, to discuss cyber capacity building needs. And we intended to feed that into the open-ended working group at the UN. And one area that we uncovered is certainly that the prioritization of cybersecurity is an issue for many states, and particularly smaller states on the continent who do not have the capacity or the resources to contribute to not even just implementing the UN norms, but basic cyber resilience, as you mentioned. Happy to share more about that, but that's not part of the best practice forum, I should mention, but it is in the spirit of multi-stakeholder convenings and how important it is to understand cyber capacity needs by bringing the discussion to people who are affected by poor cybersecurity. So, sir, I hope that helps. I see a question here. Is there anyone else who wants to add anything before we move to the final part? Okay, I see two questions. We'll go to those. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is Mustasabe, private consultant, Ethiopia. Really, my issue was for the previous presenters. I really want to know how the storytelling approach to generate of the norms works. Who is the initiator? Is it the victim that is going to develop the events? I can see the log4j approach from the initiation up to the patching and the dispatching and creating of distributing of the norms to the others may create a lesson for similar events. But as we see, the cybersecurity event is instant, and it can be disseminated. It will be affected of the globe in an instant way. It will not give us time to take a lesson from a certain events until the others is going to be prevented. And then if there is any way that it makes it more interactive from starting points until we created of the norms, if you get my point.
Thank you. So I know Mallory has left. I'll try to respond to that quickly. The aim is we see this space as evolving. The implementation of the norms is ongoing. It is inconsistent, and it is not always well understood what needs to be done. So what we were hoping to provide with this research is a real an understanding of what is really happening and the gaps in terms of norms, so that they can be implemented from an evidence basis. And there's an ongoing interpretation of the norms within the UN OEWG. There is an ongoing discussion there about how to implement the norms, what factors to consider. So this is certainly still possible to take these findings and feed that in, have the discussion, and shape and continue to evolve the understanding of the norms and how to implement them so they can really be effectively implemented. And so please do check out the paper, and of course get in touch with us if you want to understand more about the process, which I think Mallory and Gabrielle can speak to. But fortunately we don't have much time to do that, so we'll need to move on. I know there was one more point that wanted to be made here, so we'll take that and then we'll move on. Is that person still here? No. Okay, so we can, oh yes, sorry. Go ahead.
Ok, merci. Je m'appelle Michel Faugan, je viens de Cameroun. Je travaille pour la CE à Yaoundé. Je préfère m'exprimer en français. C'est juste pour savoir, et déjà on peut comprendre que c'est un sujet très complexe, et vu sa complexité, je voudrais savoir, est-ce qu'on a pensé à un mécanisme, par exemple, un conseil consultatif mondial qui pourrait se réunir régulièrement pour pouvoir faire un partage d'informations à partir duquel il faut peut-être réagir. Parce que le cybercriminel, lui, ne dort pas. Il est comme un virus. Une fois que vous maîtrisez sa stratégie, une stratégie qui a été mise en place, forcément, dans les jours à venir, les prochaines stratégies vont se mettre en place. Donc, ça fait que dans cette lutte, il ne faut pas également dormir. Je voudrais savoir, est-ce que vous avez pensé à un mécanisme, par exemple, de points focaux dans les différents pays, ou alors, je ne sais pas quel autre mécanisme a été mis en place pour pouvoir se consulter de façon permanente parmi les différentes parties prenantes. Merci.
Thank you for that question. I think a quick response may be that there is a lot going on already, and so it's very important to coordinate between these different discussions. As we mentioned, there is an ongoing discussion at the UN's Third Committee. The Ad Hoc Committee on Cybercrime has been set up to negotiate a treaty there, and there are other instruments as well, including what is known as the Budapest Convention, other multilateral instruments with their own mechanisms for implementation. So greater coordination is needed is what I would say to that. I hope that's helpful. But we will move on now to the third part of this session, which is outreach. So this is, as I think a participant who's left now mentioned, there are a number of lessons learned and information that we come across and analysis that we do that should be shared more widely, even beyond the IGF. So we have a work stream focused on outreach, and this year we wanted to share with you what we have done in terms of outreach. We had a session at RightsCon, which is a global conference on human rights in the digital age, where we shared our work. And John, I don't know if you can speak for 1 minute on that, if you can come in. I know you were there.
Yeah, absolutely. For anyone who's unfamiliar with RightsCon, it's I think a fairly unique and seminal event each year put on by Access Now, focused on human rights in the digital age. And in speaking with that community and sharing a bit about the work, much of which we've also presented and shared here today, I've got a lot of great inputs from folks who have, I think, a good focus on the implications of these challenges, and particularly escalating nation-state activity online as it relates to vulnerable populations in different contexts around the globe. So there was a real focus from those we sought input from on things that don't necessarily always come up in our norms conversations otherwise, as it relates to things like internet shutdowns or other types of activities that might be taken on by a government on a domestic level and so not receiving the same international attention, but highlighting them as security interests that have corresponded with increasing violence as something that has been, again, absent from those norms conversations. There was also a lot of discussion around cyber mercenary groups that was brought to the fore. This is what we think, you might think of as the NSO groups of the world, other organizations that might list their services as private sector offensive actors, where they are creating the offensive tool or service and then selling it to a government for purposes which there has been some tracking of abuse by different researching communities. So there was a lot of good and helpful, I think, context provided and a necessary focus on that given by those communities during that engagement.
Okay. Thank you so much, John. That was really helpful and interesting, and we hope to do that again next year. So we've also been present at the Open-Ended Working Group. In July, the Open-Ended Working Group on ICTs at the UN had a meeting, and we presented our work there. And as I said, next week, we will be present as well at an intersessional that is being held to share our findings as well. So we also presented on the best practice forums findings at the new African parliamentary track, APNIG as it's called, this week. And I think that's a very important channel as well to share from this multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder group to parliamentarians what we are finding and what they can do. So I know that Chokozani Chimbe, who is from the Malawian regulatory, I'm afraid, let me just make sure I've got it right, Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority. I think you were trying to come in earlier, Zani. I just want to make sure you have some time to react before we close.
Thank you so much. As Shetel has just said, I'm Thokozani Chimbe, and I'm the Director for Legal Services
at Malawi Communications Regulatory Authority. I think some of the things that I wanted to chip in, especially on the cyber crimes and the relationship between cyber crimes and cyber security, have actually been addressed already. So I won't take much of the time, but just to emphasize that it is very important to actually realize the distinction between the two whenever anyone is considering policies, that there might be some differences in the way the policy considerations should be actually taken. And one other thing that I really, that I was glad that was already emphasized was the issue of enforcement being something that is key to cyber crimes. Not just enforcement, but it's actually one area where it is a must, if there is supposed to be effective enforcement, for laws to be harmonized. And as much as it is just not as broad as cybersecurity, but there is a need to actually have some harmonized law so that enforcement processes would be easier when it comes to enforcement of cybercrime. And again, I also would like to agree that, yes, there have actually been a lot of changes that I personally have observed in terms of involvement of stakeholders, especially on cybersecurity issues, where private sector is also being involved more and more each day, and you can actually see the changes and the way the policies are coming out. So I won't say much, but just to say that, yes, I like the myths that were actually put there and the conclusions that were drawn in terms of making the distinctions as countries, that when we're making policies, we should realize that as much as these issues are interrelated, somehow the policy considerations might differ in one way or the other, depending on the outcome and the real distinctions between the two in terms of cybersecurity being holistic, broader, and sometimes I also say that sometimes cyber crimes is part of cybersecurity. While cybersecurity is broad and includes so many things, awareness and other things that we're talking about. So we need to understand that there is a distinction and recognize this when we are taking any step or making any policy considerations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Zani. Thank you for being here with us and for those really important points. As you know, this work is ongoing, and we hope that you can remain engaged, and the same goes for everyone here in the room and online. So thank you all for coming. I now will turn over to Imboana, sorry, I don't know if I pronounced it correctly, to wrap up. Thank you.
So this is the end of our session. I would like to address my special thanks to our lead experts who worked hard this year. I would like to thank as well the people who joined the 3 work streams. I hope you find it useful and helpful, and it will help you. We encourage you to check out our papers and to download them on the website of the IGF. It will help you. They will help you a lot for cyber maturity acquired and for your goals. So thank you very much. The session is now closed.
text on tweet.
Okay, perfect.
Procedures and Right to Development Division of UN Human Rights Office. Online, we have David Kote-Hian, Commissioner of Cybersecurity, Chief Executive Cybersecurity Agency of Singapore, Abdul Hakim Ajijola, Chair at African Union Cybersecurity Expert Group in Addis Ababa, Pilar Sanz, Project Coordinator at Fundación Carisma in Colombia, Anastasia Kazakova, Senior Public Affairs Manager at Kaspersky. We hope that Clay Icon, Director of Community and Capacity Building at the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams, will be with us later. He's in a rural area and he was not sure whether his internet would be stable enough to join. And as moderator, I would like you to introduce you to you, Henriette Esterhusen, former MAC Chair and Executive Director of APC and part of the Internet Hall of Fame Global Connector. We are very grateful for having you all on this panel. And then over to you, Henriette.
Thank you very much. Suki, I'm no longer Executive Director of Association for Progressive Communications, but I still have the privilege of collaborating with APC. I've actually just come from the parliamentary track, which this year is focusing on cybersecurity. And I am really struck by how much progress we've made in talking about cybersecurity and cyber safety and accountability. I think a few years, in fact in 2017 at the IGF, when it was hosted in Geneva, there was a pre-event on a human rights-based approach to cybersecurity. And at that time, that seemed like a fairly outrageous concept for many people. People within the security establishment, people within governments, felt actually quite pressured by the notion that they had to consider human rights and transparency and accountability. But in fact, I think we are in a very positive place at the moment. We have had the second round of the group of governmental experts, the UN First Committee process, where governments come together to talk about international cybersecurity, reach a consensus report. We had the open-ended working group, which is now on its second round, which is an open process, also a United Nations First Committee process, produce a report and come up with principles on cyber capacity building. And so I think we've gone from closed cybersecurity specialists having a conversation about cybersecurity to a place where we are approaching it in a more whole of society, in a human-centric manner, and when we recognizing that without multi-stakeholder collaboration and without considering capacity of all sectors of society and also looking at human rights, we're not really going to succeed in the goal of ensuring safety, security, and stability. So we have a fantastic panel at the moment. Apologies, I am working with my phone here. And I want to thank everyone for being here and for Suki and her colleagues on the MAG for organizing this. I want to start, we really are going to focus on cyber capacity building and unpacking it and talking about what it really means. And my first question to the panel, and I'll start with Peggy because she's here, and then we'll move on to the online panelists. What do you feel are the most important milestones that we have achieved in terms of cyber capacity building? Do you feel we now have a common understanding of it? What is your understanding of cyber capacity building? We have the principles that the open-ended working group developed. We also have the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise and the work that they have done. But you, from your perspective, what do you feel are the milestones we've achieved, and how do you understand cyber capacity building? Peggy.
Thanks, Anrita, and really happy to be here as part of this important discussion. I wanted to first just start off by echoing, as you said, I think that we would agree that we've made some real progress in terms of working together on cyber issues and really looking at how human rights is integrated into these processes. And obviously within the OEWG and the program of action, there are specific references, and as you said, that wasn't something that was all assured a number of years ago. And looking at the issues around cooperation and capacity building, we agree is very important. For us, one of the key elements here that I wanted to stress is around the issues of participation, which is unfortunately one of those areas where I think we still have some space to go. And I wanted to make the case again for why full and meaningful participation in the discussions and work around cybersecurity and in the capacity building efforts around cybersecurity is essential. I mean, the reality is that when we talk about the need for meaningful participation in a multi-stakeholder process, including by civil society, it's because we need for these efforts to really center around people and the impacts on people of these processes. And it is through the engagement of civil society that we are able to really bring in that experience and make sure that the processes really understand and reflect how people are being affected by cybersecurity related issues. So we wanted to emphasize again the need for the capacity building processes to really incorporate the training needs and desires of those groups as the starting point. So maybe I'll close with that and wait for the next question.
Thanks a lot, Peggy. David, you have been working in the Singapore cybersecurity in various institutions. What is your perspective? What have we achieved in terms of how we think about, how we build cybersecurity capacity, and what is your understanding of it? How do you conceive of it? David, we can't hear you. Are you unmuted?
Yeah, I can't, no.
We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Excellent. And good afternoon from Singapore. Good to see you again. Well, on capacity building, I'll say a few things. At the top line, the level of awareness globally has gone up tremendously. I think if you talk about cyber capacity building a few years ago, I think people weren't aware of it, they weren't aware of the need, etc. This has changed dramatically. And part of the reason I would say is as what was discussed, because of the efforts partly at the UN and the GFCE, both the GGE and the OEWG have established clearly a common understanding on the need for cyber capacity building, and this has obviously raised the awareness level. On the level of common understanding, I would say that somewhat, not quite at the full level that one would desire, but we have definitely made progress. And one of the key things that I want to talk about is that at least we have established some guiding principles for cyber capacity building. Singapore has actually been supporting cyber capacity building in the ASEAN region, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, since 2016. And our ASEAN-Singapore Cyber Capacity Center of Excellence recently opened last year to further consolidate and facilitate these efforts. And I want to say that in the planning of our programs, we developed a 4M framework to guide the development of this curriculum. Firstly, it's multidisciplinary. Second, multi-stakeholder. Third, modular. And fourth, measurable. We're pleased that with this 4M approach, it's been taken on board in the consensus report for the 2021 UN GGE. We believe that for cyber capacity building initiatives to be impactful, capabilities across the field of policy, operations, technology, and diplomacy need to be brought together holistically. Diverse expertise across disciplines is required to effectively understand and manage cybersecurity at the national level and to safeguard our collective cyberspace. Similarly, a multi-stakeholder approach is essential for the sharing of perspective from different sectors, each of which plays a different but significant role in contributing to cyber resiliency. So multi-stakeholder platforms such as the IGF, also very important in bringing together state, non-state stakeholders to encourage conversations and collaboration. We firmly believe that countries don't have a monopoly on the ideas, so we need definitely a multi-stakeholder approach. And lastly, I would say that we definitely also need to recognize that cyber capacity building is a two-way street. It is not, for example, the rich providing cyber capacity building and providing the expertise for the less developed nations. I think both, it's a two-way street, and people can learn as well, even as they are facilitating and providing cyber capacity building. Thank you.
Thanks very much, David. I want to ask you a follow-up question quickly. In terms of this, the 4M framework, what do you think, what kind of institutional arrangements do you feel one needs at national level to be able to apply that framework?
Great, that's an excellent question. I think we've been preaching the 4M framework, firstly because a lot of the questions arise from whether capacity building is effective or not. So one of the challenges we face is that it has to be measurable. And then second is that when we talk to the recipient countries, the challenge, the agencies who want to receive the capacity building, then they are unable to commit for a long period of time. So hence the other approach that it has to be modular. So these are some of the elements of this. Now, when you provide, when you are partaking of this training, then there actually has to be vessels that you can keep the knowledge that you have received. So one of the challenges that we think is necessary, there has to be repositories of information, knowledge within the countries. So if I'm going to be part of a cyber capacity building program, and if my officers are attending this, I have to make sure that when they come back, they can then practice what they've learned. Otherwise, it'll be just so much head knowledge. It then doesn't translate into action within my country. It's not enough, it's not possible to send every member of my organization, for example, for cyber capacity training programs. It's just not possible. So you can train some of my officers, and then these then have to be on a basis of train the trainer. They'll come back to Singapore having benefited from the training, and then train other members of my organization, other stakeholders within Singapore, so that they then can spread the message and we can all benefit. So I think these are just some elements of it.
Thanks, David. No, I think it's an interesting, you emphasize participation and participative processes really as a pragmatic way of really integrating cybersecurity practices. And I think, Peggy, you mentioned and emphasized participation from the perspective of being inclusive and respecting human rights. Next, can we go to Abdul Akim Ajichola? Abdul, a colleague and a friend who's online with us. Are you there, Abdul? What is your understanding of cyber capacity, and what milestones do you think we've achieved?
Well, if you permit me, I'd like to just take a slight step back. First of all, let's understand what a norm is. It's a principle of right action, building upon members of a group, in this case member states, serving to guide and control or regulate proper and acceptable behavior. In essence, a norm can be regarded as a soft, voluntary law. Now, having said that, we've seen laws of the sea, norms of the sea, norms of nuclear proliferation, norms of outer space, which have evolved from soft laws into hard international law, which must be adhered to, else, that nation becomes a pariah state. Now, in the African context, we've seen, I think in 1884, there was the Berlin Conference. We were not there. And that conference set basically the agenda for our state boundaries, but also our legislation and the type of legal philosophies we have. So I think Africa really needs a generation of cyber diplomats to meaningfully engage in these global conversations and the development of norms, confidence-building measures, and certainly all of this has to be based on the evolution of requisite capacity building. The Global South, and again, especially Africa, must seek to adopt common democratic positions, on things like internet freedoms. African states have need to have shared notions of democracy, access to information to start enhancing not just our diplomatic capital, but to also ensure that our priorities are not ignored, and they will form the core of some of these global norms that are being developed and more importantly, currently being implemented. And so there is a case for Africa and the Global South to develop additional norms for us or by us, and we need to have these broad-based strategic conversations based on sound academic research. My key takeaway, unfortunately, is that we need to support our strategic decision makers to gain better insights into the issues, but I would say more importantly, what to ask for. And so part of what we need to ask for, yes, is capacity building so that we gain a better understanding of the issues, but what kind of capacity building? I think as David had eloquently put it, you cannot afford to send everybody out somewhere. So how do you step down that capacity building locally? For example, do you say for every person that benefits from external capacity building on these issues, they must step down to a minimum of 10 or 15 people? What mechanisms do we need to put in place to make that effective? Because at the end of the day, cost is a big factor, and we do have to husband our resources and convert, frankly, our human resource into human capital. I'll continue a bit later. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdulhakim. Pilar, can we go to you next? And coming from a civil society and the perspective of working in human rights and digital rights, what is your understanding of capacity, cyber capacity building, and what do you feel are the milestones that we have actually achieved so far?
Okay, so first, thank you for the invitation, and to be here is great. And actually, when I was asking to be in this panel, I said that we are not ready to have this conversation yet in Colombia, for example. As a civil society organization, Carisma is participating in some of these meetings and also in the augmented group in UN, but the conversation locally around how to build this capacity in cybersecurity is something that is just beginning. And in my opinion, we need those things that the other panelists are talking about. Fierce participation. For many years, we have this building of a policy on cybersecurity in Colombia, but there was just the last 4 years the participation of civil society was possible. And in this moment, for example, that we had a change in our government, in our local government, it's not, in this moment, there is a lack of knowledge and a lack of institutionality around who is going to take the decision in cybersecurity. So because of that, when the government talk about capacity building, we are not sure about how is this going to be. And I think that is something that is creating and it's something that is going to happen in the next year. But in this moment, we are in a very early point of this conversation. And as a civil society organization, we participate in some of the global discussion scenarios, and we are learning about that. And I think that this openness is something that for us is really important to try to understand better how can we in the local ask for capacity, ask for participation, and ask for better institution for do that.
Thanks, Pilar. And Pilar, by the way, we do have interpretation, so you should feel free to speak in Spanish if you wanted to. I think the final speaker we have on the panel now is Anastasia. Anastasia, you work in the private sector. What is your perspective on cyber capacity building and the milestones we've achieved?
Hello to everyone. Thank you very much for having me as well. also representing the industry and the private sector. We are the global cybersecurity company, have a unique, I think, position in the cyber capacity building, just because we one of those companies that do have the resources to invest into the cyber capacity building and us to help different communities, including our partners, customers, users, but going far broader to also support many other stakeholders, relevant stakeholders in the community. So I will be happy to share the experience that we do have. From our perspective, also as a participant and active contributor to the cyber diplomacy activities at the UN level, at the regional level in the past years, it's definitely, we will agree with the other speakers who have said that at the current stage, we do have a lot of content and a lot of information to guide the participations on and guide actually also actions in the cyber capacity building. We do have the principles, we do have quite successful OWG 2021 report, which do also informs a lot of multi-stakeholder community on the impetus that the UN member states have made. And at the same time, we do also see a lot of activity coming from the regional organizations, which are a very important element in this common success. And we do also see the increase in the different studies and the research to provide more qualitative and quantitative information about how measure success in the cyber capacity building. And I've seen among the participants today a number of the representatives who have actually produced really great studies on cyber capacity building. And we also do believe that it's really important work to continue to do to provide more metrics, more frameworks to understand what's actually needed to provide in terms of the cyber capacity building. However, still there are different challenges that we continue to face, and those include, I think, coming from the top, from the UN level, is of course challenges for truly inclusive multi-stakeholder participation that currently exist. For more transparent process, for more formal process. We also understand that in the next year we will see a parallel process probably in terms in addition to the OWG. So that would be also the question how to meaningfully continue to contribute to different processes at the UN level. At the national level, the challenges, of course, include sometimes the lack of the clear processes, institutional processes, legal processes, and overall lack of initiative or impetus coming from the government or from the related to the government institutions to actually raise awareness more on the cyber capacity building. But overall, we do believe that currently we are moving on the right direction in terms of the different meetings, different initiatives, and overall, it is hoped that at the UN level, the OWG will continue this path till 2025, and further probably great ideas will be brought from the multi-stakeholders as well. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think that's it for our panelists at the moment. Let's take a few questions from participants on how you feel are we reaching a point where there's a common understanding of what is meant by cybersecurity and safety, a common understanding of what capacities we need. Any questions for the panelists so far? I see there's a hand over there. Please just introduce yourself and be very brief.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity again. I'm from Australia. My research area is cryptocurrency and fiat currency, and also cyber investigation in forensic. I just want to ask one basic question for this historical United Nations IGF 2020. As a UN signatory member countries, how do we achieve maximum capacity protection from cyber attack to internationally, either like a United Nations unified body or for each individual nation worldwide. And I will have some suggestion if you gave me, I'm a cybersecurity professional and trainer. And I will have some, I miss in the morning. If you give me a chance, I will do that, but I just want to ask this question. Thank you very much.
How do we achieve security? How do
Maximum
we secure?
security. I'll have suggestion on it, but I just want to hear from the other panelists.
We have one more hand in the room. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Yodit from UNICEF Ethiopia country office. My question is about capacity building, changing human capital. As you know it very well, most of the younger population in Africa living in suburb or outside of city area. How can we maximize security before we are assuring access? For most of our population, even simple phone who use application is luxury, let alone PC and tablets. So I want to hear how can we maximize cyber security without dealing with the access first. Thank you.
Thanks. That's always a question, actually. Do you deal with the access first and then the security, or do you try and introduce security into the access before you introduce
states for misbehaviors? And Mokabiri was suggesting that we should develop an international legally binding agreement on cybersecurity based on principles and establish a global framework, rules and norms and accountable behaviors of global digital platforms and service provider in data security, illegal content, competition law.
Thanks for that. Go ahead. That you'll be the last question at this point.
Okay, thank you so much for this great presentation. I am Udeshihi from Tunisia. I want to ask just about the global conversation. Is it related most for technical aspect or policy or norms? Thank you.
I think we didn't hear you clearly. Can you just repeat that, please?
Towards global conversation of cybersecurity, is it related most to technical aspect or policy or norms?
So the question is the global conversation, is it about technical security, about norms? It's a very good question, and I think one of the questions I find that people often struggle with is the relationship between cybersecurity and cybercrime, and also the dimension of international cybersecurity, which is what many of these UN processes focus on, and cybersecurity as we experience it at home. And my experience is that it's becoming more and more difficult to separate those from one another. So actually I would appreciate if the panelists can talk about that as well. Peggy, over to you first.
Thanks, and thanks for the questions. I think a number of them go to these issues around, are we tackling the issues of cybersecurity in the right way, in the right order, national versus international. And I think that, and I agree with Henri about the merging of topics between cybersecurity, cybercrime, digital policy generally. We've been talking about how those pieces come together. I mean, I think it's important in answering that to say, as we always do, that ultimately we do need to address at all levels the questions. So there are issues at the national level or even at the individual level related to cybersecurity, but there are roles that the global processes can play, and that's sort of the framing for this discussion was around the OEWG and efforts that are going on at the UN level and their contribution, including through the cybersecurity capacity building efforts that have been described. But I think from a human rights perspective, we do need to bring that conversation back, as I said, to what are the real challenges that people face. And I want to be clear that one of the challenges from a human rights perspective is the fact that this area of discussion, cybersecurity and cybercrime, are areas that are a double-edged sword for human rights defenders, journalists, and others. They are actually themselves under attack and need protection and need cybersecurity and need digital security and capacity building and greater digital security tools given the prevalent use of spyware and surveillance technology. So we've written a report on that, for example, really for the UN Human Rights Council that was released in September that really looks at what it would take to address those issues of surveillance technology. And that, of course, then will give civil society the space that they need to meaningfully participate in the types of processes that we're talking about. And so to just say a few words about those efforts on the spyware and surveillance side, I mean, I think we need to look at the fact that we don't have the proper controls in place, and the reality is that tools like Pegasus can really tap into, you know, every aspect of not only the target's lives but the people around them. So we need to take more steps. One is, of course, states need to be more transparent about how they're using those tools. We also are calling for a moratorium on the domestic and transnational sale of and use of surveillance systems, and until the proper human rights related safeguards are in place. And really calling on states to really only use such spyware as a measure of last resort for specific acts and serious threats related to national security and in targeted ways with strong safeguards in place. And finally, one of the things that we're looking for there is at the international level, talking about how we might need to look at a well-crafted export control regime. So I'll close there. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Peggy. David, over to you, and if you can respond to the questions, but I'd also like to hear you react to the points Peggy has just made about the challenges to ensure the kind of oversight that we need to prevent abuses, human rights abuses, taking place under the guise of generating or establishing cybersecurity. David?
Thanks very much, Henrietta. I like very much your framing where you talk about the challenge, the question about whether the global conversations about technology or whether it's about norms, whether it's about security, about crime, whether it's international, domestic. And these are actually great questions. And these are, in essence, some of the challenges that we're facing at the operational level. And in fact, our citizens are facing on the ground. We can talk about it at the UN process, for example. We're talking about it in the first committee and the third committee. But on the ground, as far as the average citizen is concerned, there's very little distinction made between cybersecurity versus cybercrime versus personal data, information, etc. So I think the reality is that the divisions that we make, whether within governments or at the international level, sometimes are a bit arcane and less relevant than on the ground. So we do need, in my view, to view the entire issue holistically. I recall we might, some developed countries might be very seized by the conversations at the international level about whether responsible state behavior to prevent escalations in the wartime scenario are important. But for the average person, whether in Asia or in Africa, I think the primary concern with respect to cybersecurity really is about cybercrime. And we really need to deal with this. Whether they're domestic or international, that's another great aspect of the question. I would say increasingly the view is that cybercrimes, cybersecurity issues are transborder. The criminals are not coming from down the street, they're not coming from another part of the country, they're coming from all over the world. We see this very much so in Singapore. And a lot of it is, the crime is facilitated by cryptocurrencies. So the issue is not just whether it's technical, whether it's about norms, whether it's about national, international. It's also about whether it's operational, technical, or it's about money. A lot of the motivation about ransomware, about cyber criminal activity is about ultimately money. And if we can control the movement of the money, or at least put oversight safeguards about cryptocurrencies, the illegal use of it, the abuse of cryptocurrencies, the regulations and oversights, anti-money laundering facilities, know your customer oversight elements for cryptocurrencies, then these would significantly curtail the abuse of these methods for criminal as well as national security concern. So I think this requires very much an international effort. On the issue about whether the issue about rules, norms, or responsible behavior should be binding or non-binding, my own view of this is that it's going to be a huge challenge, especially in today's geopolitical context, to negotiate a treaty which will have binding norms or binding rules. But then the question arises of whether there is any value in non-binding norms of responsible state behavior. Now, I recently attended a meeting, and a good friend of mine, Catherine Gatau from Kenya, made an excellent point. And she said that insofar as most of us are concerned, the 10 Commandments is not a binding law for the average person. But notwithstanding that it's not binding, the fact that it exists is an aspiration, it's a norm of responsible personal behavior. It has inspired behavior of individuals, of countries, regulations, laws, and in that context, it does serve a purpose. So I would argue that non-binding norms of responsible state behavior in cybersecurity could similarly have such an effect downstream for us. I also want to address the question that was raised by our UNICEF colleague, where she asked about the question of security or access. I think it's a great question. Same challenges exist in my neck of the woods. In the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, we have 600 million people who want to connect. And the opportunities of digitalization, the opportunities of the internet, information, education, social uplift, economic opportunity are enormous. And all countries, all citizens want to do this. But how can you do this safely? If you don't get cybersecurity right, then this is 600 million more people who will be exposed to cyber crimes from all over the world. So the question is how to do this. My view is that it's not an option. It shouldn't be a question of, do I have this or the other? I think that's part of the problem that we are facing today. Cybersecurity is seen as an optional extra to connectivity to the internet. I think it should not be seen that way. It should be seen as an integrated whole. One should have secure access to the internet. It should be baked in from the onset. Let me put it another way. Use an analogy that all of us are familiar with it. We have water in our cities, etc. We have authorities which are providing water to the individuals. We are not asked to filter the water or purify the water in our own homes. Instead, the authority actually provides water which is treated to all citizens. Now, in that kind of a context, it is more effectively and efficiently done upstream. I think the same can and should be done for internet access. We all access the internet from the internet service providers, typically telecommunications companies. They are providing it at scale to us. In the same way, they can secure it at scale to us. This way, then all of us can get access to it, but it is safe, secure access. I think this is the way to go. We should view cybersecurity not as an optional extra, not as a drag to getting access to the internet. Instead, we should view cybersecurity as similar to the brakes on a car. If we want to go fast, then we need good brakes. If we want access to the digital future, then we need good cybersecurity. Thank you. Yes, yes.
No, I really appreciated the comments, David, about the usefulness of non-binding norms, and I like the comment from your Kenyan friend as well that aspirational norms can be very powerful. But just wanted to throw in, of course, that that's part of why we emphasize the human rights framework so often. It is a universally agreed. It started with a huge participation from drafters based here in Africa, and looks at over 75 years, legally binding obligations that the world has agreed to. All countries, all regions have endorsed this framework, and it does have incredible relevance when we're trying to address some of the fundamental questions that we see in the digital space. And so that's the basis for answering some of these questions. We don't need to create new norms. We actually already have some. What we need to talk about is how they can best be applied in this space. And just to support you on the side of the connectivity and its importance and the need for safe and secure access, I would add on to that inclusivity. We need to make sure that that connectivity is done in a way that those most marginalized and most vulnerable are not those left behind in terms of how it happens. And then, of course, when we have connectivity, we have to keep it on. So there need to be firm commitments by governments that they will keep the connection going, that they do not engage in internet shutdowns such as we see currently here in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Peggy. Abdul Hakim, what's your response to the questions?
Okay, on question number one regarding protection from cyber attack, I would really say there are three key areas. One, awareness across a spectrum and various value chains. Taking cyber hygiene as a foundational defense and building cyber security or cyber culture. With regards to question number two, in terms of maximizing security, I think we do need to discourage digital authoritarian tendencies through good governance. We certainly need freedom of speech, but I think many of us would argue that we also need, more importantly, freedom after the speech. Having said that, we do need to tackle fake news and hate speech. I will also like to just echo, David and Peggy. I think access and security go hand in hand, because no security, no usage. Then what's the point of the access if you don't use it? So again, if you have water and it's dirty, you're not going to drink it. I also think we need to evolve initiatives that leverage civil society to foster good governance of both the public and the private sector, because both organizations need to improve, their governance structures, especially in the areas of cyber interception, personally identifiable data management, and privacy issues, and really seek ways to enhance our own data sovereignty. On the question of the accountability of states, cyber security or cyber generally evolves very quickly, while laws or legislation, whether they are international or domestic, are slow. Actors operate at the speed of right, and law enforcement really operates at the speed of law. And one of the ways around this is, one, to be proactive, but also to empower regulators so that they can, turn around much more quickly, maybe to put in place regulations as opposed to legislation that takes quite a long time to do. A second component to this is to build cyber and digital trust, stability and access through availability, predictability, reliability, resilience, and positive value propositions. Again, I think Peggy had touched on this in terms of keeping the internet on once you get it. And then in terms of the global conversations, I think we do have to appreciate that all of this is about people. It's really the combination of people, process, and technology. And in terms of emphasis, I would say people, 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 process, process, and technology. Finally, I think especially in the Global South and Africa in particular, we do need to still do a lot of work on changing misperceptions of not just African governments, but also institutionals, that cybersecurity is not an African problem to solve. And I think this misunderstanding or misperception is compounded by the misunderstanding that increasing internet access without trust based on cybersecurity will not increase utilization. And I think many governments are actually quite worried. On the one part, empowering their people with requisite knowledge, but also quite legitimately, when you look at the spectrum of hate speech and fake news, people getting the wrong kind of knowledge. And again, Henriette, as you have asked, who amongst us is to make that judgment and decision? Thank you.
Thanks, Abdul Hakim. Anastasia.
Thank you very much. I also wanted to address the very first question, which is really broad, but still very critical, to address how more cybersecurity could be tried. And I think I would mention you very briefly two main pillars, as I believe. First one is education, education for users, for relevant stakeholders, for diplomats, for government, for the industry as well, to be more educated about the implications and the notions of the international law and how could be this applied about the framework that the diplomats have been already agreed within the previous iterations in the UN level. And we do also portray our own experience here in this regard. We try to bring more sort of expertise that we do possess about the technical attribution in particular, to share this more with the diverse community of both the diplomats, academia, relevant technical community, partnered with the Diplo Foundation to develop the game, to have different stakeholders to learn different notions of how the technical attributions could be done. So definitely this is one of the pillars. The second pillar to address the very first question is absolutely cooperation. Ensuring cybersecurity is no doubt a team sport. So even today in a very problematic geopolitical climate and situation, which does impact a lot cybersecurity, unfortunately, this is a challenge. And of course, it limits inevitably cooperation across different communities. And I mostly refer to communities who traditionally try to stick together to exchange the information in case of the incidents, to exchange information about the vulnerabilities, because all of this is really critical. Cyber crime, cyber incidents, cyber threats usually do not know any borders, and lots of the different users and stakeholders could be still impacted, even though cyber criminals could target initially a very limited scope of the victims. It could easily be spilled over to different territories, jurisdictions, and sectors. So cooperation is still very, very critical, and in this regard, we have been calling for avoiding creating any political administrative barriers to this, to allow those technical security researchers, incident responders to continue information exchange and cooperating with each other.
Thank you.
I wanted to, briefly also address the question on the human rights abuses, and I do agree with what has been said, but also from a technical perspective, I think it's really critical to look on the entry and also focus on the problem of the vulnerabilities, and probably to continue condemning the further exploitation of vulnerabilities for criminal, political, and commercial purposes. So I think that could be one further solution to avoid incidents that we had already with NSO. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Anastasia. David mentioned the importance of a holistic approach, and I think there's consensus that that's the right way to go, but it's not always easy to implement. In fact, Abdul Hakim and myself participated in a process earlier this year where we identified African cyber capacity priorities. And one of the things we found was that the responders are completely unaware of the norms or of the international processes, that there's this disconnect between the people at national level who have responsibility for responding to threats and emergencies, and this conversation that takes place at the global level. I know there are more hands. I'll open just now. I just want to ask the panelists to ask one specific challenge that we've had, and that is to put this holistic approach in place at national level, but also at global level. One of the challenges with the open-ended working group, which was established with the intention of being a multi-stakeholder process, has been the participation of non-state actors. I think the current chair, Ambassador Gafoor from Singapore, has done his best to create space within the confines of the United Nations First Committee processes, to create the opportunity for non-state actors to be part of the conversation. But I think there's a sense that it's not enough. And I think that is often mirrored at national level. So my question to the panelists are, how do we overcome this challenge of really institutionalizing this holistic, participative process where non-state actors collaborate, including human rights defenders, with states, both within the UN and also at national level?
Thanks, Henrietta, and it's really good to go to that question. I think we really need to do two things at the top. One is we need to build the understanding of why it's important, because once everybody agrees to its importance, then it's much easier to work to make sure it happens. And so that means, really making the case for why multi-stakeholder processes, why having everybody at the table delivers better results. It's not just something you do as an optional thing. David had talked about that earlier. You do it both as a matter of right. People have a right to participate in the policy conversations that affect their lives, but also once we have those people at the table, what we get are better and more effective results. So build the case for why it needs to happen. The second thing we need to do is really identify what are the real barriers. If it's not happening, what are the reasons why, and be quite critical and constructive in how we can overcome them. Some of them that have emerged on the OEWG, I have to say, are political, and that shouldn't get in the way of making the real progress that we need to here. Sometimes it can be a sense that civil society actors may be more critical or come in with disparate views that are not necessarily going to be as helpful or supportive. I don't think that plays out in practice. I think when civil society comes into these conversations, they come in with expertise and knowledge of what's happening that can be incredibly helpful. And so, I would just encourage everybody to look at it more broadly and understand why civil society will be a much more effective actor at the table. But it's also, I think, looking at what are the barriers to that happening in terms of the accreditation processes, the resources, where these processes are happening, and trying to really open them up in a way that makes it much easier for people to be there. And as I said, on the other side, we have to make it safe for them to be there as well. And that means that we have to make sure that there are not possibilities of reprisals or responses, the use of spyware, surveillance technology, other things that actually interfere with the ability of civil society to have their voices heard in processes such like this. Thanks.
Thanks, Peggy. David, your perspective.
Thank you very much. I agree with what both Henrietta and Peggy have said. As you've said, Henrietta, we have the open-ended working group. It is chaired by Singapore. We have the great honor to be leading this. It's led by our permanent representative in New York, Ambassador Berhan Ghafor. And we're trying, despite the current geopolitical tensions, etc., to try to continue to move this conversation forward. We think it's essential that conversations about the stability, the security, the inclusiveness, as well as interoperability of cyberspace continue in a platform like the United Nations, which is an inclusive platform. All states, large and small, have access to this. Unfortunately, the ideal would have been to have a multi-stakeholder approach as well. And our ambassador is trying his best to facilitate this. But as you've alluded to, there are objections that have been raised by some states and have hampered the full access of some stakeholders. As a matter of fact, just 1 week from now, there is going to be an informal OEWG intersessional meeting. And this is designed to be a multi-stakeholder meeting. It has allowed to actually include the accredited non-state stakeholders. It's not an ideal outcome. I think there are some others who haven't quite met the accredited criteria. But as I've said, under the current constraints, this is at least a step forward. I fully agree with what Peggy said. The question of why multi-stakeholder is important. We fully support this. And the reason is, of course, because governments do not have a monopoly on the ideas, the expertise, the capability, or the technology associated with cyber and the attendant challenges. Civil society, industry, other stakeholders all have real expertise, real capability. They have real information and they understand the technology and they have perspectives which are important. So government may have concerns about national security, but there are also equally important concerns from a financial, economic perspective or the way of life and how we choose to live our lives. So these are important aspects, and it does demand that we have opportunities and move the conversation to be a multi-stakeholder approach.
Thanks, David. Pilar, I'm sorry I left you out of the previous round of responses. you've been at the end of civil society, finding it challenging to be part of this process. What's your perspective on the non-state actor participation in these processes?
Thanks, Juliet. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Okay. Porque yo creo que tenemos varios niveles que son necesarios abordar para poder garantizar participación de sociedad civil en este tipo de espacios. Y efectivamente el hecho de que los espacios sean de múltiples partes interesadas es absolutamente importante, pero para participar de ellos también se debe construir capacidad en la sociedad civil. Nosotras en Carisma llevamos mucho tiempo tratando de entrar en las discusiones sobre ciberseguridad con el gobierno colombiano y hasta hace muy poco esa relación que se podía establecer para que participaran diferentes actores, gobierno y empresas, era realmente muy reducida. Y solamente hasta la última discusión de política pública se abrió espacio para que hubieran mesas de trabajo de múltiples partes interesadas. Y aún así, el seguimiento que se está haciendo a la implementación de política pública no es tan fácil porque hay una ausencia de información y también, si bien algunos actores ya estamos participando del proceso, nosotros siempre hemos creído que se necesitan muchos más. Realmente esta debería ser una mesa muchísimo más amplia y no lo está haciendo. Esto en las instancias nacionales. Si pasamos a las instancias globales, de nuevo hemos replicado algunos problemas de participación. Si bien para nosotras las instancias globales han sido muchísimo más abiertas hasta ahora, pero es cierto que no siempre se convoca no siempre, a todos los actores y no siempre es fácil participar por parte de todos. Entonces ahí podemos empezar a hablar de algunas barreras. Tenemos barreras técnicas que son muy importantes. En general, cuando pensamos en las regulaciones y las propuestas de regulación en los países, muchas arrancan desde el miedo o desde el desconocimiento de cómo funciona la tecnología, y así es muy difícil realmente tener buenas regulaciones. Entonces sí se necesita aprender muchísimo más de la parte técnica del funcionamiento para poder tener una mejor regulación, para poder tener mejores propuestas. La otra parte tiene que ver con la posibilidad de que de que no solamente sean autorregulaciones, o de que muchas de estas reglas que se establecen por parte de las empresas para poder tener entornos más seguros, no sean solamente las reglas que se autoimponen, sino que sí necesitamos regulaciones desde los países y entender que el entorno nacional acá sí está fuertemente influenciado por lo que está pasando en otros lugares, porque evidentemente los ataques son transnacionales. Y quizás un último aspecto que ya lo anotaba antes, tiene que ver con las barreras que tenemos de conectividad, terminan afectando fuertemente a las personas más vulnerables. Y en estas barreras de conectividad podemos encontrar situaciones que ayudan, por ejemplo, a la propagación de desinformación, que tienen que ver con los problemas de conectividad y el hecho de que no todo el mundo está accediendo a todo el Internet durante todo el tiempo, sino a ciertas esferas aisladas de Internet. Y esto ayuda a la propagación de desinformación. Sé que son barreras que necesitamos enfrentar de formas, en muchos casos, creativas, y que los espacios que se están abriendo para las discusiones de múltiples partes interesadas que permiten que se lleven diferentes puntos de vista a estos lugares, como los de sociedad civil, permiten o facilitan que hayan abordajes desde derechos humanos, que hayan abordajes muchísimo más amplios y que esta conversación pueda seguir creciendo.
Thank you, Pilar. Abdullah Kim and then Anastasia, quickly, just a response from you on non-state actor participation globally and nationally.
First and foremost, I think it's important we understand why non-stakeholders are needed. Education provides the basic research and development upon which continued innovation relies. The financial sector, basically, they are a critical infrastructure and users of digital platforms. Plus, they are often a primary target of bad actors. I mean, you rob a bank because that's where the money is. National security has the authority to defend national and subnational jurisdictions. The private sector, by and large, owns many or most of the platforms and provides the supply chain and develops the needed solutions. The public sector has the authority to regulate players in national and subnational jurisdictions. We also have some specialized stakeholders, your international regulators, those who set standards, your multilateral partners. I mean, if you take a loan from the World Bank, you're not going to shut them out of certain decision-making processes. And in of themselves, they are a critical infrastructure. And also you have the technology component. They build, manage, take care of your critical national information infrastructure. They are potential points of failure, and certainly they are also drivers of opportunities. I also think that in terms of our capacity building, we really need to focus. We need to focus on three issues. One is governance, not just government. And this needs civil society, because civil society is very good at holding people accountable to governance issues. We also need the technical people who basically, by and large, manage infrastructure and platforms. And we need the innovators who basically identify and exploit the opportunities. They answer the question, what's in it for me, or what's in it for society? I also believe that we need safe reporting and discussion spaces, both domestically and internationally, that minimize the weaponization of interdependence and try to minimize the negative impacts of geopolitics, which is a reality of life, unfortunately. Across the global south and Africa in particular, again, our decision makers need to gain a better insight into the issues, the problems and opportunities, and specifically what is it that we need to ask for. In terms of issues such as funding, I think there's a need for funding to ensure constant or consistent participation. And as of now, this is not a priority for many across the global south. There is also a need, especially within jurisdictions, to spread implementation, especially capacity building to avoid single points of institutional failure. We've seen spats between foreign affairs, the IT groups within government, and of course national security. We need to be able to harmonize these relationships a bit better. And I think most importantly, especially in Africa, we do need to develop our own cyber-related philosophies, principles, and ethics upon which our policy strategies and implementation frameworks will be based. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah Kim. Anastasia, and try to be brief, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. I strongly agree with Abdul what he just said, and ethics is really interesting direction to explore further. So speaking about different areas where we see we could contribute as a non-state actor, private sector, industry and representative, and IGF is of course one of the such areas. It's not only the UN or WG, that are different multi-stakeholder initiatives, regional organizations where we could contribute. But talking about the OWG, these are indeed challenges for different non-state actors to contribute, and we've been among the non-state actors who applied for accreditation, and we haven't been given the accreditation, but nonetheless we do see a lot of openness coming from the chair to engage meaningfully stakeholders, and it's really great. We look forward to the upcoming informal session as well. From our side, we do strongly also call for more thematic processes and for clear governance, as Abdul has mentioned. For sure, not all stakeholders contribute on all the aspects that the diplomats are discussing, and particularly from us, we definitely have legal expertise to contribute on issues related to international law and implementation of all the normative framework. But nonetheless, we do see the areas where we could support governments, where we could support in the governmental discussions, academia, other communities, and those areas for us include the implementation of some of the norms, particularly including the supply chain integrity, responsible reporting of vulnerabilities, confidence building measures in this regard, and of course capacity building. So I think clear governance, clear processes would definitely be so much helpful to manage clearly expectations and thus maybe to bring more efficiency and effectiveness to this process. Thank you.
Thanks, Anastasia. And I'll just stress there, I think Peggy made this point, and I think Abdullah Hakim also emphasized that. I think we have to build a common understanding of the value of engagement with non-state actors. I think we use the concept multi-stakeholder sometimes delinked from the very specific value that it can add to specific processes, and I think we need to avoid that. So let's take a round of questions, and then the panel will make their final comments. I will give to that gentleman there who's been so impatient he even sent me a note. Please introduce yourself and be brief.
Yes, my name is Peter Lipsky. I work in telecommunications. I'll be very brief. Questions to the moderators and the organizers of the panel. What was the rationale behind you inviting to represent a private sector corporation which has been deemed a major cybersecurity threat by jurisdictions started with the FCC in the United States, the European Parliament and major Western European government? And the second related question is why you didn't make a disclosure and a reference to it when you introduced that company?
I'll respond to that. I assume you referring to the person working for Kaspersky. The IGF is a space where, and that's one of the strengths of the IGF, that participants here are not representatives of their governments. They're not members of national delegations. They come from different stakeholder groups, but they are here as individuals. And that doesn't mean that the IGF is completely separate from current national and political processes, but participants speak as individuals.
Not the government, the company.
I'm talking about individuals also do not represent their companies. They're here as individuals with expertise from a particular stakeholder group. Can we have that hand over there?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Jimson Olufuye, Africa ICT Alliance. Just a few comments. Number one, this is to allude to what David said, that cybersecurity is highly intertwined with internet penetration. UNECA had come up with a report on cybersecurity for development in the fourth industrial revolution, and that indicated clearly that cybersecurity has correlation with internet penetration. In Africa, it's about 66%, in Latin America, about 60%, in Asia, where it represents about 82%. Secondly, to Abdul emphasized the issue of people. Really, the people need to be aware because they are the weakest point. So this to canvas for more resources from all stakeholders committed to enlightenment, awareness creation, and then maybe apps that can provide tips on the cybersecurity measures, hygiene they need to take. And that apps can also collect information about hacks that they have observed. So that will help us to generate statistics concerning that. Then lastly, UNECA also launched a guideline yesterday, guideline on cybersecurity model law. I think this will help to provide a framework for those that are still considering coming up with their own cybersecurity framework and law, and those that do already have it, it can be as a template for review mechanism they may commission. But lastly, very strongly in that report is the emphasis of cyber management, cybersecurity management. So management as with regard to compliance, with regard to what needs to be done. So just to provide that input, thank you.
Thanks, Jimson. And I'm going to come back to that question of implementation and management at the end. We also have some questions online, so can we just take them before we come to you, please?
I think we already touched upon the issues that were raised here online on financial resources, how is it doable to implement also what is needed for capacity building, and the other issue was on getting also social media companies such as Facebook involved, but then again we are having this discussion on multi-stakeholder approaches and so on, and this shows how important it is to get everyone at the table to discuss this issue. So no specific question, I think, that was not touched upon during the inputs, I think.
Thank you.
Hello?
Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Hello?
No, we
Hello?
have someone in the room now.
No, actually,
my hand is up. My hand is up. Hello? Could I go on?
Sorry, but actually, because it's a little bit confusing with this virtual thing and so on, I really ask all the people in the chat to type the questions in the chat and not to switch on the micro and the camera, because otherwise it's a little bit confusing. So this is also what I already indicated in the chat to all participants in the chat or in Zoom. Please type your questions there.
Thanks a lot, Suki. The gentleman over there.
Hi, my name is Michael Rothert from the Association of the Internet Industry in Germany. I just want to make a remark. All the processes which were mentioned here, I guess, will have little success as long as governments prevent updates for reasons of surveillance and law enforcement and so on and so forth. And I think this is something we should go in first. And secondly, the industry should be forced to deliver higher quality in their software products. And then we can come with the processes, and I think life could be much easier.
I think that's a very, very good point. And I think it touches on that relationship between, Abdul talked about, Abdul, if I remember correctly, governance, technical innovation. And I think governments have a role in holding companies accountable to ensuring that those high standards are maintained. So thanks for that intervention. I think you'll be the last speaker. And okay, hang on, let's see, 1, 2, 3, and then we'll go back to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Talan Sultanov, Internet Society Kyrgyzstan chapter. I wanted to bring up 2 points in regards to capacity building of civil society. First is if we want to reach out to civil society in developing countries, we should be using the language the people understand in rural areas through the channels that they usually participate. So in Kyrgyzstan, we've been using traditional storytellers to explain cybersecurity issues in very simple terms, in an entertaining way. So that has been very effective. And second point is the gender aspects, especially for developing countries too. We have set up a help desk for citizens, and we wanted to make it a gender balance so that women and girls can feel more safe approaching it. And when we announced the job, we put a little line, women are encouraged to apply. And the person who got the job, she said that she would have never applied for this job if there was no little line, but played a very important role. So I think for developing countries, these gender aspects are also very important. Thank you.
Thanks for mentioning that. And we don't get participation or inclusion if we are not deliberately creating the spaces for it. And this gentleman over here.
Thank you. My name is Mohamed Malouti. I come from Tunisia. So first of all, I would like to thank you for this very helpful and interesting panel on cybersecurity. But my question is maybe for all the panelists, since we are in the 17th Annual Internet Governance Forum, which is held in an African country, and since the latest cybersecurity experts report say that the African region is the most infected and the most, let's say, CDN infected region in terms of cybersecurity and cybercrime. So my question is, what can IGF or UN IGF do for the African region in terms of cybercrime defending mechanisms or architectures or maybe frameworks or something like that? Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think you've already had the floor, so I'm not going to give it to you again because we're running out of time. That gentleman over there.
Okay, thank you. I'm Vladimir Sonadze from Georgia country. I represent the University of Georgia. And thank you for panelists for interesting presentation and interesting topic. It is no question, it is only my comment as a representative of academia sector. Awareness process, education process and research process is very important for cybersecurity, as we know, and it is involved in national strategies and policies also. And academia can and academia has a very important role for this, some awareness process, education, and how is research process. And we don't forget about academia as one of the important stakeholders, because academia can give some very qualified specialists, some research process and technology and technical issues. Oh, thank you.
Thanks for pointing that out. It's absolutely vital to have academic institutions and individual researchers involved in this process, not just at the level of training cybersecurity experts, but also at developing solutions for tracking attacks, tracing the sources of attacks. In fact, I think some of the greatest breakthroughs in trying to source where cyber attacks come from has come from the academic sector. So we now have to close. I think Abdullah Kim, if you can answer that question specifically from the gentleman from Tunisia on Africa and what global institutions and processes like the IGF can do. And then I think the other panelists, you can decide which questions you want to respond to. But I'd like you to close with reflection on implementation. I think we agree we need a holistic approach. We've agreed that we do need states to take responsibility, but they need to collaborate and it needs to be participated. I think there's consensus that human-centric concerns and concerns of human rights and transparency and governance have to be part of the cyber security process. So I'd like you to end just with one concrete proposal that you have for us to take this process forward. We'll start with you, Peggy.
Takes a minute. There we go. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for the conversation today, Anrita, for putting up with some unruly panelists here. Look, the questions were good, and I want to compliment the gentleman who raised the issues about how we talk about these questions at a local level and having to tailor our solutions to the people who are in need, and particularly bringing in the gender aspect, which frankly had been lacking from the conversation, and I'm very glad that you've referenced it. I also appreciate the question about what we expect from social media companies and the company's role within this. Our language on that usually relates to the importance of them applying the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, which really do require them to take an approach that conducts human rights due diligence. By that we mean that they have to look at all their activities and assess how they could have an adverse impact on human rights. And then once they figure that out, they have to take steps to prevent and mitigate those risks. So they do, and all the major social media companies have said that they want to tailor their practices to comply with UN guiding principles and to respect human rights in that way. Governments, of course, also have an obligation under the guiding principles to regulate companies to ensure that they fulfill those responsibilities as well. So that's sort of how that circle can be closed and the companies can be brought in more effectively from our perspective. I was also glad to hear about the point about academia. I think it is a very important contributor to these conversations. And again, it does bring us back to that participation question and what it means. One of the things I wanted to mention is I brought up the point earlier about how we have seen that unfortunately some of the efforts that are taken by states to address cybercrime or cybersecurity issues end up having, either intentionally or not, an impact that has discouraged or even sanctioned people who want to engage in some of these activities. So cyber researchers have been affected by some of these laws, as have human rights defenders and journalists. So we really need to be very careful that trans crime transnational crime and cybersecurity and cybercrime related regulation does not have those adverse impacts on exactly those people we want to participate. And so you asked us for one concrete outcome. I guess that could be mine, but basically the bottom line is we need to really invest in participation. It won't just happen on its own. We need to take everything that's been said here and make sure that we provide the access and then the opportunity, as well as sort of the resources and training and commitment necessary to make it happen through the capacity building we've talked about. Thank you.
Thanks, Peggy. Anastasia, I'm going to go to you next.
Thank you very much. I would probably also conclude on the similar note and would also say that it's really important to further provide the opportunities for different multi-stakeholders to contribute where would they feel they have the expertise to contribute, to bring more efficiency and effectiveness with the various knowledge and skills, because obviously, as mentioned, ensuring cybersecurity and dealing with the multifaceted issues in the cyberspace is hardly be imagined that one stakeholder or one government will be able to deal with completely, and still we are using the technology that are largely globally produced, globally consumed, and globally distributed. Therefore, the phrase that we also see coming from the ICT, so technology also have a global nature, supranational nature. So it's really inevitable to continue calling for a greater cooperation between relevant stakeholders. Thank you.
Thanks, Anastasia. David.
Thanks very much, Henrietta. I echo the view from Peggy that this has been a great session. I want to end off picking up on your question about implementation and on one of the themes that many of the speakers have talked about, implementation and people. I think the question arises, I love the stories and that the gentleman from Kyrgyzstan shared. And I totally agree that we need to speak to people in a language and in a manner which they are used to. And the gentleman from the African Security Alliance saying that there is a need to raise awareness and suggestion of putting tips, for example, on cybersecurity in apps. I would say that the common theme for all of this is that people are the weakest link, and we need to raise awareness. I want to share my perspective, and that is that, yes, awareness is one step in this path. We've done that in Singapore, but our realization is that awareness does not necessarily translate to adoption. So when we first started, we thought that people don't know that there is a threat, cyberspace, etc. So we put in a lot of efforts to raise awareness. Now our surveys show that people are aware that there are these threats. Then we ask the next question, and what have you done about it? And then sadly, we've realized that they haven't done very much about it. So there's a gap between awareness, which has come to be a very high level, and adoption. So just something that I wanted to share. Now, why is there a gap between awareness and adoption? And I think this goes to Pilar's point, that actually there is a lack of understanding. People don't understand the technology. They don't understand the threat, that the potential threat that the technology can serve. Can have on them. They don't know what the technology does, and they don't know what the implications are on themselves, on their privacy, on their rights, or on their own security. So I think this is the challenge. And I think we therefore need to do something along these lines. I think the gentleman from Germany who said that perhaps government should force industry to deliver better products might be on the right path. I think ultimately we need to make the adoption of digitalization, digital technologies, much more easy, and the onboard security of this to be automatically included, so that, as I've said, it becomes instinctive, intuitive, etc., not as an optional extra. I think this is a challenge that we're facing. So perhaps if you want me to end off on something as an actionable, the realization is that perhaps there's market failure in this. We want the digital products, we want opportunities for digitalization, all this great technology, but we're not getting it delivered in a manner that's safe and secure. So perhaps we need governments, civil society, academia, all the stakeholders to come together to raise the awareness of people, that they understand actually the opportunities that technology provides us, but also the potential threats. And then when you realize that there are these threats to our privacy, our human rights, as well as our security, then we can collectively pressure the people who deliver these products to us to then deliver them to us in a safe and secure manner. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Very, very useful input. Pilar.
Muy breve porque estoy en el aeropuerto a punto de tomar un avión, pero creo que hay un punto importante que hablaban antes que tiene que ver con el hecho de que la ciberseguridad, bueno, y de hecho la inseguridad más bien no afecta a todas las personas de la misma forma. Y por tanto, sí hay riesgos digitales que están concentrados en personas vulnerables o en mujeres. Y trabajar también en pos de que las normas que vayamos a construir, las discusiones que tengamos, tengan en cuenta estas diferencias es importante. Y creo que en esto, tanto sociedad civil como academia han contribuido con investigaciones y con información al respecto, pero de nuevo necesitamos que quienes están encargados de las entidades de ciberseguridad localmente y globalmente también faciliten estadísticas en este sentido. Y finalmente algo que ya había mencionado Pequi, que tiene que ver con la vigilancia. Todas las tecnologías de vigilancia en este momento no tienen una regulación plena y tenemos problemas con la implementación de vigilancia en muchos países donde no hay suficiente capacidad para control y seguimiento de lo que está pasando con estos mecanismos de vigilancia, y eso se presta grandemente para abusos. Y esta pues es otra de las conversaciones que tenemos pendientes y que pues, sé que se va a seguir trabajando en ello en instancias internacionales, pero también necesitamos que sean en instancias locales.
Thank you very much, Pilar. Abdulhakim, you have the last word, which I know you like and you are good at it.
Thank you very much. To the question, what can the IGF and the international community do for Africa? I don't have an answer, but what I would ask is what can Africa do? Number one, Africa needs to build a sustainable micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises cybersecurity ecosystem. Markets and Markets projects that the African cybersecurity market next year, between 2023 and 2025, will hit anywhere between $3.6 and $4.5 billion. William McCanty in Nairobi estimates that over the next 10 years, the African cybersecurity market, Africa alone, will be valued at anywhere between 15 and 30 billion. So what percentage of that market will be for Tunisia? And indeed, for the Africans in the hall here today, what percentage of that market will be yours? Can we make cybersecurity a societal profit center, not simply a cost center? We're going to have to spend the money on solutions anyway. So is cybersecurity going to be a foreign exchange gain, or is it going to be a foreign exchange drain? It is an opportunity, in my opinion, for job creation, wealth generation, and as a byproduct, government will get revenue generation through taxes. We do need to look at the cybersecurity value chains because I believe very strongly that we need to out-recruit the bad actors. ISC Squared carries out an annual cybersecurity workforce study, and their 2022, this year, study indicates that there's a worldwide gap of 3.4 million cybersecurity workers. Where there is opportunity, where there is shortage rather, there is opportunity. We have young Africans, especially from sub-Saharan Africa, dying crossing the desert, dying crossing the Mediterranean, and then becoming second-class citizens in their destination countries. Why can we not empower them not only to become a respected diaspora that sends home remittances, but more importantly, can we empower them so that they can work from home and earn dollars and euros while spending kwachas and shillings and naira and cedis, as the case may be? And finally, I think that whatever we are doing, we must always factor the underserved, the unserved, and the unborn, because they must live in the future with the decisions that we make today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Abdullah Kim, and thank you to all the people in the audience. I see one of our participants, Amir Hossein, is also saying, can we use the Global Digital Compact, the upcoming UN process, to find a way of establishing principles and consensus on this holistic approach to cybersecurity. So I just want to emphasize a few things, because I think the panelists made really good points. But I think the point about we will not get inclusion if we don't design for it. We won't have participative processes if we don't approach it deliberately. I think David's point about awareness is not enough. We need to go from awareness to adoption. And then I think the point about understanding, a multi-stakeholder approach, a collaborative approach, still involves specific roles for specific stakeholders in that ecosystem, but it also involves us understanding one another's different roles and collaborating. And then I think finally, the issue of ownership, cybersecurity and safety, is something that every individual and every user on the internet is entitled to, and should become part of through our own practice. I think just relying on others to create it for us will not work. And then we have to ultimately link it to transparency, to good governance, and to respect for information and communications and human rights. A system that is secure through authoritarian means is not one that is secure in a sustainable way. So thanks so much to Suki and to Iombonana and other MAG members and for organizing this session, and to all the panelists and all the participants.
Everyone should take it when add it to the report. Read it, look.
Giving floor to invite terrorists to such groups. That woman is a cyber terrorist, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Anybody who works for Kaspersky is a cyber terrorist, as deemed by the FCC, by national governments or in the European and so on. You shake hands. You shake head because you don't agree with me, or you think that the facts that I mentioned are untrue?
No, there are lots of. I mean, in fact, she wasn't going to be on the panel.
But she was on the panel, and you didn't disclose it to the people, you know.
Yes, of course, after everything.
You just nullified the whole. Otherwise, the first thing my hands are.
Thank you so much. Okay, are you from Korea?
No, from Germany.
Germany. Okay. You see, you need to get the people so you can.
Teste. Teste.
should start. So once again, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session entitled The Role of Parliaments in Addressing Cyber Threats. Today is a very special day because this is a kind of a culmination of a very long effort of work with parliamentarians and engaging them in the IGF. And it is my utmost pleasure to be the moderator for today's discussion. My name is Teresa Horeisova. I work for the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise. Before we get into the session, I would just like to say a few words on the modus operandi. As you might have observed, the session is being interpreted in all UN languages, which is also an invitation to our dear speakers to bear that in mind and, and speak slowly. We have 1 hour and 10 minutes approximately left, and this is a session that will be a little bit different than the previous parliamentary sessions, because what we are planning to do is to really have a genuine dialogue on the issues that are at stake. Before we get started with this dialogue, I would like to first of all thank all the organizers of the parliamentary track, who we will hear from in their welcoming remarks at this moment. As a first speaker, we have Lee Yun-hua, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs at the United Nations, who will greet us via a video message. Dear colleagues at the tech team, would you kindly play the message? Thank you.
Honorable members of the Parliament, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. The Internet has been advancing rapidly, but from the regulatory perspective, we are lagging behind. Parliaments have an important role to play in ensuring a safe, open, secure, and united Internet for all. So I'm very grateful for your engagement here today at the 17th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. Dear participants, one of the issues under review is cybersecurity. Cyberspace has never been more at risk. Ransomware, infodemics, cyber attacks, cyberbullying, and other harms are on the rise. Global user platforms, critical infrastructure, and supply chains are targeted, often with devastating and massive consequences. These affect the people and institutions globally. They directly impact global order, peace, and prosperity. At the same time, we are witnessing a positive contributions of digital technologies, transforming lives and livelihoods for sustainable development. This duality of the Internet calls for a world to act together. We must work together to ensure safer and more secure Internet services and make the digital connectivity accessible and affordable for everyone everywhere. Legislators have a critical and important role to play in this regard. Your work helps to safeguard the Internet through the regulation and standardization. You are helping to shape the guardrails that guide us along the path to resilience. I'm glad to see that the many parliaments are represented at the IGF here in Addis Ababa. It is a shining example of a multi-stakeholder model that brings all disciplines together to discuss the ways forward and make informed decisions. I salute your commitment to this multi-stakeholder approach. And then I encourage you to continue engaging in global multi-stakeholder dialogue, including through the IGF and the other UN processes, as well as through national and the regional IGFs. In closing, I wish to thank the Interparliamentary Union and the Parliament of our host country, Ethiopia, for cooperating with the UN DESA in hosting the parliamentary track. I look forward to the outcomes of your discussions. I thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, no, it's okay. Thank you. It gives me pleasure to be with you today. And let me start by thanking my colleague, the Undersecretary General, who has just spoken before me, for the strong cooperation that we enjoy with UNDESA, especially in the context of the Internet Governance Forum. The parliamentary track at this forum this year is focusing, and rightly so, on addressing cyber threats. It comes at a time when our international system of governance is under pressure. And this is evident from the IPU's perspective in what we do day to day in contributing to seeking peaceful solution to resolution to conflicts around the world. And just to name a few, you have Ukraine, Yemen, Libya, Venezuela, Mali. These are some of the countries where we are involved, and we are trying to use the tools of parliamentary diplomacy to try to facilitate dialogue and political solutions. And so I believe it is appropriate that this forum takes up the issue of cyber threats as one of the causes of instability in our digitally connected world. It is clear that we need a higher level of awareness at the political level of the threats that exist and coordinated action to counter them. We need to make good use of the international instruments that have been developed, such as the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime and the Malabo Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection. The IPU is making an active contribution to the discussion on a comprehensive international convention on countering the use of ICT for criminal purposes. On 6th December, we will hold an online discussion to hear the views of parliamentarians from around the world as part of our role to provide a parliamentary voice to this UN process. We are keen to ensure that this instrument is grounded in human rights principles. I would like to note that the title of the IPU event on 6th December is Creating a Safe Cyberspace for Democracy, because this is truly what is at stake, whether we are able to have a cyberspace in which democracy can flourish and international governance can be strengthened. Meanwhile, the IPU's Committee on Peace and International Security is preparing a resolution that will express the position of the international parliamentary community on the new risks to global security that represent cyber attacks and cyber crimes. I acknowledge the participation in the parliamentary track at this IGF of one of the rapporteurs of that resolution, Mr. Jose Cepeda of Spain. He will certainly want to make the connections with the discussions taking place this week. I want to believe that the conclusions from today's roundtable and the 3 sessions of the parliamentary track that have already taken place will form another step in the process of building the political will to take action to address cyber threats and create a safe internet for everyone. I thank you, and I'm looking forward to the conclusions of your deliberations.
Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for those kind and encouraging words. Thank you. Now, let me invite in person, very valued guest, Mr. Tagese Shafo, the Speaker of the House of the People's Representation here in Ethiopia. Please join us here on the stage.
Let me express regrets of the Speaker of the House of People's Representatives. He couldn't be here. So I am representing him. I am a member of Parliament and I chair the Foreign Relations and Peace Affairs Standing Committee of the Federal Parliament. Thank you very much. Well, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the House of People's Representatives of Ethiopia, I would like to welcome you all to Ethiopia and the parliamentary track of the IGF 2022. Let me take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to all of you who have come to Ethiopia to participate in the IGF 2022. And I thank the organizers and of the IGF and the parliamentary track in particular for their efforts to make this meeting convened successfully. I'm very glad to acknowledge the presence of parliamentarians and other high-level participants and delegates, as well as participants representing various institutions. Dear participants, allow me to begin my remarks by indicating the role of parliaments in the digital space. As technology is changing fast, the legal and regulatory framework also needs to cope up. As a result, parliaments are places where legislation, including those of the internet and the digital space, are developed, and parliamentarians are important players in the debate about internet governance and digital policy. I'm pleased that the IGF is a place for parliamentarians to engage with other stakeholders and exchange knowledge and best practices and pressing issues pertaining to the use, evolution, governance of the internet and digital technologies. The objective of today's meeting is strengthening the role of parliaments in the dialogue in internet governance, particularly through expanding the set of intersessional activities dedicated to fostering interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation on key digital policy issues, activities dedicated to fostering interparliamentary dialogue and cooperation. As you all are aware, the internet offers an opportunity to keep growth and ensure that every citizen benefits from a more prosperous future. Ethiopia has made great strides towards developing a digital economy, but it has yet to fully tap into its digital potential and use the internet to build a more prosperous society. We believe our country needs urgent, bold, and coordinated action to harvest the benefits and ensure digital transformation. Yet leveraging internet and other digital technologies demands a new mindset and leadership style from lawmakers. As there are opportunities, there are also challenges. Since and the safety of the internet and the role of governments is, of course, of concern. There is a clear governmental obligation to ensure that the digital space is a safe place as more people live their lives online. This requires political leadership to take on challenges of the era. Allow me to use this opportunity to highlight some of the Ethiopian government's initiatives in relation to this concern. Our parliament encourages the government to invest in research and development of future and emerging technologies, as well as create an enabling environment for entrepreneurs. The Parliament of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia has been addressing issues like consumer protection, content policy, data security, privacy, and other areas of concern in recent years. Among the legal frameworks we have so far implemented are those that address cybercrime, regulating hate speech, electronic transactions, and so forth. In our proclamations, efforts are made to maintain balance between fundamental human rights, such as privacy and the right to freedom of expression and access to information, while also taking into account other important values such as consumer protection, innovation, and business freedom. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I wish you a successful on-site and virtual meeting. The Parliament of the Federal Democratic of Ethiopia remains committed to ensure that the internet and the broader digital space remain open and at the same time safe and secure, and reaffirm that the resolution to digital policy challenges need to be human-centric and have users at their core. We wish you all the best during these deliberations, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us the words of the Speaker of the Ethiopian Parliament. It's very appreciated. So I would like now to continue with the discussion that we have with a very excellent panel here that actually also demonstrates the kind of multi-stakeholder dimension of the work that has been happening throughout the parliamentary track here at the IGF. Because we do have some members of the parliament with us, and we also have other stakeholders with us. So if you allow me, I would take it from the farthest speaker here, which is Mr. Edmond Chung, member of the ICANN board and the CEO of .Asia. I also have with me here and other panelists, Mr. Samuel George, member of the parliament in Ghana. Welcome. Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula Natri is the member of the European Parliament. I follow here with Carlos Sebastian Garcia, member of the Parliament of Paraguay. And last but not least, Mr. Jimson Olufie from the Africa ICT Alliance based in Abuja. Welcome. There are a few questions that I would like to discuss with you and hear your inputs. All of them relate to the IGF or related issues and the role of the national parliaments, especially in addressing cyber threats. The first question I would like to ask you is, what roles do you think parliaments can or should play in addressing cyber threats and fostering strengthened multi-stakeholder cooperation at national, regional, and international level? So we do not have this prepared too much, so it really should be a conversation. So I would like to ask you who would like to start. Jimson, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Teresa. And greetings, everyone, colleagues. It's really a great pleasure to be here. I think the first thing to do is to define what is cyber threat. Cyber threat is characterized with adversaries that have potential of inflicting pain or losses on us. Could be financial or it could be reputational losses. So they have capability, they have intent and opportunity, and we need to watch out for them. So this discussion is very, very important. In terms of the parliamentary importance in this regard, because of self-interest, I think parliaments need to take this very seriously. In Nigeria, democracy has been flourishing for quite a while now, and we from the private sector, we want it to continue to succeed. And I believe for many other parliamentarians and other countries. So it's very important, just like the Secretary of IPC, International Interparliamentary Union mentioned, democracy needs to be sustained, and cyberspace is a challenge because of fake news, because of infiltration to our data system, and all sort of misinformation. The parliament, of course, like in Nigeria, we have various committees. They are responsible for appropriation of budget. So if we don't take care of the threat issue, it will affect the bottom line. Okay, so that's why the ICT committee, the cybersecurity committee, the finance committee need to take proactive roles in engaging private sector, engaging all stakeholders. And what do we need to do? So laws is very important. And if you come up with cybersecurity law that enables, compliance, oversight, that will go a long way. I think it was yesterday, UNECA launched the model law of cybersecurity for African countries. That will help a lot. So we can check it up. You can check it with existing cybersecurity law and see improvement we need to do. And even Interpol said that we lose 10% of our GDP to cybercrime.
Which is a very, very huge number.
Yeah, so that's why we need to take a look at the law to ensure that we reduce our losses. In fact, there was another study that showed that if we take cybersecurity seriously, about 0.66 to 5.4% increase in GDP will result when we improve on our cybersecurity maturity. So there is a relation between cybersecurity maturity and development. So these are very clear indices to let us know, parliamentarians, that we need to take this threat very seriously.
Thank you very much. That was useful, especially hearing from you as different stakeholder, that let's say member of the parliament. Sebastian, do you have any reflections on this one, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts, and thank you to the organizers for having us here today. In the first place, from a parliamentary point of view, it's important that members of parliament learn what cyber threats are. Bringing it from a technical point of view to a political and maybe a more humane point of view, meaning that it has to, we have to understand implications from a sovereignty point of view, from a defense point of view, to a citizen daily life point of view, and understand what the possible consequences are. And from that point on, open spaces for conversations to try to be proactively anticipate to things that could happen. We have a big challenge, which is bringing issues concerning cyber threats, cybersecurity to a mainstream political debate, considering it is currently seen as something more likely technical. So bringing it to the political debate would be really helpful to enrich and to give it the proper support it needs, also from a budget point of view.
Which is a relevant point to mention as well. Mia Petra, would you like to reflect as well?
Thank you. Representing European Parliament here, it means that we do legislate, give budgets also on the level of the 27 countries, whereas there are also 27 national legislation. But then understanding cyberspace is something that doesn't respect that much national borders. We feel a kind of proudness that having a little bit bigger shoulders also when it comes to the difficult legislation. The one we are doing now is also on the equipment cybersecurity requirements. And I hope once there is a one market of 440 million people, almost 1/5 of the global markets, then can spread when the companies are providing better equipment with the better cybersecurity. But then also I think the role for the parliaments and multi-stakeholder is to look your society. We are responsible of the safe society, and it doesn't matter if it's safety also only offline, if your online world is threatened. It doesn't really make difference if your water or energy is bombed down like it happens in Ukraine, or if there is cyber attacks from Russia to cut off the electricity. So this kind of security has to be understood also to prevent and be resilient for the risk of the society. And I very much agree with the colleague from Paraguay that it's not enough if it's engineers who happen to be members of the parliament. Like we talked with the many that we happen to be engineers. We want the people on the educational committee, people on the health committee, people on the national security committee have this readiness not to be the engineer, but to be aware that without digitalization there is no development, but the digitalization brings along this cyber life, which also needs to be safe. Otherwise we pay too much.
Thank you very much, Mia Petra. That was certainly appealing. Samuel, a few reflections on that, maybe?
Well, let me say thank you to the organizers of this session and to my co-panelists. I think that the points that have been made are very succinct. As members of parliament, we have a responsibility to our constituents. We have direct contact with the citizens as we represent them in parliament. And like Mia Petra said, we have a responsibility to keep them safe, not just offline, but online. How we can do this is by using laws and passing legislations that will institutionalize the fight against cybersecurity. It's high time, if there's any country right now that doesn't have a cybersecurity authority, then you are sleeping, and we'll urge you to wake up. Ghana did same in 2020 when we passed Act 1038, the Cybersecurity Act of Ghana, which basically set up a cybersecurity authority and did not just put it under the Ministry of ICT and Communications, but also made the head of the Cybersecurity Authority and the minister part of the joint national security architecture. So it's no longer just a Ministry of Communication issue, but it's also viewed as a national security issue, and that gives more prominence to cybersecurity. Another thing we need to do is, because cyber threats and attacks are not bordered, they're borderless. They come across. You need to work with other key stakeholders across the spectrum. There's several key stakeholders who we need to engage with from time to time. And then we also need to pass the international protocols, which then enable us. So the Budapest Convention, sadly the Malabo Convention, which has been signed by almost all African countries, but we have only 14 of us who have ratified it. That's a problem, and so the Malabo Convention, 8 years old, has not yet been triggered because we still need one more country. Maybe we should use this platform to urge all African parliaments to go ahead and sign and ratify the Malabo Convention so we can trigger it. And you don't have to ratify the whole convention. You can ratify with reservations if there are portions of the convention that you're not comfortable with. But these are all conventions that were signed up by our presidents, and so they should be comfortable with it, and let's get parliaments to improve it. The last thing I want to say is that as parliamentarians, I think as part of even our town hall engagements, we must begin to teach cyber hygiene to our citizens. Africa is beginning to increase its cyber footprint with a lot of e-services that government is offering, and we're asking our citizens to go online, but many of us don't even have data protection laws in place to protect them. We've not done cyber hygiene awareness campaigns as governments, and so it's important that as members of parliament and as parliament as a body, we begin to prioritize the issues of cyber hygiene awareness amongst our citizens.
Samuel, thank you very much. Let's stick a little bit longer with the roles and responsibilities, but also mention the responsibilities of other stakeholders. Yes, it was actually quite reassuring to hear you, members of the parliament, express the responsibilities you feel that you have. But Edmond, what about other stakeholders, if I may ask you for your opinion?
Right. Thank you, first of all, for having me. Very excited to hear parliamentarians willing to participate in this discussion. I think rather than other roles, sometimes you obviously institutions like ICANN or IETF, they don't create laws, right? I mean, obviously, parliamentarians do, but they don't develop and operate the internet. So there are many roles that different stakeholders need to play in the internet governance community. And one of the things that I think is very important for internet is that really trust is the thing that binds the internet and gives us the one internet. And when we do something like, digital sovereignty, for example, is a very, a big concern for many governments. But if you apply that, if you try to apply that down to a technical layer, then there might be threats. In fact, it creates threats. When you try to introduce incompatible protocols or standards, when you try to replace multi-stakeholder model operational protocols with legislation, then you actually create a problem and create a threat, and you breach a little bit, the trust. In the technical community, we often like to say that there's no protocol police, right? I mean, nobody enforces, but that's how the internet works. So I think one big part of it is how we work together. And allow me to tangent off a little bit here to talk about, there are certain threats, like a different type of threat online, such as the internet's own identifier system, the domain names and email addresses not being able to be used with native languages. Right now is still only English. And this is one of the threats that actually all the players, all the stakeholders can come together quite well. Governments can create procurement processes to get system integrators to implement multilingual domain names and email addresses. Parliaments can reinforce that with legislation that support the open and multi-stakeholder standards bodies. The technical industry, the civil society can adopt the standards roadmap, and I think these are some of these things can actually, really hopefully illustrate and how the different stakeholders can actually come together and build a better internet.
Edmund, thank you very much, especially for stressing also the role of the technical community. Now, Henriette, and I have to introduce Henriette Esterhuizen, who joined us a little bit later from the Association for Progressive Communications. But Henriette, you're quite well placed to share with us what you think is the roles and responsibilities of civil society in addressing cyber threats.
Thanks very much, Teresa. My apologies for being late, everyone. I think maybe just to take a small step backwards, because before lunch we had the main session on enabling safety and security online in the same room. I think one of the challenges we're dealing with now is that I think there's an understanding that we need a holistic approach to cybersecurity, but I also think we still have much to do in terms of defining the concept, as one of the participants in our session said, and what our respective roles are and how we can contribute. I think civil society has a really particular role in demystifying what the impacts of cybersecurity is and what the nature and the range of the threats are. The fact that many cybersecurity threats actually target not state institutions but individuals, small businesses, clinics, people that are delivering public services or social services at the community level. The other thing I think civil society can help reveal is that insecurity impacts different people differently. Gendered disinformation, for example, impacts people of different genders or different sexes differently. And I think, so that level of introducing evidence of the diversity of cybersecurity threats, the diversity of impacts that those threats have, certainly I think can inform cybersecurity debates. If we want to have a whole of society approach, I think civil society can also reveal some of the threats that come from cyber securing efforts, the threats of violating human rights, introducing efforts to establish security through surveillance, that don't respect fundamental human rights, that might put journalists or activists at level. I think we even heard from parliamentarians that in many multi-party democracies, opposition politicians are sometimes abused. Their privacy and confidence of their security is abused by surveillance, which is taking place under the guise of establishing cybersecurity. So I think that civil society ultimately can, and I think, collaborate with parliaments in ensuring accountability and oversight. I think so. I would say that evidence, impact, and oversight.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and also for the leadership that you personally and your organization has in this space, working with civil society. Any other reflections on the roles and responsibilities of other stakeholders? Jimson, please.
Yes, thank you, Teresa. From the private sector perspective, we all do know that at this point in time, we are collaborators, we work together with other stakeholders, such that private sector has invested so much into the infrastructure, e-commerce, at the technical layer. The private sector has put resources down, and as such, they have vested interest in ensuring that it remains secured and safe. In fact, the UNECA research I talked about earlier shows a strong correlation between cybersecurity and internet penetration. And so Parliament need to always see the private sector as stakeholders, as partners in improving the security maturity of the nation. We are partner in progress. Not only that, because we're talking about development, jobs. We provide the job. We are job creators. And that's why for any law they need to create, they have to consult with us. And we are ready to relate. We have a number of frameworks, but we also need to enact law that ensure that we are accountable, okay, so that we can comply with standards. Standard for audit, standard for cyber intelligence, because that is very important for national security. Especially like a country like Nigeria where election is coming up and there's all sorts of news going on. So there has to be some collaboration to ensure that mechanism for knocking out fake news, is put in place. So private sector is always ready to ensure that our national security, ensure that there is more businesses, to ensure that more jobs are created. Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing. Samuel, please go ahead.
Yes, I think a lot of my colleagues on the panel have spoken about the role of private sector, but we tend to look at parliament and say government, but then the different layers of government. And even when it comes to legislation, parliament can only be triggered when the executive takes the initiative because of the national security implications. Again, the threats in the cyber world are multi-layered and multifaceted. From the little kid sitting in the garage in his room and just running DNS attacks to state-sponsored attacks. And so private sector in itself is limited if the executive arms of our government do not begin to pay critical attention to putting in place the infrastructure, including computer emergency response teams, sectoral sets, in various aspects of national livelihood. And so it's extremely important that when we're talking about the multi-stakeholder approach, yes, Parliament is one, but the executive governments themselves, presidents, prime ministers have a responsibility to play in initiating and placing this front and center of national policy. Private sector will continue to do its part of engaging with us to make sure that the legislation that the executive brings to Parliament is reflective of, first and foremost, protection for the citizens. Because when you're talking about protection in the cyber world, there are two: protection of the state and protection from the state. Because the state has a responsibility to ensure that the cyber world is safe enough for its citizens, but then the role of private sector in the creation of legislation is to ensure that in giving the state the levers to protect the citizens, you also protect the citizens from the abuse of their privacy by the state. So that's where I see private sector linking in with the legislature as we work with the executive.
Thank you very much for those words. Sebastian.
Adding to what Samuel was mentioning, I would like to add the fact that there is a very important component in involving members of parliament, which is political support and actual political will. I understand that, okay, politicians again, and unfortunately sometimes it's not seen with the best of eyes, right? But it's the actual involvement of private sector, of civil society, and the actual involvement of universities, academy overall, which will make the difference in generating awareness of politicians and decision makers. So I think it's an important role to generate spaces in parliament committees, in open debates, and allow all the stakeholders to be part, because obviously there will be conflicts of interest in some aspects, but it's important to reach certain consensus. So I think those big conversations will contribute to bringing these issues, these cybersecurity, cyber threats issues, to mainstream political debate. And as we mentioned in the parliamentary session this morning, make it to the headlines. Because today, unfortunately, only after it happens, it makes it to the headlines. And after it happens, after a cyber threat happens, it can be too late. So that is when proactive dialogue, proactive debate can kind of change the scenario and give it a more positive perspective.
Yet the silos problem is still there, yes? Therefore, are there any kind of like international multi-stakeholder initiatives that could help in this regard, in addressing cyber threats? Who would like to? Okay, Jinson, please.
I can jump
Samuel,
in?
please. Okay.
Yeah. One of there are quite a number of international stakeholders that we can engage with. And I'm going to use Ghana as an example. We've used the Freedom Online Coalition as a critical stakeholder because, like I said earlier on, cyber threats are borderless. They're transnational, and they have no boundaries. And so working with the Freedom Online Coalition, what we've been able to do is we've been able to open up a free access to expression in Ghana, especially online. Again, we work with the Global Internet Forum to counter terrorism. That's another terror-based or terror-focused coalition that helps us to track movement, especially on the African continent, with the growing threats in the Sahel part of Africa and what threats it poses. So the GIFTAT initiative is one of the things that as a parliamentary body and as a country we're using to do cross-border tracking of cyber threats that happen. Again, the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise is another group that we work with closely because you look at the North, let's call it the Global North. They seem to have taken the lead in terms of putting in place the infrastructure and the mechanisms to protect themselves. There's no need for us in the Global South to reinvent the wheel when we can basically learn from the mistakes that they have made and work on the successes that they have chalked. So those are some of the initiatives that we use. I mean, they're the UN working groups and all that we're part of, and that opens us up to a lot of opportunities. The GLACI Plus project, again, under the Council of Europe, is another very critical tool that we have used to establish focal points and focal persons, especially for law enforcement, because previously it would be difficult for you to deal with big tech as a small country in Africa. But using the GLACI Plus project and focal point persons is easy for you to escalate issues on the other end of the world where threats arise against our citizens.
Thank you, Samuel, for sharing which initiatives have been useful for you in Ghana. Edmond, over to you, then we go to Jimson, then to Henriette.
Yeah, I mean, sitting here at IGF, of course, a very important part of a multi-stakeholder initiative is the IGF, but not just the IGF, all the national and regional IGF initiatives. And I think it's very important to reinforce them and strengthen them and have them be part of the national, regional, and global discussion on cyber threats and these type of issues. And that is a little bit on the, I think, a higher layer, if you will, but on a more technical layer, of course, the key multi-stakeholder institutions include like ICANN that I mentioned, that takes care of the domain names, the IP address, and the protocol parameters. And then the IETF, the Internet Engineering Task Force that deals with the the protocols that we use, but also the regional internet registries, here in Africa, around the different regions. I think those are very key ones. And, I think building on what Sam just mentioned, a couple of things. One is local legislation needs to really take care of protecting the end users on that level, but also to protect the global part of the internet. And on that layer, I think an important part that the parliamentarians can do is actually to reinforce these multi-stakeholder institutions that are globally developing the technical layer of the internet.
No, thank you very much for, again, stressing especially those from the technical side. We will go to Jimson now, please. Which ones have been most useful for you?
Thank you very much. I would say +1 to all that my colleagues have said. IGF, ICANN, Afrinic when it comes to Africa needs to be strengthened. IETF, we've not been playing much role there. Africa needs to be encouraged to be there. It costs a lot, okay, in terms of capacity, capability, and the financial resources. So you can encourage people to be there. But permit me, there is something Honorable mentioned, that I would like to respond to. Honorable, you say that the government, the executive, need to bring the bill. Okay, how about the private sector? We are not encouraging the private sector to bring the bill too. Anyway, in Nigeria, the
just to
private
clarify
sector,
that, maybe my Ghanaian bias, because in Ghana, private members' bills are prohibited if they have a financial implication. And so once there's a financial implication, it must come from government. So maybe I'm speaking from my limited Ghanaian parameter. But if your country allows private members' bills that have financial implications, then why not?
Oh yes, because in Nigeria, we have initiated a number of initiatives with IT, legislation, even forensics institute to be created, and they listen. We get members of parliament, they are interested in what we propose, and we have sitting in the round table, and they scale it up, and before you know it, the lower house, upper house pass it, and the executive too, they love it, so we get things moving, just to chip that in. Thank you.
No, but it's important you brought it up. Andreat.
Thanks, Teresa. I think the global processes, I won't repeat them. I think they're all very useful. They build capacity, they build relationships, they build cross-technical community, public policy, civil society, other stakeholders, parliamentarians. But I think at the national level, we are really lagging behind in having effective conversations that are not abstract about a collaborative approach to cybersecurity threats, but that are real and that involve transparency. And I think here the private sector can sometimes, you could have a cyber, and I've seen this happen, ransomware attacks, by the way, the most common threats that we face, attacking public infrastructure held by the government, public information infrastructure. Government doesn't know what to do. It brings in private sector security consultants. They help them fix the problem. And the public is none the wiser. That part of the piece, which is to disclose what the threats were, what the impacts were, to build capacity from the bottom up, to make citizens aware, companies aware, to make civil servants aware of how they need to change their practice to introduce more security across the whole system. That doesn't happen. And I think the private sector, and this is why parliaments are so important, because parliaments can facilitate this kind of transparency, this kind of information sharing. I think cyber resilience, we just have to remember that transparency is part of creating resilience against cybersecurity threats.
Thank you. Mia Petra, please.
Very general short remark here. I think that when we talk about the public discussions, then the parliament is the one. Of course, we could add here the journalists and then the news, and really echoing the colleagues from different parts of the world. It's too late to act when something serious has happened. So then also that when something is happening to someone else that normally should raise the concerns and then interest, so then it comes too. And then for the private sector, public sector doesn't provide the digital services that much themselves. It's most of the time with the private equipment, with the private companies, as is also the cybersecurity services. So they are interlinked, and just we need to be quite cool-headed sometimes what is technically feasible, So that also requires some knowledge that you don't easily get, okay, you cannot do it, that's too much. So then bring it to the part of the normal political discussion, and then the responsibilities. I liked very much the word demystifying it. So what is cyberspace, how to define it? It's the good life even when you are connected.
Thank you, Mark. Please, Sebastian, on this question.
Just
Thank you, Petra.
a quick remark. I don't know if this would be a proper multi-stakeholder initiative, but we had a very positive experience in Paraguay with working with the model law on electronic transferable records, which was proposed by the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law. Basically, it set the ground rules for digitalization, digital economy, digital citizenship. And it wouldn't have been possible if there wouldn't have been a conversation between legislative branch, executive branch. Still, I would say I would have preferred more political will to maybe speed up the implementation. We are having a similar approach with data protection regulation, which is based on the EU GDPR, which had support actually from the GDPR data authorities. But again, political will is slowing it down, and we are kind of altering the order of operations. We are passing one law before the other, but it's what the political context allows us to do. So I think these are two interesting initiatives. I heard African Union had a similar model law. Hope we could get something similar for maybe to adapt it to our context in maybe South America, Latin America.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. Now, let's bring it back home. Several of you have mentioned IGF as a very important, let's say, initiative platform. The parliamentary track has been amazing, yes, because before Berlin, we have not seen many of you and your colleagues around. And the fact that you consider it worthwhile to travel, often far away, such as your case, Sebastian, and for others, to the IGF, to spend the days here and engage, that's a good sign. Sorina, if I may kind of say, because Sorina Terano has been leading force also behind this, but one of the objectives was to sensitize members of the parliament more about the work of the IGF. And if we now turn it around a little bit, what can you, as members of parliament, bring to the IGF? Please, Samuel.
Well, I'll jump. Oh, let Mia Petra go. Ladies first.
Okay, ladies first. Mia Petra, please.
Yes. We are so much united in our, there's no like a fight in this panel, which I find one reason to come here, that you can reflect with the colleagues from Africa, South America, and really have the same need for protection of the citizens, to get citizens on board and they get the lives there. But maybe as a cyber threats, it's also good to learn what the others have experienced and then which kind of systems to build up to do that. And as I said, the European Union is already one level higher than the small single member states, as we have legislative power as a European Parliament also to act and do together. But still, Samuel mentioned here state-sponsored terrorism. Maybe parliamentarians find each other a little bit more easier or facilitate that one, because we know also a very good discussion. We had the youth IGF as members of European Parliament. Knowing that the talent is there, but it's very young age that people start looking whether they work for the good or they go for the bad. And that's also very, very important that we get those good talent people to build this globe for more common globe than building it for the threats, war, whether it's a cyber war or whether it's for the humanity. And having these very basic questions where our young people will go. And I very much, of course, appreciate the stakeholders, of course, business here, but then especially having the NGOs. Because if the NGOs doesn't have a call, if nobody is asking politicians, government, or business to please provide us something that is safe, that I can trust too. If there was a question from a colleague from Africa that can we trust the systems? I cannot legislate as a European to African countries, but you have to do it, but then we have to find a common ways as well, as we are using the same equipment, we are using a lot of same infrastructure for internet, and needs to be later too. So then let's be a globalized world and one common internet, but then also having ideas how to make our countries take the responsibilities.
Thank you very much. We will go to Samuel, then Andrea, please.
Yes, so I was just going to say that Berlin was the birth of a fantastic initiative at the IGF, the parliamentary track. Because you get to see a lot of civil society groups and private sector groups meet at various IGFs and have conversations. You get to see the high-level conversations with the executive governments, but then there is never a link between the high-level conversations with ministers and presidents and private society or private sector. The parliamentarians will act as that link, that bridge between those two tracks. And what Ethiopia has been a fantastic revelation for us. On the African continent, we realized that we needed to have a concerted effort, because one of the dangers of the IGF, let me quickly point out, is it could become very quickly a yearly talk shop for parliamentarians, where we gather once every year, have fantastic conversations, and wait till the next year. So on the African continent, we started a fantastic initiative called the African Parliamentary Network for Internet Governance, APNIG, which has brought about parliamentarians from different committees, not just ICT committees, various committees, education, health, social work, ICT, from government side to opposition sides, from 25 African countries. And basically what we do is we have a continuous engagement on the issues that were raised at the Africa IGF that are being raised here. During these IGF sessions, we've had a meeting with the members of the European Parliament led by Mia Petra, and seeing how we can exchange best practices. She spoke about original equipment manufacturers and the standards that are created largely in Europe and North America. We use this equipment, but we don't legislate here in Africa what the standards are. But this kind of cross-border or cross-group meetings helps us to learn best practices from them and also helps us to move forward. And then we can learn from each other's mistakes. I made a critical point about the Malabo Convention, and I'm going to stress on it again because it's important. We cannot, as an African continent, say that we're fighting cybersecurity and providing safety for our citizens if we are not putting in place the right legislations and framework. Because even when law enforcement decides to work on a criminal case, there are no legislations to help in the prosecution. And so please, to the African delegates in here, let us go back to our countries and let us make sure that we begin the conversations, put them front and center for the ratification of the Malabo Convention. Like I said in Ghana, on the Budapest Convention, we've ratified it, but we decided not to ratify the Convention on Xenophobia and Hate Speech because there were issues in there that were in conflict with our local laws. So we had reservations on that. So you can always ratify the convention with reservations. Kenya has done a different route where they have not ratified the conventions, but they've built their own digital roadmap based on the conventions. But failing to ratify the convention means the convention hasn't been triggered yet. So please, let's have that triggering of the Malabo Convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. One of the problems of having members of the parliament, you can speak in a very convincing way. So thank you for that. We will go to Andrea, and then, if I'm getting the sign correctly, Edmond.
Yes, and we need to ratify it so we can amend it, Honourable George. Yes. But absolutely agree with you. I want to reflect why I think and what I've learned from parliamentarians. Firstly, Honourable Sam George. A few months ago, I had a conversation with him about how we in civil society see cybersecurity and what is difficult for us when we talk to governments. And government just see cybersecurity as national security and often just as regime security. And we often use the language that cybersecurity is a national security. But I had a conversation with Honourable George, and it was so revealing to me, because it revealed to me that of course it is national security. It's not only national security, but if as civil society we don't embrace the fact that it is a national security concern, that governments, that parliaments, that other stakeholders are going to relate to it and actually should relate to it as national security, we won't proceed very deeply in our conversation with them. It's not only national security, but national security is part of it. Now, I learned that from talking to a parliamentarian. who's in this space. I think the other thing that we get from parliamentarians, I think we're all a little bit disillusioned with democracy sometimes. I think we have this multi-stakeholder approach that we have in the Internet Governance Forum that emerged from the World Summit on the Information Society, which is a little bit rigid. It talks about business, civil society, government, technical community, and there's a lot of nuance and a lot of specificity that's overlooked in that. All of those groups are diverse within themselves. And if we do not evolve and make our multi-stakeholder processes more subtle, more sophisticated, more targeted, and more inclusive, we're not actually going to reap the benefit from this inclusive approaches to civil society. And I think parliamentarians bring that to the table. They bring the complexity of multi-stakeholder, of multi-party democracy governance to the table, and they bring the diversity of different perspectives from different parts of the world who are not part of government, but who are close to government and who play an oversight role to the table. I find that extremely valuable.
And these are really great remarks, Henriette. Edmond, please.
Yeah, I just want to offer an observation, especially really excited to see the development of IGF and the parliamentarian track. One thing that I find really interesting is that I find a little bit of a parallel with the GAC at ICANN, the Government Advisory Committee at ICANN as it develops. A long time ago, GAC usually have all these closed sessions. So to this time, I was looking at the schedule, and we see all these closed sessions for parliamentarians. I'm not dismissing, I think closed sessions are necessary for a lot of open discussion. But I think one of the things that you were saying how to continue to going forward, it would be great to see more open sessions and see parliamentarians in action like we have here to talk about some of the pertinent issues on internet governance as well. So I think that's, and it's not just in the global level, also in the national and regional IGF activities. They should have, it would be great if parliamentarians would be willing to participate at that level. And that's where, as Sam has said, it's not just a talk shop. You can turn it into a multi-stakeholder discussion that can have results. And that relates to, I just want to touch on one thing. I think Henriette's point about resilience is very important. I think cyber security and threat, I think resilience is the #1 thing. It's much more about resilience than blocking things. It's how you keep it up and running. And resilience has a international level, a global level, there's a national level, and then I think Henriette's mentioned that at the content level, the people, the resilience of the people is really perhaps the most important thing. And that's also where the multi-stakeholder model with the parliamentarians can actually get the word out, I think.
No, thank you. I think you made some excellent suggestions there on how to get parliamentarians involved even more in the IGF itself, and maybe reconsider appeal here to open up these sessions a little bit more. Sebastian, please, yes, sorry, it was you, Jimson. Now, very short remarks now, if I may all ask you. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm from the private sector, not a parliamentarian, but there is something I think would be useful, because if you cannot measure something, you cannot manage it. So it would be good to, perhaps you can have a parliamentary global observatory index that will be able to measure how we are faring, at least since the Parliament Group was commissioned. Are we, Honorable George talk about, it doesn't want it to be a talk show or a talk show. So we need to be measuring progress down the line. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
I think IGF is sort of like a safe haven for politicians. So, but we have a lot to share from a point of view that we can each share a certain roadmap for a certain experience. In our case, we had a really positive experience from Berlin, which led to a multi-stakeholder approach, which led to present a draft of a data protection bill. Still under discussion, still hopefully we expect to pass the bill, but it came from a very interesting consensus, and I think it's the kind of conversations that we should keep pushing, keep making happen concerning issues such as cybersecurity.
Thank you, Sebastian. Any last reflections? Mia Petra, please.
Yeah, the cybersecurity index is very interesting. You can find it by Googling for the countries. But then I don't know all the details, if they can be trusted, but then ITU normally I do trust. But then because I feel bad that you feel that it has been something behind the door, so I can reveal you something. And one was that, I hope my colleagues don't mind that, but it was one that sometimes we in the parliaments think that our foreign services are negotiating something international, cybersecurity agreements, and then it's left there. Whereas it should be brought to the national parliaments and open discussion and commitments by the private sector, NGOs and politicians that now we have this one, and ratifying this one, it means that it's better life for the citizens. So that was something that we were discussing as parliamentarians, that yeah, we might even vote and ratify it, but public discussion is not there. And we know that we are now close to UN and UN patronage here. UN is doing a great job, but not every parliamentarians are aware, because sometimes we work too much in silos. I work for the digitalization, you work for the development, you work for the national security, and you work for the journalism, and you work for the female gender issues. It's all cyber space. So I hope that we didn't have too much behind the closed doors, because it was good.
Can I get 30 seconds?
Yes, please.
Great. I think that in closing, I'm just going to make the point that civil society and private sector should see parliamentarians as your link to getting your voices heard. And what this IGF parliamentary track does, it gives us a once-in-a-year opportunity to interact. I'm all for more engagements and more open sessions with the public, where they can even ask us questions, where we can have roundtables to discuss policy initiatives. But for me, I think one of the takeaways for me from here is I've met with technical private sector people from Ghana who are attending the IGF, sat with them and said, okay, because of this, when I go back to Parliament in Ghana, the Parliamentary Select Committee is going to hold one session with private sector initiatives in Ghana, so we can hear more from them, so that when we're passing legislation, it's not the stakeholder engagement done by the ministry alone, but Parliament itself will independently listen to private sector and get your reflection in the bills that we pass. Together, we can make better. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel, also for mentioning these very concrete takeaways. If there are no pressing last remarks, please allow me to conclude. I would like to once again remind us who was sitting at the podium and sharing these great insights with you. First of all, starting from furthest back, we had Mr. Edmund Chung, the ICANN board member and the CEO of .Asia. We had with us Mr. Samuel George, member of the Parliament of Ghana. Mrs. Mia Petra Kumpula Natri, a member of the European Parliament. Mr. Jimson Olufuye, sorry, I will get back to you, Sebastian. I skipped Sebastian, so let's do it now. Apologies for that. Carlos Sebastian Garcia, member of the Parliament of Paraguay. Jimson Olufuye from the Africa ICT Alliance. And finally, Henriette Esterhuizen from the APC. The next steps, besides hopefully planning parliamentary track for next year, will be preparation of an output document that will summarize this roundtable, but also the many preparatory sessions that have been happening in the past days. And with that, I would like to thank you once again. Thank to all of those joining us online here in the room, and of course the interpreters, with special thanks to the organizers of the parliamentary track. Have a good rest this afternoon. Enjoy the rest of the IGF and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Nice to meet you. I don't know. Yes, I'm maybe not from here, but then we'll find you there.
Okay, welcome to the session. We will share the mics, yes. So welcome to the session of Policy Network for Meaningful Access. That is one year-round work that we have started since the last IGF stopped last year. And we are here just to make the point of what has been done over these 12 months and share with you where we are. The concept of meaningful access has emerged in response to the growing body of evidence that even when people are connected, then not necessarily they use it properly, or they don't use for their own means, but they use for as consumers, while the meaningful access means that they can use as a tool for the community to which they belong. During this pilot year, the PNMA has built a network of experts that we are calling the Multi-Stakeholder Working Group, and in providing linkages with ongoing relevant discussion in other fora, because as you know that this is a topic that is discussed in many other places. To achieve the impacts that we expect in 22, the policy network focused on a work plan which connects with the future framework of the new IGF as it will be defined, as it's taking shape in the rooms nearby. So this session of today, we want to address the discussion and the good practices around 3 overarching thematic work streams. The first is connectivity, that you have heard in many other fora during these days. Even this morning there was one about connectivity in Africa, where we have some of the speaker here that we can talk about. Second one is digital inclusion, that for us is as much important as connectivity because it's a citizen approach. That means accessibility and multilingualism, local services and content in local languages, and we have some example here, based on local needs and resources. And then capacity development is the third pillar. Technical skills training with the attention to the highlight goals and proposed outcomes. And on this, we have other people here as a resource people that can help. I'm Giacomo Mazzone. I'm co-chair of the Policy Network with Sonia, that is online somewhere. I cannot see her, but I'm sure that she is with us. And Daphne, that is the person assisting us in this work, that she works too much that now is sick and today cannot be with us. Let's hope that it will recover soon. So, without losing more time, I think that we can start with a video of a panelist that was supposed not to be with us today, so we will have a case of duplicity, but because it's a good synthesis, I would like to see with you. The regie can send us the video. You can introduce the video by yourself. A slimmed windsurf. There is no audio. No sound. Good scene.
Well, I'll tell you what, if it doesn't work, we won't waste time with it. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist at Google, and the recently appointed chair of the high-level panel that will be working with the Internet Governance Forum in Addis Ababa. I'm sorry that I'm unable to join you at the Policy Network for Meaningful Access to the Internet, but I did want to offer a few small thoughts that might trigger more thoughts on your part. The first one is that meaningful access has to be accompanied by accountability in the online space and agency given to parties, whether that's individuals, organizations, or even countries, to protect themselves in the online environment. We've reached the point where it is becoming hazardous to be online. It's even hazardous to be offline if your computer has become infected. And we need to do something about that. There are a number of technical tactics that we can apply: strong authentication, two-factor authentication, encrypted communication. The list gets longer and longer. But I think we also need to come to an agreement that making the internet a safer place means that when we have identified parties who are harming others, that they are held to account. And because the internet is global in scope, that accountability needs to happen potentially across international borders. And that surely requires international cooperation. We have mechanisms like the Mutual Legal Assistance Treaty, or MLAT, but they're known to be relatively slow-moving, and in an online internet environment, slow-moving is not your friend. So we need to improve the ability of countries to cooperate with each other, and frankly, for countries and the private sector to work together to make the internet a safer place for everyone. That really is necessary because the private sector often has more invested resource in the internet than any particular government. So there are plenty of other things to occupy us during the IGF meetings coming up in Addis Ababa. But in this particular case, I hope you'll also keep accountability and agency in mind as you think your way through potential remedies for improving the internet environment. Thanks for listening. Hello, my name is Vince Cerf. I'm Vice President and Chief Internet Evangelist.
We can stop because duplicity is fine. So can I start asking if you agree with this speaker, Mr. Cerf? Do you agree with the previous speaker?
I'm sorry.
It was a joke, don't worry. Did you agree with yourself?
Well, I don't really know that I have more to add to what I just said until we've had more conversation. But I will say that that being here for the last several days, it's very clear that everyone does want a safer internet. There's infinite incentive to want that to happen. The hard part is figuring out how to do it on a grand scale in such a way that you actually achieve an effective safety for everyone. And I think we're still struggling to find, there's plenty of incentive, but we actually have to figure out how to do that. So I hope by the end of this week, we will have some ideas for actually making something work.
Thank you very much. So it seems that the two speakers are agreeing among themselves. That's good. Roberto, that you are helping with the remote. Is Sonia with us? Can we give the floor to Sonia for?
Yes, yes, please. If we can
grant
her permission to open the mic.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me, Roberto and
Yes,
Giacomo?
we can hear you. Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, welcome all of you to our session of the Policy Network on Meaningful Access. It's really a pleasure to be here today with all of you and to see so many wonderful partners and friends joining us, not just as speakers, but also in person and online here. We have a pretty nice room full of amazing folks interested in learning more here at IGF. And I would say also supporting because they are interested in our mission as a network. So thank you for giving me a few minutes, and I'm going to pass it to you, Giacomo, to do the moderation from on-site, and I'll do my best here supporting all of us online. All of our speakers are now here, which is wonderful, including Sophie. Hello, Sophie. So we are ready to participate from online whenever you give us the green light. Thank you and welcome everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. So let me briefly introduce the speakers and then we go with the first one. That will be Sophie because she has to leave us for other engagement. So there is one that I will not introduce because you already know who is. Then on my left you have with us this is the previous script where you were not in, so.
Well, let me do my introduction, shall I?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Tegest. I'm the CEO of Habesha View, which is a streaming platform working with local content creators at the beginning in Ethiopia, and then also now Pan-African. So I've come from the private sector. Obviously, the internet safety, security is very, very important to the business I'm in. I would also like to say that I was born here, left a little while ago, so I'm very happy to be part of this panel, and thank you for inviting me.
Okay, then we have on my right Margaret Nyambura Ndungu, and then we have Onika Makwakwa, not to be so much wrong, and then we have Poncelet, and Roberto Zambrano that is with us helping and supporting as usual, as last minute volunteer every time. And then we have online Sophie Maddens from ITU. Can you show up? Okay, we see you, thank you. And we have Chris Ayeki. Chris? Right. Okay, so we are all here and we can start. We have seen from Vint's introduction which are the challenges that we have in front, and you see that from this multi-stakeholder participation in the panel that there is a concern that we shared across all the constituencies. And I think that it's good that we are at the level of consciousness that it's important for all of us to ensure that the internet will be for everybody, as has been reiterated by Gutierrez in the goals for the next SDGs. And the digital compact will have to deal with that, and the IGF is supposed to contribute and to give input in this sense. As I explained to you before, the policy network is working, identifying case studies that we have collected among all the communities, and thanks for those that have sent. This is a work that was supposed to be closed a few weeks ago, but in reality we are continuing to discover new cases. For instance, this arrived just yesterday. Provided they are meaningful, that they could be repeated, these are always good for us and will be included in the row. This morning there was, for instance, the presentation of ICANN Initiative of Digital Africa that has just been launched, was not public until we arrived here, so it is important to have to listen also from that. Among the cases that you will find in the report that will be published by the Policy Network at the end of the session, at the end of, the IGF in the next days will be made available, you will find many cases like this. But today in the session we want to focus on some of these cases, and the question for all the speakers is, the first question, based on the case studies or experiences that you are bringing at our attention, can you explain why, can you pitch why these are cases that are of interest, why they can contribute to solve the problem of the meaningful access? And then the next question, but this will be the second round, is how this could be replicated. Because of course a case that has been made possible in Africa not necessarily could be replicated in other countries, or has to be replicated in with a certain number of caveat and precaution. So I give the floor to Sophie Maddens, because the ITU has been among the biggest contributor to this exchange of ideas, and they submitted the 3 cases. But Sophie knows more than me, so I leave the floor to her. Welcome.
Hello, Giacomo. Hello, Sonia. Hello, dear panelists. It's an honor and a pleasure to join you today, although I would have loved to be in Addis with you. We did indeed contribute our work on developing a digital mapping platform, displaying internet traffic roads to help visually identify digital infrastructure gaps and access possible solutions to bring them. We also submitted our last mile connectivity toolkit to identify the unconnected areas and select sustainable technical, financial, and regulatory solutions for affordability and accessibility to relevant connectivity services, and of course our spectrum management tools and experiences, this for sustainable economic and social development, including developing computerized frequency management and monitoring systems. But as you know, and Giacomo, as you know, having participated in our global symposium for regulators, I think it is very achieving that affordable, meaningful, universal and meaningful connectivity and the sustainable digital transformation to make sure, as Vinsurf said, that we have everybody online safely. I think it's important as well to look at our tools and products relating to digital regulation, so our platforms, our products. Our work continues to identify the regulatory trends and best practices for regulation through our platforms and products and services, such as the Global Symposium for Regulator, but also the Digital Regulation Handbook and Platform and Training, and of course, the data. We need evidence-based decision-making, and our data includes the ICT Regulatory Tracker, the G5 Benchmark, the Accelerator, the ICT Policy Lab, and our econometric modeling and tools. Because we all know that regulators and policymakers are facing a number of issues related to the themes of this panel, which I will summarize as adoption or connectivity, access, and value creation. And access is really about creating the enabling environment in terms of governmental, economic, and technological environment for everyone and everything to connect. Also, adoption is making sure everyone is empowered to use the digital and that digital is affordable. And value creation is about enabling everyone to contribute to reap the benefits brought by a digitalized society and economy. So we really do need those strategies and tools and need them to be implementable and sustainable. And for that, it has to follow some tried and tested guiding principles that are implementable and sustainable. I've mentioned the work we've contributed, as well as our work on digital regulation. And let me just focus in on one particular aspect. As we are in that sustainable digital transformation, our regulators and policymakers, all our stakeholders, we're all adjusting ways to connect with our counterparts across economic sectors, industry, and end users. And so our practices of developing regulation and government interventions to leverage on digital transformation as an engine for sustainable development and to reach that affordability and accessibility, we have to be agile and flexible. So we need to be collaborative, cooperative, locally grounded, comprehensive, inclusive, innovative, and open-minded. And I know in the IGF, the multi-stakeholder model is definitely one of the principles and we all strongly believe in. But we also need the economic and digital regulatory tools, processes, and procedures to promote that engagement of the broad and diverse range of stakeholders in those collaborative regulatory approaches across the sectors, and to foster that informed, inclusive, and evidence-based rulemaking and decision-making process. So that's the tools and the elements that we submitted to you, including the mapping, the spectrum tools, the digital regulation tools, the last mile connectivity, and the costing out of what it costs to bring the others online. We believe that rules and decisions should be based on current and granular evidence and market data. Processes and tools must be able to be adapted to create that virtuous dynamic for investment, innovation, and inclusion. And while the regulatory basics still apply and core regulatory mandates still need to be thoughtfully used, the job of regulators and policymakers requires new skills and new thinking to create that enabling environment so that we can attract investment, ensure access for all, and all of this in a safe, secured, and informed manner. I hope I will still be here for a second round because I have to jump to the study groups where I'm the focal point on consumer protection, and our meeting starts in 20 minutes, but it was definitely an honor to be with you today.
Don't worry, Sophie. Thank you very much for your contribution. Until you can stay with us, please do, and if you want to take the floor, Sonia and Roberto will warn me and we will give you the floor if you want to react to any of the next speakers' discussion. Do we have Carlos with us? Yes, Carlos is there.
Yes, Giacomo, how are you?
So, Carlos, just a warning before to give you the floor. Don't look at what Sophie did, because Sophie used more minutes because she will not be with us at the end. But the 5 minutes rules applies to from you onwards. Thank you.
For sure. Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, everyone, for having made this, this opportunity for me to speaking here, but also to chair the policy network on meaningful access. It was great last year. It is great this year. We did submit, as the Association for Progressive Communication, together with our partner Rhizomatica, a number of case studies. We do work with several partners across the Global South, highlighting, so I'm only here amplifying their work, right? It's not actually work that I do. I just support many people that are on the ground, many organizations that are on the ground doing the work on their own communities. And this is mainly the gist of the contribution from all those contributions and case studies that we submitted, that there are many communities out there that, as Sophie was saying, they don't find value on the current commercial internet as we know it, right? And that they feel that their communication needs is not covered by that internet, right? Either because of the affordability, because of the language, because of the format in which the communication is processed, because they don't find it safe, according to what Vind was saying, right? And safe in a different way, and I think that's where meaningfulness comes into, in relation to how that those interests, those commercial interests, are actually jeopardizing or may jeopardize, in many cases, that we are what way their language, their culture, so on and so forth. So taking communication into their own hands allow them to rethink about alternatives that don't put their own ways of being and living at risk. One, while at the same time maximizing the benefits that communications infrastructure bring to us all. One example that is highlighted in the report is Janastu in India. They are putting a lot of their efforts, technologically wise, into some sort of a locally contextualized spoken web. You can read a bit more about it in the report. Making content relevant and affordable for the economically poor and illiterate people is important for this, right? Managing your own infrastructure allows you to exercise that type of autonomy over your communications, right? And that's where the other contributions come into place that appear in the report. It is the School of Community Networks that started, that APC and Rhizomatica are putting together, started in 2012 from an exercise in Mexico with those working with communities. And they realized that the pedagogical strategies that were required for communities to do this need to be rethought and center around the autonomy, fostering the autonomy of these communities, right? And so community networks all around the world are proving this, right? And around the conditions, the second part of the first question, what are the conditions? Well, if the commercial internet was covering those needs, people would not have gathered, put their effort, their resources, their time into creating these alternatives, right? Into creating these complementary ways of using the internet. So one condition is the need, and is proving to be a huge need in many communities over the world. The other one that I want to focus on is contextualization, right? In the submission from Mexico, it is acknowledged that what they did cannot be fully replicable because all the pedagogical processes must be contextualized. But a methodology used in the design there was created, and it is the basis for the development of other School of Community Networks that started last year and that we are supporting in South Africa, Brazil, Indonesia, Kenya, and Nigeria. I will put the link on the chat in case someone wants to ask.
Thank you, that's very useful.
Yeah, and then just to say that one thing is contextualized across countries, the other one is contextualized within the countries, and these MESO organizations are chairing multi-stakeholder advisory committees to contextualize this further, but then those taking part on the schools contextualize this further to the context of their own communities, to their local context and their own needs. So that kind of three-layer or multi-layer contextualization, I think, is a basic condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, I agree with you that there are many interesting examples. The two that you have mentioned are quite surprising. I suggest you to read the report. For the moment, it's in draft, but the cases are already there, and there are the links that are very interesting. You have mentioned, Carlos, the community network. I think that the next speaker with us could eventually tell something about that, coming from Gambia.
Hello, yeah, thank you. I think one of the most important thing in looking at meaningful access is how do you engage the right stakeholders, in my view. And in engaging the right stakeholders, you're talking of getting the telecom sector to be more engaged directly with the ministry of either its communication and digital economy, and in some cases, in some countries, they use the Ministry of Finances responsible for the universal access policy. But if I'm to contextualize it within the Gambia framework, whereby we have $5 costing for 1 gigabyte of mobile data. So even for the average man that in the village that earns less than $1 a day, how is he going to emphasize on access? And the interesting thing is that the taxes are high on telcos because they are the new cash cows of paying governments a lot of taxes in a lot of African countries. And the only way to go about it is in rural communities. For meaningful access to really exist, is these telcos should be given a leverage, a tax leverage that you set up more towards in villages. Because most of the telco companies, like in the Gambian case, we tell you that why will I set up a tower in a place, in a village that you only have 300 people, and at the same time you have a health center, you have you also have a primary school, and maybe 10 kilometers going further, you have a high school serving about 10 villages. To them, it's not profitable. And the only way that can be addressed is for telcos to be given these tax leverages, and then communities can come together with civil society, like what we are trying to do with Joko Labs Banjul, and work in setting up community centers, knowing that the cost will come down. I think that will be a model that will work, because a lot of countries, they have the cable. In the case of the Gambia, we're getting a second submarine cable. We had only one through the African Coast to Europe submarine cable, but getting the cable is not just enough, because at the end of the day, most people, even though broadband access is coming to take it to the last mile, is becoming expensive, and most people depend on mobile data. And that is why we have to have, I liked what Sophia said about really making the multi-stakeholder process, which the IGF is all about, to work in delivering meaningful access. It's not about just talking about the policies, but making all the actors do what they're supposed to do. And that is why you cannot exempt, especially in the Global South, governments. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Poncelet. I think that's a very useful and interesting reflection. Until now, we have gone through free connectivity case, let's say, but as you have listened, in reality, connectivity is intimate, linked with the rest, is linked to digital inclusion, linked with capacity building. So now, going to capacity building, I think that Nyambura can talk with us about another experience that is in the report, that is PRIDA. That is friend of Frida, but this is different. So what is PRIDA?
Thank you, Giacomo. Good afternoon to all of us, and thank you for choosing to be in this particular session. So I'm going to discuss PRIDA, a project I've been working on for the last 3 years, building capacities. And just to let you know what is PRIDA. PRIDA is a joint initiative of the African Union Commission, European Union, and the International Telecommunication Union. And basically what we are doing at PRIDA is to build, it has 3 main tracks. The first one being to address various dimensions of broadband demand and supply in Africa. I know that's what we have been talking about, access at the remote parts of this country, and this is being implemented by ITU. We are also harmonizing measurable ICT telecommunication policy, legal, and regulatory frameworks. Again, we know as a continent, there are 55 countries. So basically, while we realize harmonization will not be real possible because we have to contextualize, at least we need to come up with the frameworks, and that's what we are doing. And the third one, which is why we are here, is mainstreaming the IG structures and processes and building the capacities of the African Union member states. Sorry, I have so many gadgets. So why do we have PRIDA for this case? In 2018, there was an African Union Declaration on Internet Governance and Development of the African Digital Economy. And that is after realizing that as a continent, we are not yet there. We are not discussing issues at the international level, at the regional level, and we need really to be there. So the declaration encouraged participation of African stakeholders in the global IG debate through engagement at the national, regional, and continental level, so that when we are coming at the global level, we are going there as a common voice. And it's also based on multi-stakeholder process on IG principles, open, accessible, resilient, and interoperable internet with localized ID debates and related policy matters. So through PRIDA, we are supporting this declaration. And how are we doing it? Through streamlining IG processes at the national, regional, and continental. And we are doing that by ensuring that we are supporting schools of internet governance at the national level, supporting at the regional level and the continental level, and ensuring that issues are escalating from the national, regional, and continental, and dealing with issues that are cross-cutting. So we are doing in terms of internet governance and also in terms of schools of IG. So going to the third slide. We are implementing a strategy that we developed in 2019 with two main issues, processes and capacity building. And this stand is about capacity building. So in terms of capacity building, what have we done? In 2020, during COVID, we realized that regardless of the situation, we still had to build capacity, and we came up with an online curriculum of internet governance. It has 7 modules, contextualized, while it is addressing the global issues, the baskets of internet governance as per Diplo case, we are also trying to contextualize it at the national level. And so once we came up with this curriculum and we simplified it to ensure that we can run it in a period of 5 days, and it is self-paced so that participants, they don't have to be online all through. And through that curriculum, we have trained 17 countries. And our model, again, we looked at the 55 African Union member states, and we realized out of these 23 African Union member states, 23 did not have any internet governance or IG structures or processes. So we focused on those countries. And you can see, I'm not going to mention them, so these are the countries we have supported so far, 17 of them. We are still short of 3, which we are still working on to ensure that by the end of the PRIDA project, which is June 2023, we will have dealt with those countries that will have IG processes, we'll have started doing the capacity building. Again, using the same curriculum that is available in French, English, and Portuguese. We have been able to support regional IGs. We have done it with the West African IG. We are working on Central Africa IG. We'll be doing it in January. North Africa, we are doing it in December. So basically, we are working with different countries to make sure that they are contextualizing that particular content and discussing issues at the national level, at the village level, to ensure that everybody is included. Again, what we are doing, we are using our local experts. We have trained people across the continent to be facilitators, to understand from a country perspective, so that when we are discussing at the regional, continental, and the like, we have experts from that particular country to help us with that. And we are working with the regulators, the Ministry of ICT, to ensure that the government is involved. Because the whole idea is not just to build capacity, but to create a multi-stakeholder environment. So far, we have done 29 sessions, and we have been able to train more than 1,466 participants. So in terms of results, I think we have discussed results, and I see Jacomo is on my case. Just to show you that particular slide that shows the outcome in terms of gender, because for us, gender is very important. We realize that women must be brought in this digital space. And in terms of recruitment, while we go out on our way to ensure that we get as many women as possible, we don't get 50-50. But as you can note, in terms of completion, women complete more than men, which means we need to encourage more women because we are more resilient. Once we get into something, we ensure we go up to the end. So for us, that is good. So why is PRIDA a good practice? This is the last slide. And basically, it's because of our continental approach that we are doing a continental project, but then contextualizing up to the village level. Most of the people we are training, they have not used computers and the like, but they are, the government or the national convener, they bring them together to ensure that we are doing that. We are doing multi-stakeholder approach. We are contextualizing the content to ensure that we are addressing all the things that are affecting us individually. Flexible training approaches that it is self-paced. You can use the curriculum at your own pace. focus on inclusion, 50-50 gender, and then focus on the youth. We realize if we don't go along with the youth, then we won't be in a good place. So again, we are emphasizing on that. We are focusing on sustainability because again, we realize once we do the training, we need to have multiplier effect. The facilitator that we are working with Pan-African University to ensure that our curriculum is embedded into their curriculum as a bachelor's or a master's course that can be used as an elective course. Thank you very much, and back to you, Giacomo.
Thank you, Margaret. You will have less minutes later, huh? To be fair to the others. So, we have moved to the capacity building, as you see, and I asked somebody in the room to prepare itself to discuss about an example of Digital Africa that is insisting in capacity building too. But we will come to him in a minute. While I think that now we can go to Onika, because Onika, you are on the border between capacity building and digital inclusion.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's always great to speak about digital inclusion after someone has made it quite clear that gender is important, so we don't have to fight about that one. So I'm going to give a few examples on how we've used capacity building to build out on digital inclusion. But first, I just want to make a comment that it's really important for us to make sure that the digital space does not replicate the gender inequalities that exist in our society. We need to continuously make sure that that happens, and it's not going to happen on its own just because it's digital. We can't use the we build it and they come approach. We have to actually be quite intentional about making sure that the digital spaces actually include women. So our digital development goals need to be very clear on setting targets. And to that, our team worked on developing a curriculum for mainstreaming gender in ICT policy to actually do training for policymakers directly to help assist them with how do we mainstream gender in ICT policy. And unlike in this room, at times we had to start with why that's important, but I'm happy we don't have to do that here. I think we all agree that it's important that gender is mainstreamed, and so we developed this program. And before that, I think it's really important to say that part of the impetus for working around mainstreaming gender and ICT policy specifically actually came as a charge from a summit of African women and girls who had a summit in Ghana working at the intersection of technology and policy, and gave us some marching orders around how we need a policy environment that is intentional about closing the digital gender divide. In this, we trained policymakers in West Africa, as well as East and Southern Africa. Out of the West Africa training, I can give two examples where Senegal, in their Digital Senegal plan, actually have very high-level commitments to mainstream gender in broadband policy for that particular country, with very clear target of 33% rate of e-commerce participation in public services by women specifically in the rural areas. Very important. As well as Benin, in their universal service and access policy, actually includes the mainstreaming of gender and some very gendered targets to make sure that women are included, because if we don't have targets, then we can't really measure the progress that we are making towards attaining these goals. On the Southern and East Africa part, those two actually took place together as opposed to just separately. But Uganda specifically, the regulator there, embarked on a gender data research project immediately after going through this training. Because one of the challenges that we find is that because if the data, sometimes the data is not segregated. So you need to be able to do segregated data to be able to know and understand exactly where the women are in your country and be able to develop policies and strategies to ensure that you are addressing the inequalities there. And directly because of that particular project, Uganda has actually gone as far as including very specific targets and goals to address gender divide in their US Universal Service and Access projects that include items such as subsidizing devices for poor households, more specifically. And I can also give an example with Ghana, where Ghana also in their used their USF as an instrument to mainstream gender and address the gaps that exist for women and girls through skills development. And you'll find that most of these are also on the demand side. So while connectivity is important, it's really equally important to make sure we address the demand side issues, because for the most part, women are not online because of affordability, but it's also because of skills, and it's also because of the safety and environmental issues that exist in our online spaces presently. So who else? So in terms of the policy recommendations that we look at, and this is, I'm just wrapping up, it's really important that we take the advantage of leveraging the USFs so that they can explicitly be used to explicitly address digital gender gap and support women's connectivity, especially demand side issues like I've mentioned with skills and devices sometimes. But we should also be open to making policy processes that are public through consultations, because it's only through making sure that women are included in the policy consultations processes that we are able to understand exactly how to implement and work on interventions that directly benefit them. So I like to use the slogan of nothing about us without us. So as we look at policy development, let's be inclusive, let's go to the rural areas, let's find a way for women to engage and tell us, because then we won't end up with situations of digital centers where women are not coming because of either transport issues or safety issues. However, if we consult them in advance, we are able to do so. And lastly but not least, we need to be open to not only new digital technologies such as using community networks to be able to connect women, but we need to begin to look for different financial models, including the possibility of using funds that exist to subsidize devices and education for women. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So before we pass to the next speaker in the panel, I would like to ask Laurent Ferrali, that is here for ICANN, to tell us a word about Digital Africa project. That is a capacity building project, and that was presented this morning, so we don't know too much yet, but he will tell us.
Thank you, Giacomo. Laurent Ferrali from ICANN. Yes, the Coalition for Digital Africa is not an ICANN project. It's ICANN with a lot of different partners, including ITU, for example. We have this global coalition for Digital Africa, but within this global coalition, we have different projects. And there are several projects which are directly related to capacity building activities, especially when it comes to the support we are planning to provide to 10 CCTLDs in Africa. You know that in Africa, some countries are still struggling with their own CCTLDs, and for us it's crystal clear that you cannot develop any strong digital economy, any good e-government services without a good CCTLD. So
you have already identified these 10 countries, or is it still a work in progress?
No, we have already select 10 countries. The criteria were, we are trying to find a good balance, geographical balance, and a francophone, anglophone balance, etc., and different situation. And so we have 10 countries. You want to list some countries? No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Please. Because we are looking for free countries to join PRIDA, as Margaret told us. Now we need the country.
It's only a pilot phase. So this pilot phase will, it's for 2023. It's 10 countries, it's a pilot phase, so at the end of the pilot phase we will be able to have a global blueprint for future support to these CCLDs. Why we have partners on this is that for many years ICANN and other technical organizations were providing some technical capacity building support to different CCLDs. But it was not a success because you can train tech people, but these people will not stay with your registry if you are not doing any business, if you are not growing. So this is why we understood that we need to have a more holistic approach and try to help them from a technical capacity building technical perspective, from train them to develop their business, and the network of resellers, registrars, etc., marketing. Obviously, this is not what I can do. So this is why we are doing this with different partners. ICANN is dealing with the capacity building, technical capacity building, and we have other partners. We will train these registries in different fields such as marketing, developing a strategy to develop the CCLDs in the country. Of course, it's a holistic approach. We are planning to work with different stakeholders at the local level. And of course, yes, there is a governance discussion that every country should have. But our approach is that we are not, ICANN, IHUD, and the other partners, we are not planning to come to a country and tell people what they have to do. We are coming with a toolkit, with experience, with knowledge, with best practices from some countries in Africa, and we are helping people to develop their own strategy. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laurent. I took this as a voluntary conscription that you will write now a case that we will add in the report. You have 1 week to do so because we have to deliver the report. So thank you for your gesture. And I see that Tulio is going far away, but I want to have him in 2 minutes, if possible. Can you stay till? Okay. Roberto, you have been one of the member of the network of experts that contributed to the intersessional work, of which today is the final cherry cake. What do you think that, what you have learned from what the speakers have told us till now?
Thank you very much, Giacomo. Well, I think since this is a new intersessional format, this is an evolution perhaps of the best practice forms that we used to have. Part of the particular history of this policy network is based on that intention originally 3 years ago. I will say that the main objective is to gather all these great experiences, such as the ones that we heard about recently, because it's important to spread these kind of experiences all over the world in order to our countries, our communities, our multi-stakeholder communities learn from these experiences. Even though the great work that we've done during this last year, we didn't get all the great contributions that we know there are in different other countries and regions. And hopefully, if this policy network continues to work in the following years, because as you know, Giacomo, every year it's a part of the MAC decision to know if this is going to continue. Hopefully, this policy network, since it's greatly important to continue the debate about connecting everyone and meaningfully, hopefully we will have this in the next year. And for the next year, one of the important things that we're going to repeat is to make this call for examples of policies all around the world, again, to spread between all the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto. So, as I said before Tullio has to leave us, but you have heard from many speakers that are talking about the importance of national governmental policies, subsidies, incentives. What is the view of Brazil government that has been involved in this for many years?
Thank you very much.
I have to warn that you are not prepared, you were not aware of the question, so don't feel obliged to.
Thank you so much. Addressing digital divides is a priority for Brazil, and our regulator has been doing an amazing work in achieving universal access to the internet. And this is a great opportunity actually, because 5 minutes after we finish our session here, another session at Banquet Hall B is going to be starting on community networks as human rights enablers. And so they are going to be covering a lot of these examples and the importance of meaningful connectivity. The challenge that we have now in Brazil is actually very much related to how to expand the meaningful access, not only from the perspective of providing infrastructure, which would be analogous, for example, to a first generation kind of connectivity rights, but also to enable the meaningful access, which is actually at the very core of the invaluable work that the policy network is doing. But one very important dimension that the IGF here in Addis Ababa and in African soil has provided us with is also meaningful connectivity that is related to data divides. And then I would also take this opportunity to ask the panel for some questions that would relate to the presentation of the UNCTAD Digital Economy Report in 2021, which has indicated the risks of digital divide for developing countries as that could put developing countries in a position of mere providers of raw data material. And one particular concern that we have would be how to prevent that digital access wouldn't expand a model that is already related to the gig economy, which instead of promoting human rights and promoting the SDGs, actually impair agency, empower, and human dignity. How would we actually ensure that go beyond the infrastructure and access to a model in which we would prevent what we have been raising here in Addis Ababa, the model of digital colonialism or digital imperialism, in which humans themselves would be turned into raw material in the global supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you, Tullio. So this means that when the report will be ready, we will send a copy to you and we will ask what the Brazilian government can learn lessons from what we are suggesting here. Thank you very much for your warning. And in fact, now we are moving to the last question that is about digital inclusion, even if you see that the barriers are not so strong between the various pillars we are discussing. But now we are moving something different, and this is the services and the products that are made in the languages of the people living in a certain country. That this gives the meaningful content to the people, meaningful service, not transforming them from pure consumers into digital citizen. So in this, we have two examples that struck the attention of the team. One of the example comes from Internews, and we have Chris with us that will briefly present this case.
Thank you, Giacomo. Thank you, everyone.
Do you have slides, I see?
Is that coming through?
Okay. So in the meantime, You know that one of the main consequences of digitalization is that in many countries are disappearing local media outlets because they don't have any more the advertising revenues to survive. So Internews take care of this problem and try to transform a disadvantage into an opportunity in order to ensure the perennity of the local media. Is this correct?
That's a great introduction, yes. Thank you, Giacomo. I'm Chris Ajecki, Director of Ads for News, an initiative within Internews, and I'll just jump right into the model. Ads for News supports trusted local news by driving increased programmatic ad revenue to their websites. And before I go into more details, let me set up some of the conditions for why this is actually viable today. So first off, the problem. Local news is being cut out of digital ad spending, as you mentioned in the beginning, and that's resulting in local communities losing access to quality journalism and also culturally relevant information to help them make better decisions about their lives. We've heard this story, of course. We've heard this story again and again. In terms of cutting digital ad spend, we've also heard about exclusion lists, blacklists, global brands avoiding news altogether. We've heard about big tech taking a bigger chunk of revenues. And of course, we've also heard that more ads are going to social media. But all that said, the digital ad market still is massive. It's around 560 billion USD annually in 2022, and it's growing at nearly 15% year over year. So if we think about publishers, and as a media development practitioner, of course, we always recommend diversifying your revenue streams, subscriptions, consumer revenues, commercial revenues, and other streams. But it's hard to ignore, and of course, we recommend that programmatic advertising be included, and digital publishers striving to ensure they're capturing some programmatic revenue. Aside from the growth, the other dynamic that lends itself to the model is that brands and agencies are looking for more brand-safe inventory outside of social media networks. And there's a great article in Financial Times titled "Who Killed the Social Ad Boom?" And even more recently, some of you may have seen the article about Twitter and global brands pulling back from that platform. The last dynamic to highlight here is that brands are making more socially conscious or socially responsible purchasing decisions throughout their supply chains, from product packaging and now even to media buying. And socially responsible media buying or ethical advertising is a bit of a new concept. I think it's just in the last 18 months or so has made it onto the agenda of global brands. So how we accomplish our goal is by vetting news websites by country according to journalism and advertising industry standards. And the big part of this is we leverage local media experts in each country where this research is being conducted. And we're in about 35 markets right now. We have active research going on in about 12 markets, and hopefully by the end of 2023, we'll be in 60 markets globally. The key to this whole thing working is, of course, identifying and partnering with the demand side, the agencies and brands that actually value reaching quality content and buying more ethically. And that list is small but growing. And then the last additional result of this work is defunding websites that publish hate speech and mis and disinformation. For the last slide, I'd just like to share an end-to-end look of at this process and share some thoughts around it. First thing to say here is that this is really about inclusion. We are trying to open the door to as many legitimate news outlets as possible. It's quite easy to identify the award-winning journalist outlets out there, the Rapplers, the Malaysia Kinneys of the world, and it's also pretty easy to identify the bad actors, the ones that are doing some maliciously bad stuff. But it's actually that middle group, the outlets that have 1, 2, 3, 4 journalists that are producing original content and offering a valuable service to communities that they serve, that we want to surface for the global agencies and global brands, because it's that middle group that really is not on the radar of global agencies and brands.
Thank you, Chris.
So if this wasn't a PowerPoint, the funnel would be upright, yes?
No, please, if you go to a conclusion, because then we pass to the...
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. The whole process works with this is an example of Indonesia. We had a total universe of about 20,000 websites. We boiled that down through an analysis, an algorithmic analysis, to about 1,200, and then we ended up with a trusted news website list of about 650 sites, and those will be then handed over to agencies and brands to target. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is food for thought for, I don't know if Vint can refer to his friends in Blue Mountain about that, but no, but I will ask you later. First, I would conclude with the last speaker. That is a similar experience, because we are talking of media, and we are talking of media for the citizen in a certain region. So
exactly. So that's actually, I would like to say first of all that we've got a very gender balanced panelist, which is very good to see, because normally you'll only see one side. But I want to take up the previous panelists' comments, and what I would like to do is actually talk about the inclusive and affordability of content. As I said earlier, so Habesha View actually, what we've done is that try and promote locally created content in its own original languages. By, first of all, in 2015, trying to build a platform that's accessible for everybody, which will be, people are able to watch it globally. And we also focus on locally created content, whichever country we work in. We tend to also use the original language it's made in. We don't believe in dubbing. That means we are transferring culture as it is straight away from the original content creators. We also give platform for content creators wherever they are so that they can monetize. One of the things we earlier heard was that how difficult it is to get data. Obviously, I come from the private sector, so my angle is different to my other panelists. So talking about data, specifically in Africa, that's one of the major barriers of accessibility and affordability. Streaming platform like ours and many others depends on providing content that people can access it easily, and affordability. We can provide it for free, or we can provide it with AVOD or SVOD. But again, if they don't have the data available or they can afford to pay for it, it makes it very difficult. I would also like to go back to the gender balance in terms of when we are talking about internet and inclusivity and accessibility. It's actually a very good way of covering both genders, because if, for example, 50% of women, or 50% of the population tends to be working from home or would not be able to have access, they could still access content or information and documents such like by using internet. That's one of the things I would like to say. And the next thing is also, how do we make it relevant to the person who is actually watching that content, because that's very, very important. I think we're all aware how dynamic the big streamers and the big companies are coming to Africa in floods. In the last 3-4 years, even 5 years, we've seen large streamers and production companies are coming, mainly because the next market is in Africa, and there's a huge continent with a huge population, with the middle classes growing very quickly. Again, this means that we need to focus in homegrown content that actually reflects the culture and the origin and the language of those countries. There is nothing wrong with importing international content, because that does show us how the world lives outside, but it's also very important to preserve the cultures of those countries. That's also where we focus on trying to make sure that the languages, the cultures are honored, and we do, when necessary, add subtitling to make it accessible. Again, the art industry, probably as most people would know, is one of the struggling ones. So we've got the technology, which does very well, and then we have the art and culture, which tends to struggle financially, getting a production done. It's very expensive, sometimes financially very, very hard. But by monetizing some of these contents, we're able to let the content creator continue telling their stories again without the restriction of either depending on the large organization who dictate how much content is available or what is actually told as well. So I want to focus back on to homegrown. I said earlier, I'm Ethiopian. I'm tech and media entrepreneur. We have an office here, so we're working from the grassroots. How do we bring those contents to the international market, but without limiting their ability to tell the story as they see it, rather than customize it to suit a Western audience. Language is also very important, and preserving cultures which are in the minority. I hope that kind of answers the speech also. So at the moment, we work in most of African countries. In Ethiopia, we use all the languages, Amharic being one of the main ones. We have Oromia, Tigrinya, Gurage, all those languages we use. Our system also, which we have, I forgot to say earlier, is we invested a huge amount of, does have automatic translation, so we can use it in West Africa, East Africa, Southeast Asia. So the translation, some of the main languages are automatically translated, others are done manually. So we are providing this platform, as I said earlier, to working with telcos, which is very important. Obviously, we want to get their very inexpensive data, if we're able to do so, and the broadcasters and other content creators to be able to use it. So we would like, in the future, this platform to be a Pan-African platform that anybody can use it and monetize their content.
Thank you very much. I see a lot of potential synergies with platforms if they accept to invest in local contents and to support the local creativity. But this will come in a minute. Before, Sonia, you have followed very passionately and silently, that is very hard for you, I know, to all the discussion. What is your reaction first, and if do you have collected any reaction from remote participants? Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. No reactions or questions yet from the remote participants. I would say I'm incredibly pleased to hear all of these fantastic examples from our speakers. It's really a testament of how much, incredible work and most importantly, impactful work is taking place across the world from different kinds of organizations, from the most grassroots organizations to private sector. And I think that's really encouraging to see, for those of us who work on digital inclusion, and frankly seeing how much is still to be done, and really, instead of progress, quite a bit of regression in terms of how things have taken place recently. It's good to be listening to all of you and seeing the possibilities. I enjoyed all of the cases, but I'm not going to say much now, Giacomo, because I know time is flying, and I want to hear from the panelists again. So I'm going to pass on to you to ask them to come back again and share a bit more with us. I think everyone is learning a lot, just as me, and I'm very thankful to be hearing from them. So back to you for more of our panels.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia, have a look, because Carlos Afonso said that eventually he would intervene from remote. If you see around, ask him if he's eventually to want to intervene. Okay, so thank you. Now the ball is again here. Before to go to the panelists for the second round, yes, Vin, the privilege of the age, is the youngest among us.
Well, if I don't take this off, I hear myself twice. I just wanted to emphasize something that I heard more than once in the various interventions today. One of them has to do with taking actions that have an enabling effect. And to come specifically to what was evident is that localization is more than just language. Localization is about local content that's relevant. And a simple, maybe silly example is that if you are in Nairobi and you're searching for help with a plumbing problem, it doesn't help you to find out a plumber in New York City. So localization is more than just local languages, it's also local content. that raises a very interesting policy possibility. In Canada, there are some rules about content and where the content that goes into entertainment comes from. And there are limits on how much non-Canadian content is allowed. So I could imagine a kind of practice that says to even those big companies that are eager to reach African audiences that a certain fraction of what is made available has to be of local origin and local relevance. It seems to me that we should be thinking more and more about regulatory choices that are simultaneously enabling for local sources to be heard and to make use of platforms that enjoy significant capacity. And so I'm really glad to hear this focus on localization, because I think that's a key way of making the internet meaningful in local contexts.
Thank you very much. That's very good that it comes from you. Okay, there is time for a few questions. No, not you. Okay, let's start from the gentleman that was the first asking. The one over there.
Thanks so much.
No, the one behind you, please.
Thanks so much, Talan Sultanov, Internet State Kyrgyzstan chapter. I wanted to bring the perspective of small countries like Kyrgyzstan. Its population is half of Addis Ababa. And that's why creating content in Kyrgyz language is very difficult. And we didn't realize how big of a problem this was until we started this digital skills project with the support of EU called Sanarit Insan. We have this little knowledge box called Ilim box of 2 terabytes. We could only fill it by 1/3. So it's 2/3 empty because there is no educational content in Kyrgyz language. And what helped us is actually the open source materials produced globally. We found a repository of science experiments, biology, chemistry, which we translated into Kyrgyz language. And we thought this would be helpful for rural kids, but actually it's been helpful to rural teachers. And what's even more, it's been helpful to kids of migrants, of Kyrgyz people who are working abroad. So this was really surprising discovery for us. And another example that we've been using is the GSMA's MIST toolkit. So what I wanted to highlight here is that big organizations, when you produce these kind of knowledge products, they are really helpful. Thank you for that. And if you design them from the beginning adaptable to local languages, that will be even more helpful. Thank you.
So I assume this is not a question, but it's
a comment.
It's some examples. If you send to us, we will try to include, if not in this report, in the next one, because it looks quite interesting. So the gentleman near the lady.
Okay, my name is Raul Plummer. I'm from the Electronic Frontier, Finland. And I think we all agree that connecting the last mile doesn't make business sense for the ISPs. And I've reached the same conclusion as Poncelet, that the governments need to give a matching tax exemption for ISPs in exchange for some free bandwidth. The actual internet, to get out of the community networks to the actual internet, that's the real most interesting part of the internet. And I think this approach could also be popular with the politicians, who could actually be effectively be opening the internet for the rural areas and the so-called last mile especially. And at least for me, the trading some tax income for connecting people to the internet seems like a very popular policy indeed. And my question is, do other panelists feel that this kind of free bandwidth given by the ISPs for the community networks could actually be achieved? And do you know if this has happened somewhere already?
Thank you very much. Very sensitive question. Please.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank you, the panelists, all of you. You mentioned the most critical issue on local content and how important it is to have local content and content that is relevant, because we can have meaningful access without local content. My other point, which would also come from there, is I don't know how many organizations are in this building, but are we looking also at device access and device cost? Because if you are looking, I would say from an African perspective and from a rural perspective, it's very difficult for you to get a phone. But when you do get a phone, you get not those expensive phone that you can download, you can stream, you can use information, you can access information that is meaningful. So is there any way or any interventions that you're doing on device access and device cost? So that in as much as we might have access to the internet, if you do not have a gadget that is going to help you access it. And I'm Wadzanai from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Okay, then the gentleman there, and then...
Thank you. My name is Al. I'm from Kenya, from the Open Institute. So in the time that I've been here, I've heard a lot of work that is being done by many, many organizations and civil society organizations and private sector. And I just wanted to know, considering the fact that the internet doesn't speak most of our languages, is there an initiative of any kind that the panelists are aware of that sort of brings together the various activities or initiatives of different groups to try and push for a unified global set of principles or policy or convention?
Thank you. Gentleman there, and then we go back to the panelists.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair, for the floor. I will go ahead in French, please. Okay. Donc, it's better this one. Thanks. Oui, donc merci pour cette excellente présentation. Et je voudrais revenir sur le côté gender, où on voit très bien qu'un certain nombre d'organisations internationales, dont les Nations Unies, l'UIT, GSMA, préconisent, et l'Union Européenne d'ailleurs, ont des plans pour promouvoir le gender au niveau de toutes les strates de la société. Alors je voudrais poser une question aux panélistes. Quels seraient, d'après vous, les facteurs, les points de blocage les plus significatifs, hormis bien sûr la volonté politique qu'on peut mettre à toutes les sauces, mais hormis ces points-là, quels sont les facteurs de blocage les plus significants sur lesquels il faudra appuyer pour avancer? Et autre point également important qui me semble intéressant de partager avec vous, c'est que pourquoi ne pas inscrire dans les rapports de l'IGF 17 une recommandation forte pour la promotion du genre, notamment dans les nouvelles technologies, dans l'Internet, dans les métiers de l'Internet, mais non pas seulement inscrire une recommandation qui serait un petit peu laconique, mais une recommandation suivie d'un plan d'action qui pourrait s'inspirer, pourquoi pas, du plan Marshall à l'époque des États-Unis, où on a bien vu que sans ce plan Marshall, les États-Unis ne seraient pas ce qu'ils sont aujourd'hui. Donc, pour bien sensibiliser l'ensemble des acteurs, je pense qu'il faudrait inscrire une recommandation suivie d'actions, et quand je dis plan Marshall, bien d'une autre philosophie qui s'apparente, mais pour montrer un signal fort à nos dirigeants. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais traduire après, sinon nos collègues ne comprendront pas. Bertrand, you have the last word. Sorry.
Thank you, Giacomo. My question is for Mrs. Kebede. You described You described your business model as giving local producers of local cultural content a chance to monetize using the technology through your platform. Can you sort of talk about how you address issues of affordability relative to the purchasing power of the countries that you're serving in Africa?
Thank you. So, I think that we have many questions on the table. Ponsele, you want to take over about the community network?
Yeah, I think one of the things, if we are linking the community networks to, especially to localization and content, we have to discover that in Africa, there are a few places, Tigers can mention about Amharic and all these things. Those are standard Swahili. But take West Africa, for example, Fulani, different dialects. Mandinka, different dialects. It goes on Hausa, different dialects. You want to do localization with that, and the best example I know about that, we have an organization in Gambia that was actually incubated in my hub, Joko Labs, and they work on gender-based violence and also online violence for women, and they record all these messages in the local languages, so in voice, and then they send it by WhatsApp messages in different WhatsApp groups, and the women can now use it for to solve their various problems. Because with the issue of language, the reality in most African countries is that we have to adopt better our French, Portuguese, English, Arabic we inherited. And if that cannot be done in a lot of rural communities, voice is the best option. It's not like East Africa where there's Swahili or Amharic and you have all those things there. So we have to know that the dialect is a very big issue. I remember some years ago, Google wanted us to do something on Fulani language to translate it to become online. In just 6 countries, you mix it with the Pulo. We had about 10 different dialects, you know. So voice is the way to go. I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's very meaningful, and I think that, I don't know if you have heard, there was the UNESCO Deputy Director General here. He was talking about the effort they are doing on multilingualism on the internet. I think that if you are interested in that, you have interest to follow what they are doing. There have been a couple of questions about gender. The last in French, I briefly translate, is asking if there is, what is the main point of blockage that you see hampering the participation of women to this process? Please, Margaret or Monica?
Okay, I can start. First of all, is about, from my experience, is about localized content. And I know one of the panelists has talked about that you will find there's too much content here. And again, we are talking about broadband up to the village level. But our people have the right content to do what they need to do in the digital space. I really get worried when I go to my village, because I always like working from there, and you find all these young people grouped together, young women, accessing content, but this content may not be addressing their socio-economic needs. So again, we need to contextualize what we are doing. Go to a particular village, a particular country, see what do they need, what do they do for their socio-economic livelihoods, and with that, then customize the content. The case of M-Pesa, every person, whether you are educated or not in Kenya, they have M-Pesa, and they always know when the money is not the right amount, and they're like, why? Because there is interest. It is addressing their needs. So again, women, we need to ensure that we are really focused on that. And again, when it comes to digital hygiene at the household level, because again, women will fear when probably their introduction to the internet is through content that they did not appreciate or it is not appropriate. With that, they will even block their young children. So again, we have to combine that. Digital hygiene at the household level, let us ensure that we are working with the regulators to ensure that the right content is being shown. Thank you.
Monica, could you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, I will add that affordability is still an issue. Even at the now not so great 1 for 2 target, we still have many countries in this continent that are still spending more than 2% of average monthly income on 1 gig of data per month. So affordability is a huge issue for women. Then the second issue is the issue of digital skills and affordable devices, which I think someone brought up here. The devices are still very expensive. Our last research showed us that some countries, it's 40 to 60% of average monthly income. That's the cost of a microwave, small appliance for a household. And lastly, the issue of violence against women online needs to be addressed to make sure that women are safe and they are not now associating being online with something negative. Not addressing violence online actually has an impact on the next generation of young girls who will also opt out of the space.
And of young boys, because they got the wrong impression that the world is a jungle. Absolutely. Now, the last question, I think that, no, there was the one about the devices. Nobody there to answer. You want to answer? Okay.
I think I'll take that challenge.
Please. Affordability has been
it's very much so.
It's underlined by everybody,
yes.
And also for Chris online. Please go.
I fully understand the affordability is a criteria as well, as the lady over there said. How do these consumers actually access devices? It is still very expensive in Africa, let alone we can't have the very brand new big names as well as little ones. So from our point of view, what we've been trying to do is in parts of Africa, we've been trying to work with telcos who've been very kind enough to allow us to give some not very high-tech but lower type of devices for people to use our service. That's one. It's not everywhere, and I think it's very important to have a partnership with either telcos, manufacturers, or even the government of each country to be able to provide that device to the people who need it the most. When I say about content, I'm talking about different wise. I'm talking about entertainment, I'm talking about education, language, maths, children's content. So it's a wide variety of contents that we are providing as a company, which we source from third-party producers, studios and such like. So we're also very aware of gender violence, both for men and women, boys and girls. So we are wary of making sure that we watch every content that's produced and given to us, and that's on our platform. If it doesn't conform to that, we do put a warning. Obviously, we don't want to censor anybody, but we do add a warning to that. So that's one of the device accessibility. Downloadable, I think somebody asked as well. Bearing in mind, piracy is a big problem in Africa, all over, actually, I would say. But it becomes, I can speak from parts of Africa, it's become acceptable that you can download and share that content. Of course, it makes it very difficult for a company like ours and many others to be able to say, download this content and use it. Because at the end of the day, the producers and the content owners need to earn money to be able to create or even support their families. So that's very, very important as well. Telcos and governments are very important in providing access to data. I think a lot of telecommunication companies in Africa, I'm not the only one saying this, are earning quite substantial amount of money. They could probably afford, I'm sure the ones here will not be very happy, but I would say they could afford to allow accessible data or even zero data to some households that need them. I think there was affordability payment. I think you asked earlier about packaging, which I think is very important for me to answer that as well. We are aware, I said I was born here, I know how difficult it is to have income in Ethiopia and other parts of Africa. So the way we've designed our system is that we've already spent a lot of money with the platform, so that's capital investment, we don't need to recoup that, but we are monetizing the contents we have within reason by doing day pass, AVOD with advertising, as well as SVOD subscription-based, and then even free content, because some of the educational material we have are free, because our content owners want to have access to that. So at the end of the day, the producers have to be paid, and they are earning money, they've got family to support, and they've got to earn money, so not everybody can provide them for free. Hopefully that kind of answers quite a lot of the questions.
And I think that this gives a way for Chris to intervene, because not only content producers, but journalists, if they want to produce reliable news. Isn't it, Chris?
Certainly.
Do you want to add something from your side? If not, I will pass to Carlos.
I'll pass to Carlos, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Giacomo. Carlos Rey Moreno has a couple of comments, and Carlos also has had to leave, but that's fine. So Carlos, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just to comment on the idea of reducing taxes in exchange of bandwidth. I think many countries have proven that. I think many times bandwidth have been subsidized through universal service access funds to many, many providers. And if something we know by now is that that doesn't work. Many of those projects, when either the funding runs out, the ISP doesn't have interest, and therefore, if there is a change of law or if there is a change of regulation, that doesn't quite work. So what I would encourage is policymakers and regulators to actually be a bit more bold and actually promote other ISPs. I think there is an agreement, the ITU has recognized it recently at WTDC, at the plenipotentiary, in many other forums, even in the Global Symposium for Regulators that Sophie was talking about, that we need to expand the operators ecosystem, that we need new actors to close the digital divide and to bring meaningful universal connectivity. Else, those providers are going to continue investing in areas where those majority of languages, those majorities of peoples are. So those that are really excluded will continue being excluded regardless of the taxes. And therefore, those new actors need to be, whether for-profit or non-for-profit, whether small ISPs, non-for-profit community networks, whatever, you name them. But we need to have more actors to cover the needs of those that are not covered by the commercial internet. And I'm going to share another resource that we actually submitted for the Global Symposium for Regulators to enable this type of broader ecosystem of actors to provide connectivity in the countries, in Argentina, in Mexico, in Kenya, in many of the countries where those enablers are taking place. You can see how that's actually happening. So I invite other policymakers and regulators to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. There was another Carlos asking for the floor. I don't know if he's still connected with us.
No, thank you, Giacomo, for asking. Carlos Afonso has left. That's okay. So back to you. I think we have to close soon.
Yes.
I'll see if there's any other comments from here, but I don't think so. I just wanted to thank all the panelists, if you don't mind, from my side here online. It's been really enriching to hear from all of you, and we hope that the report from the session will also reflect these, not just the cases, the amazing examples, but also the really interesting suggestions and questions that you shared with us. So back to you, Giacomo.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, I would give the close to Vint, because he opened, then he contradicted himself, and now probably he can find the synthesis.
So first of all, whoops, listening to myself again. I can tell you this is very mind-boggling. First of all, I really appreciate being here and an opportunity to listen to extremely useful stories about what works and what doesn't work and where the gaps are. I wanted to respond to the device cost question by suggesting several possibilities. One of them is driving cost out by design. Another possibility is local manufacture. And a third one is subsidy. At least some ISPs and some telcos will offer a device at no charge at all as long as you sign up for a long enough period of subscription. So there might be several different ways to deal with that. With regard to content and language, one thing, I'm not an expert in this space, but I have learned at Google that our research on machine translation is telling us that when we build a single very large language model that covers multiple languages, that we can sometimes do translation successfully even if we did not have particular language pair samples to drive the translations. And normally you'd think if you had, let's say, 100 different languages, you'd need 100 squared times 2 different networks in order to do the translation in each different direction. Lumping it all together into one has a very peculiar and not well understood property of being able to translate languages from one to another where you don't have samples of a particular pair. So that's an exciting thing. The last point I wanted to suggest, this is going to sound funny coming from some guy from Google, but we found that advertising drives a lot of usage because we can afford to pay for services from the advertising revenue, and as a result, we can make those services available at very little or no cost. So one wants to look for other than just two-way business models that will take care of some of the cost and make things available to everyone, making things more affordable. I think the most important thing that can happen as a result of this session is to capture what you've heard and make that available to the leadership panel. It's one of the things that we are eager to get from you is distillation and insight to the problems that are faced around the world in terms of getting meaningful access to the internet and utility from it. So the input that you make for us gives us the opportunity to deliver those insights in venues where parties might not normally have come here. But as they say, if the mountain doesn't come to Muhammad, then Muhammad will go to the mountain.
We are not far from where Muhammad was, so it would be easier to go from here than from Mountain Blue to go to the Mecca. Thank you very much. I think that we have to close. We have even some minutes beyond the schedule. I think it was a very fruitful conversation, but it will be more fruitful if each one of you will continue to do the home duties that we have listened. So, for instance, Chris can write to Google asking if they can convey advertising to your local media or to the streaming sector, or if the solution that we have for community networks or for subsidies for devices, etc., could be put in practice is the other fora. We have international organization working on that. We have government. The IGF is, the beautiful of the IGF is this, and we take for granted what Vint promised, that if we will send a message to the leadership panel, this will be heard and transferred in the other arena. Thank you very much for your passion. Thank you to Sonia for being with us so long, and all the people that has attended online and offline. Thank you.
I don't know how to do it. Recording in prog.
That
was really lovely, thank you.
Good luck.
Right, my card. Here's my card, so I'll give it to you. Yeah, no, it was good. It's not, there's never enough time. Oh gosh, right, yeah.
Oh yeah?
geschickt. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all of you joining us here in Addis at the venue of the IGF, and a warm welcome to all of you joining us online. So welcome to this main session that will be discussing connecting all people and safeguarding human rights. My name is Paula Martins. I'm Policy Advocacy Lead at the Association for Progressive Communications, and I'll be facilitating this session. And as we have been discussing for the past days, internet connectivity and access have become prerequisites for ensuring the livelihoods, safety, education, among a number of other things, of people around the world. And yet, 2.9 billion remain unconnected, with those in the least developed countries and rural communities most affected. Meaningful access, at the same time, is intrinsically related to safeguarding human rights online. So access that contributes to the well-being of society is access that must have human rights at its center. So this is what we'll be discussing in the session of this afternoon. We'll look at connectivity, and we'll look at human rights as issues on their own right, and also at the interrelationships between these two issues. And we have a stellar panel that will be discussing all these issues with us here today. Unfortunately, however, time is short and we are many, so I ask you, dear speakers, to please be mindful of the time. And how we are going to organize the session this afternoon. We'll start with some introductory questions about these two key issues, and I'll invite 4 of our speakers to address the issue of human rights, and 4 to address a question about connectivity. So, as you can see, in total we have 8 speakers. 2 of them are here with me, 1 is arriving soon, and the others are online. And then after that, we'll have a second round of discussion where we can go a bit deeper into the experiences and maybe follow up on some of the initial remarks that they will share here with us. So I'll start with the introductory questions, and I'll start with the human rights question. So COVID has provided us a new perspective on the challenges of realizing human rights in the digital times in which we're living. So my question to Irene, Peggy, Peter, and Juan Carlos is, what do you consider are the current main advances and the main challenges in the field of human rights related to technology? And building on that, what is the role of internet governance in particular in addressing these issues? And I'll start with Irene Khan, and I will introduce each of our speakers when I pass on the word to each of them. So Irene is online. Irene Khan is the UN Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression and Opinion, and is joining us from Bangladesh. Irene, welcome. You have the mic.
Thank you very much, Paula. And thank you for giving me this opportunity tonight. For me, it's night. For you, early evening. Let me say in terms of advantages, I think we saw during the pandemic how important connectivity has been and how essential the internet has become. And I think there is a growing awareness, which is a good thing, of the importance of internet, not just as a utility or a public service, but actually as a right. And in some cases, for example, in conflicts, as we have seen in Ethiopia or in Ukraine or in Myanmar, it is actually a survival right. It's essential for people to survive. It's seen as part of the humanitarian package. So on the one hand, there is greater awareness of the value of the internet for democracy, development, human dignity. But at the same time, we are also seeing some challenges. And from my perspective of my mandate, some of the biggest challenges has been on how to keep that internet space, that right, safe and equal for all. We see digital divides. We see, for example, the gender digital divide. But we also see a lot of disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech proliferating on the platforms, affecting, ironically, those who need the internet most: women, marginalized groups, ethnic, religious minorities, and others who cannot congregate or organize very often in the offline world because they don't have that space, civic space, and who are then attacked online. And we also see emerging, I think, an emerging challenge of how to find strategies, how to find the answer to making the online space safe and available for all, while at the same time ensuring that the rights, human rights, particularly freedom of expression, but a range of other rights, are properly protected. So, and of course, at a practical level, we also see gaps in literacy and skills and the need to invest more in people as rights holders, as users of platforms, and passing the power on from companies, so to speak, and from the state onto the communities and to people. So there are an enormous number of challenges out there, but I think the value of the net is clearly established, and the evolution towards seeing the net and access and information, the net as part of the right to information and access to information and freedom of expression is growing, which is, I think, a positive thing.
Thank you, Erin, and thank you for stressing that freedom and safety online are not in contradiction. And Irene's mandate is an independent mandate within the UN, but now I'll extend the invitation to someone coming directly from the UN itself, and Peggy Hicks will now answer, please, the same question. And Peggy, here with me, is the Director for Thematic Engagement, Special Procedures and Right to Development Division at the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. So Peggy.
Great, thanks so much, Paula, and very happy to be here with you. I've spoken on a number of sessions, but this is the first one with human rights in the title, so I feel very much at home, so thank you. When we look at the lessons from COVID and what COVID brought to us, I think that I first have to start with the fact that it illustrated a failure to secure economic and social rights, the right to health, water and sanitation, and housing, are failures that affect not only the billions of people that are directly affected, but that those failures actually undermine the society as a whole. And at the same time, as Irene has said, what we saw during COVID is that digital technologies can actually help us overcome some of those gaps through digital health services and virtual education when there is connectivity. And so that leads us to the first big challenge we face, which is the need, as has been said, to close the digital divide. We recognize that about half the world's population doesn't have access to those benefits, isn't able to engage in virtual education or to access healthcare remotely. And in closing the digital divide, I really wanted to stress two very important pieces of it. The first is that we need to focus on women who are disproportionately affected and disconnected, but also on all others who are marginalized or on the side, and that can be minority communities, it can be people with disabilities, it can be people who face more challenges in becoming connected. So we really need to invest in connectivity for all in a very inclusive way. The second thing we need to do, though, if we really want everybody to be connected, is we need to stop internet shutdowns. We are struggling to actually physically connect everybody, and at the same time, we're purposely disconnecting some people. So that's really in contradiction. And so shutdowns themselves have an enormous economic impact as well as an impact on people's rights. So it's really important to build an international consensus that these shutdowns are not acceptable and have to stop. We issued a report on that issue last June, and it stresses four steps on that. The first is that we call on states to stop imposing shutdowns, but we also ask for those that are doing shutdowns to have more transparency. Under international human rights law, there are standards that apply in terms of looking at legitimate purpose, necessity, proportionality, and people have a right to know if the internet is being played with through bandwidth throttling or other techniques, and we expect states and companies to be forthright about what's happening and to tell if the internet is off, why it's off, and when it's coming back on. The third point was that we really did want telecommunications companies to really explore all lawful measures to challenge implementations of disruptions when they occur. And finally, we wanted to emphasize the links of this issue to the issues of digital connectivity, and that when we're connecting the internet, it should come with some sense of obligation that once the internet is connected, it needs to be kept on. Just quickly then, Paul, I wanted to emphasize one other main challenge that we faced, because the pandemic also exposed and illustrated a familiar phenomenon that we see when crises and threats arise. There's a tendency on the part of government sometimes to take the crisis as an opportunity, to be able to use it as a way to shut down speech or dissent in ways that they hadn't been otherwise. We've seen that around counterterrorism measures, we've seen it around cybersecurity measures, and we saw it around the pandemic. And we're very concerned about threats to online civic space and the need globally for that to, for online civic space to be protected. What we're seeing, unfortunately, is that state regulation of online speech, the types of efforts that Irene talked about to address online content harms, very frequently, in fact, in the majority of cases, the legislation that we see actually is broad and tends to close down protected speech as well. And these are very real threats. We see a growing number of prosecutions of people for a single tweet. Surveillance tech being deployed on mass scale against human rights defenders and journalists, and coordinated attacks on human rights defenders and on civil society organizations online. So we're looking for 3 tiers to address that. We want to address that problematic legislation. We want to do more to enhance digital security for civil society groups. And third, we need everybody to commit to doing more to protect those that are under threat right now. It's essential for their participation. It's not enough that we open the door for civil society to participate, but we ought actually have to make it safe for them to do so at the same time. Thanks.
Thank you, Peggy. And thank you for connecting this important issue of internet shutdowns that are still so prevalent all over the world, including in this region, and how much it is connected to the 2 issues of these sections, of this session, both connectivity and human rights, and also for calling our attention that sometimes our conversations really focus, when we talk about the internet, on civil and political rights, but really it's about the overall, like the economic, social, cultural, and the civil and political as well. And with that, I will pass on the word to the third of our speakers that will address the issue of human rights, Peter Kirschlager, who is an ethics professor and director of the Institute of Social Ethics at the University of Lucerne, and who is joining us from Switzerland. And Peter, I apologize for mispronouncing your name in advance.
No, you did a perfect job. So thank you so much for introducing me so kindly and also for having me. And I wish to say as a first aspect that I fully agree with the inputs by Irene and Peggy. And I would agree that connectivity and the internet is a right and should be also considered as a public good. Beyond that, I would like to address that we have to face the reality that we still are in a situation where human rights are not respected online. We have difficulties to protect, to implement them, to enforce them, and to realize them online. We have a huge gap between the offline sphere and the online sphere, the digital sphere, and also the use of database systems. And of course, I acknowledge also the positive potential, the digital sphere, the internet can have for the realization of human rights. But we have to also address the reality that there is still this huge gap between the realization of standards, like human rights standards, between the offline and the online realization and enforcement of human rights, and that needs to be addressed urgently. How could we do that? I think a first step could be, and there are 3 steps I would like to propose. First step would be that we try to get into an interaction between tech, ethics and law, right from the start of a venture, right from the start of an innovation process. Secondly, I would suggest that we focus on human rights-based database systems, human rights-based internet use, human rights-based so-called artificial intelligence. What do I mean by that? That already in the process of designing, of producing, but also of using the internet and other digital technologies, human rights must be respected. It cannot be just a thing which we preach, but we have also to walk the talk. Like when I'm saying preaching, I refer to all the different declarations and recommendations, which although, if you look at reality, are not implemented that fully. And I think there are also difficulties with certain kind of business models, which in their core are fully with human rights violation, actually based on human rights violations. In the moment we are now in a video conference, or at least some of us participate in a video conference, this video conference tool is actually violating our human rights to privacy and data protection. So after these first two suggestions, I would like to suggest a third one, which is that we have to, on an international level, to establish an international database systems agency which should play the role of a regulatory authority of supervision and monitoring the digital sphere, the area of the internet, but also database systems and so-called artificial intelligence in general. Why do I think that this is urgent and necessary? If you hear voices like Elon Musk pointing out to the fact that AI, so-called AI, is more dangerous than nuclear weapons, it makes you think about, of course, all the positive potential, but also of the negative potential of these digital innovations. And I ask for this establishment of this International Database Systems Agency, DSA, because I see that in analogy to nuclear technologies. In nuclear technologies, simply put, we have done research as humanity, we have built the bomb, and then we have dropped the bomb, and then we have realized as humanity that we have to do something about it in order to avoid the worst. And in analogy, I would call for this, the establishment of the DSA, of this Database Systems Agency at the UN, in order to make sure that humans and the planet will flourish in a sustainable way. Thank you so much for your attention. I'm looking forward to our discussion.
Thank you, Peter. And I'll right away invite our next speaker, Juan Carlos Sainz-Borgo, who is the Dean of the University for Peace and a member of the Commission for Peace.
Institutional and legal point of view, as a human right in one side and as a public good in the other side. Because, you know, I think on the net as a human right is an interesting category, it's an interesting conceptual approach to really see, as Irene pointed out, as a need, especially in terms of conflict, in terms of disaster. I mean, we see the access of internet as a human right, but not just of the consequences of labeling a human right as the internet or the access to internet as a human right. What I'm pointing out is because remember that from the conceptual point of view, when we define something as a human right, we are ordering a conceptual category that gives to the state a fundamental role as a gatekeeper on the process. Remember that from the conceptual point of view, when we define human rights, is an obligation of the state to manage that particular access, that particular right, and then we have the second level at the international arena. So my concerns are that if we put all the regulation, all the weight on the regulation to the tools that provide human rights, we will be reinforcing the role of the government on this, and we all know the problems that governments represent in the access of internet. So how we balance the advantages that the definition of human right from the conceptual point of view can give us to explain what is the access to internet, and the concept of a public good that I think is easier because in many ways open up the possibility to build, as Irene says before, the idea of build up consensus around how we access, the consensus of the role of the United Nations, of the international organizations to safeguard the access of internet in one way and to promote this access. So this is my main stake on this debate. I just would like to remind the importance of on the consequences of the uses of internet from the uses of human right as one-way category on the definition of the access to internet. That will be my contribution right now. I'm going to be here for the debate. Thank you very much again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. And you give me the perfect link to pass on the word to Maria Elsa Oliveira. Because as you said, like you mentioned internet as a public good. UNESCO has been talking a lot about information as a public good. So I'll give now the floor to Maria Elsa, who is the Director for Partnerships and Operational Program Monitoring at UNESCO, to address us, to share her answer to the same question still.
Thank you very much. From UNESCO's perspective, what we're looking at is access to information, the creation and participation and enabling people to participate equally in knowledge societies, which is what we have now. So for us, the issue of access to information of whatever means, and the internet being a mean of information that become more and more important, is access to the internet has become particularly relevant. What we look at, we've been talking about connectivity, for example, access, connectivity. But connectivity is not necessarily access to information. You need to have access to the internet, but then you also need to have affordability, which is what we call the meaningful connectivity, to have the right devices to be able to really extract value from being online. And then, but that's not even enough. We actually go beyond to that, and say, can people really find useful information on the internet? Can they exchange meaningfully on the internet? So we go beyond the issues of having, for example, connectivity, to having devices, to having affordable data packages, to seeing whether there is content online that speaks to the needs of local communities, that allows them to express themselves in the languages that they are, that they use, normally, and so on. So for us, the issue of looking whether the internet fulfills the right to access to information, we have developed a very practical tool for that, but we call the Internet Universality Framework, that looks at human rights, openness, accessibility, and multi-stakeholder participation and governance of internet ecosystems. We call the Rome Framework. That behind it has 303 indicators that allow us to identify whether the specific rights that we're talking about, including, for example, the right to gender equality, the right to safety, and so on and so forth, they are, being fulfilled by particular national ecosystems. So I'd like to invite everyone, to tomorrow participate in the Dynamic Coalition discussion. We have a Rome Internet Universality Dynamic Coalition that starts tomorrow at 9:30, where we can talk more about, the Rome framework and how to really look whether the internet in your country is really fulfilling that. There are 44 countries globally undertaking the national assessments for internet universality, and I'm happy to say that 17 of them are from Africa, and very happy to expand that number. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll pass on to the second introductory question that will really focus on connectivity. And the question is, what has been the progress in the recognition of digital inclusion and meaningful connectivity from a policy point of view, policy, regulatory, legal perspective? And this question will be addressed by our other four speakers, and we'll start with Nima, sitting here by my side. And Nima is a parliamentarian. Nima is a member of parliament in Tanzania and has been focusing on a number of issues, but including like digital transformation and gender equality. So Nima.
Thank you very much, and I'm very pleased to be here. The issue of connectivity is an important one. And the question that you posed is both important and complicated at the same time. So when we're talking about meaningful connectivity in terms of the policy and regulatory framework, I think what I can say is that a lot more needs to be done. So I'll start with the issue of connectivity. I come from a rural region, and it's called Kagera. It's bordering Kenya, Rwanda, and Burundi. One, it's not business case for the telecom companies to go set up. So you find we first have an issue of even getting the 3G, even 2G, just the mobile network connectivity. But then two, the cheapest and easiest way for us to connect is using things like community networks. But when you look at the policy and regulatory framework of most of our countries, community networks are being treated as commercial, similar as commercial. And that is one thing that I personally am trying to champion in Tanzania, is to try and ensure that community networks are treated as a service, because they're not profit-making. So even though there is that technology and there's that possibility of accelerating the digital inclusion, it's not possible because of the regulatory framework. And I'm grateful that the ITU, I think in one of the most recent meetings in Rwanda, made a resolution on the fact that and recognize community networks as a vehicle to accelerate digital inclusion. But now the challenge comes, in most of these discussions, parliamentarians are not involved. So there's that resolution that has been made, and almost all our governments are part of that, and probably our ministers of ICTs were there, but as parliamentarians there's a gap, which then means the implementation of that resolution in respective countries will probably be delayed or probably not happen. So I'll give a scenario. Earlier this year during the budget session, when I contributed in the ICT ministry budget, my case was so much more stronger because I made reference to this ITU resolution. And I stated in my contribution that the Honorable Minister of ICT was present in Rwanda when that resolution was being passed. As a result of that, because of that, the credibility in the contribution and the facts in it, the minister accepted to look into it. And that also, so from that point, I went to the regulator, now not making reference to ITU, but making reference to the minister's commitment in Parliament. But that's only because I'm following up on these issues. But naturally, parliamentarians are not placed anywhere in these discussions. So there is the opportunity to answer your question. There is the opportunity of creating that policy and regulatory framework that can accelerate digital inclusion. But for that to happen, parliamentarians need to be central at that. And that is why we have formed the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, to try and strengthen the role of African parliamentarians towards accelerating digital development in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima. And I know that ISOC has also been working a lot on community radios and, of course, other issues. So I'll take the opportunity now to pass on the word to Dawit. Dawit Bekele, who is the Regional Vice President for Africa with the Internet Society. Dawit will join us online.
Thank you, and good afternoon. It's a privilege for me to be in this session. Yes, the Internet Society have been working in this area for quite a while, and what we have seen in the last few years, there has been some progress, especially in Africa, where I'm following, in the policy area, as well as in some cases in the regulatory area, much less in the legal area. For example, I don't know any country where the internet is a right, let alone a human right. But something very important that happened in the last few years, probably because of COVID, is that the use of the internet for critical applications have become more and more, abundant. As a result, it might not be right
a legal right, but it has become a de facto right. People now accept less and less that their internet is cut because they depend on it, because there are more and more applications that are online. And sometimes, and very often in fact, governments depend on it as well. For example, customs applications are online, taxes are online, and governments will suffer if the internet is cut or is not available. So there has been some progress, but less in the legislative area, but rather in the practical area. One other reason why there has been some progress is because as a continent, the African Union has really helped developing a digital transformation strategy that has been taken at national level, and there are more and more strategies that try to have universal access. So there is some progress. But is that enough? I believe the progress is more geared towards the ones that are in cities, in places where commercial operators have interest, and in fact they will use this new environment to provide better access for people like us who already have some access. So we'll see better bandwidths, we'll see more options for people in cities. But I don't think that people who are currently marginalized in the offline world, like the rural population, will benefit from this new environment. I believe that they will continue to be the forgotten people, that they won't have the access that they need, because today it's no more, well, people might question that it is a right, but I think it is a need, because they need it for education, they need it for employment, etc. I don't think they will get it, because commercial operators will not go there, and I don't think the new environment provides them the opportunity to find solutions for them. Just to give you an idea, the rural people are used to solving their own problems. For example, if the municipality does not come to them to provide water, they have, boreholes so that they can find water by themselves and, give their community the possibility to have water. But with telecommunication, with internet, they can't do that because the laws and regulations don't allow them, even though the spectrum, for example, is completely wasted because no one is using them there. So we need to do more so that the legal, regulatory and policy environment enables people in those areas to find solutions for themselves. And I agree with the previous speakers that we need community-based solutions, we need complementary solutions so that people can have access even if they are in remote and underprivileged areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawood. And I'll invite now my colleague here on the stage, Elisabetta, to also share her views on meaningful connectivity and policy progress that we have seen in this area. And Elisabetta Beliakova is the director of the Alliance for the Protection of Children in the Digital Environment, and he's joining us from the Russian Federation. Elisabetta, please.
Спасибо большое. Я буду говорить по-русски. Хотела бы немного рассказать вам о нашем альянсе. Он создан в сентябре 2021 года. Тогда 9 крупнейших российских технологических компаний взяли на себя добровольное обязательство по защите детей в сети. Ответственность за будущее поколение сумели объединить очень непохожие, конкурирующие на рынке компании в сфере IT-разработок, производителей контента, операторов мобильной связи. Наша задача — помочь сформировать безопасную, защищенную среду для детей детей. Мы видим, что это мировой тренд, и многие европейские страны тоже заинтересованы в подобных саморегулируемых организациях. Хотела бы отметить, что наш альянс работает за счет принципов корпоративной социальной ответственности. Кстати, в начале этого года мы представили хартию «Цифровая этика детства». Я взяла ее с собой. Это как раз те принципы ответственности, которые мы прописали. К ней уже присоединилось более 12 тысяч различных организаций. Теперь коротко о нашей работе. Во-первых, детская аудитория в России постоянно растет. На данный момент 80% детей в возрасте от 3 до 14 лет пользуются интернетом хотя бы раз в день, и 68% детей пользуются им слишком часто. Думаю, эта тенденция есть и в других странах. Это большой вызов для самих детей и для их родителей. Важно не только защищать детей от противоправного контента, но и предотвратить кражу их данных, эксплуатацию, вовлечение в преступные сообщества. Наши компании, как и во всем мире, предлагают свои технологические решения. Приложения родительского контроля, системные режимы различных ограничений и другие материалы. Кроме того, ведущие IT-компании Альянса сейчас работают над новым решением по борьбе с противоправным контентом. В пилотной фазе работает база хэшированных данных. Она позволяет платформам обмениваться хэшами и тем самым автоматизировать процесс выявления и удаления незаконного контента, который существует. Во-вторых, работать необходимо абсолютно со всеми, с детьми, с их родителями, учителями, общественными организациями. В этом году мы провели уже более 20 мероприятий, направленных на повышение цифровой грамотности детей. Также мы разработали платформу цифрового доверия, где дети, подростки, взрослые могут узнать о том, как действовать, столкнувшись с различными онлайн-угрозами. Адаптировали передачи компании Альянса на радио и телевидении под детскую аудиторию. И публикуем различные обучающие материалы на своем сайте для педагогов и родителей. У нас много планов на следующий год. Образовательные курсы для учителей, туры по нескольким регионам России, а также запуск онлайн-курса по обучению цифровым навыкам детей с различными ограничениями. В-третьих, мы в этом году провели масштабное исследование и выявили новые цифровые риски. Мы составили карту киберрисков, которая показала, что раньше они были в основном технологическими, и их можно было купировать техническими средствами. Сейчас же главные риски находятся на стыке технологических и социально-психологической сферы. Это киберсталкинг, кибербуллинг, груминг, сексинг, темные паттерны алгоритмов и цифровая зависимость. Для борьбы с ними уже недостаточно технических или законодательных ограничений. И интересно, что в случае с киберугрозами будущего эта тенденция сохраняется. Новые технологии вызывают изменения в социально-экономической, образовательной сфере. Пример – трансформация социальных навыков детей, дистанционные способы их эксплуатации, распространение фейковой информации, рост напряжения в инфополе, использование искусственного интеллекта как инструмента преступников или средств воспитания. Наша задача научить юных пользователей критически мыслить, работать с информацией, оценивать те риски, которые есть в сети, и учить их защищать свои права в сети. Также у нас много совместных проектов с молодежным цифровым омбудсменом, который был представлен на прошлом молодежном форуме в 2021 году. И скоро заработает специальная цифровая платформа, где каждый ребенок сможет анонимно подать обращение о нарушении прав в цифровой суде и получить консультацию юристов или психологов. В завершение хотела бы отметить, что мы всегда открыты к международному сотрудничеству, обмену опытом и лучшими практиками. Перед лицом общих киберрисков будущего нужно объединить наши усилия, потому что дети не могут быть чужими. Дети – это всегда мы. Спасибо вам большое за внимание.
Thank you, Elisabetta, and I'll pass on the word directly to Lisa Kirch, Professor of the Practice of Peace Studies at the Kroc Institute and an expert in technology, peace, and human rights, and she's joining us online from the US.
Hello, and thank you. I have appreciated my panelists here, and I don't want to repeat anything they've said, so I'll jump just to the issue of the big technology firms that are operating particularly in Africa and Asia, where they are helping to build the infrastructure for access. So if you look at Facebook's policy in Asia and across the African continent, they've been investing in the infrastructure, and they've been promoting something called free basics, which is some people describe it as a walled garden of the internet. So certain select sites are allowed through the Facebook app, which gives people connectivity in various regions where the government has agreed to this. In Asia, particularly in India, this was strongly opposed by civil society because it's seen as limiting free access to the internet and different sources of information in which civil society can organize, report, and challenge governments on human rights abuses and corruption, etc. So there's sort of the pros and cons of the big tech companies and their interest in connectivity and building the infrastructure for it. On the one hand, they have a financial incentive to help build this infrastructure and to ensure that people in different countries, even if they have a repressive government that turns off the internet for people, Facebook is interested in making sure that doesn't happen because it turns off their profits as well. The real problem with this is bigger, and it goes to the human rights discussion that was at the beginning of this session. And something that was not mentioned is that the largest tech companies like Google, like Facebook, they have a profit incentive actually for polarizing content that is often human rights abusing. So harmful content generates more engagement on these platforms, and their profit model is really based on user engagement. So when people post hateful comments, when they are sort of abusing people's human rights for basic dignity on the internet, those posts get more user engagement, and so that generates more profit for the companies. And so there's been a lot of discussion about tech regulation in terms of privacy and cybersecurity and even digital access. What there has not been appropriate attention to is the tech platform designs and algorithms that amplify human rights abusing speech on these platforms. And so I've been advocating and researching sort of how we get beyond just thinking that Facebook is a neutral platform just mirroring society, because that's not true. It's not just a mirror. It amplifies certain behaviors more than others. And the affordances that it offers steers human behavior, often in unhealthy ways. And so we need to be thinking about the design of the platforms and their algorithms also when we're talking about human rights and connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And I'm adapting here, so let's be flexible. I told you what we were going to do, and I'm going to change everything now because I feel we don't have time for a second round of answers. So what I will ask our speakers to do is that you all received a follow-up question, and I'll ask you to include your answer in your final remarks, and I'll give you more time for the final remarks so that we have a chance now to have a little interaction with our audience. Is that okay? So with that, I'll pass on the word to Hisper that is here with us, but Hisper is our online moderator, and she'll share with us some of the questions that already appeared online so that those of you here in the audience can have the time to think of your questions, and then I'll open up for you, okay? So a couple of questions from the online public.
Thank you, Paula. So we have a couple of questions from the online audience. The first question is, what can be done in cases where governments are enabling these violations, such as internet shutdown? The second question is, how do we safeguard digitally vulnerable and illiterate people from the bad and harmful effects of the internet? And then we also have another question on how the alliance of Russian Federation feels about social responsibility to misinformation of the invasion to Ukraine. And the last question to the broader panel, what are your personal and organizational stances on the 2-year-long and ongoing internet shutdown in the Tigray region? Thank you.
So I will start with Nima, and I think of the other questions, there was one particularly in relation to Russia, although Elisabetta is not representing the Russian Federation. And I think the other speakers could respond, take whatever angle you want on the other questions, and I'll let them answer, and then I'll open for the room. So.
Да, я хотела бы сказать, что да, я не представляю, я представляю тут конкретно Альянс, и мне кажется, что те функции, которые мы на себя взяли как Альянс, крайне важны, потому что мы видим нашу ответственность именно в том, чтобы дети правильно оценивали ту информацию, которую они не получают в интернете. Дети как бы во всем мире, не только в России, критически мыслили и определяли, какая информация является правдивой и какая ложной. Это наша одна из самых важных функций. Поэтому я думаю, что это достаточный ответ на вопрос, который был задан. Готова ответить на остальные вопросы, если будут.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Can we follow up with Peggy?
Sure. I just wanted to jump in again on the internet shutdown question that was raised by two people. First of all, we do have an organizational position, and we are opposed to the internet shutdown. That's ongoing here. We think it's a good moment to really look at that question. As I said, one of our concerns is that internet shutdowns obviously don't just have an impact on accessing the internet for communication, but also for essential services and other things. So it affects the economy, it affects everybody in a disproportionate way. So really looking forward to that changing. But I do think the question was broader about, how do we hold governments, and I would say also companies accountable for internet shutdowns, and how do we change the policies here. I wanted to have a shout out to Access Now and the Keep It On Coalition, which has done exceptional work in this area. I think part of it is really putting on the public record what I just said, which is that this is something that not only human rights activists should care about, but really everybody should be active in trying to oppose internet shutdowns because of their impact on economies. It's just a bad thing for the governments, and not just the governments, but the people of the countries in which internet shutdowns occur. And then also really looking, as Access Now and others have, at prevention here. We know when shutdowns are occurring, and unfortunately it tends to be at the times when we kind of most need the internet, which is around election periods and around when there are protests or other crises going on. But since we know that, we can also get in earlier and say more earlier to try to make sure that we encourage governments not to shut down the internet in situations where they might, and to show them the benefits of allowing people to stay connected, which is such a fundamental right. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to start off where she ended, the issue of internet shutdowns and aggravated hate speech and online abuse happening during elections. So something which the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance, APNIG, has decided to take on as a priority for 2023, and this is particularly because the year 2024 has been pegged as the year of election. We have over 20 elections in Africa in 2024. So we have decided that we're going to prioritize the issue of digital democracy. And one of the activities that we're going to be having next year, and we've already been talking with different partners about it, is to do digital election missions. And these will happen prior to election, like 3 to 4 months prior, to look at specifically the issue of misinformation, disinformation, and because as parliamentarians we can bring on board different stakeholders to discuss together, we can bring on board the regulators, the government, the civil society, and our fellow colleagues as parliamentarians to have such discussions ahead of the elections, because it is the months to the build-up to the elections that all of these things tend to take place. And by the time it's election day, we're already late to try and come up with interventions. And we feel that, you know, oftentimes a lot of people talk about internet shutdowns, etc., but we believe as parliamentarians there's so much more power in us as parliamentarians advocating for internet to be kept on, because it is also in the best interest of ourselves as parliamentarians, as it plays a role towards our own campaigning. For example, I'm here in Addis, and I would like people in my constituency to be able to see what I post, that what I'm doing, what am I doing here in Addis. And to me, that is also political mileage, because they're seeing what their representative is doing. So there's so much power if I advocate for internet to be kept on for that particular reason, as opposed to someone else who's not vying for any political position. And that is the added value of collaborating with a network such as ours, as the African Parliamentary Network on Internet Governance.
Thank you, Nima. Let me turn now to our online speakers before going to you, Maria Elsa, so that we have this flow. Irene, could you share your thoughts, your answers?
Thank you. I wanted to respond to the issue of misinformation and the Russian invasion of Ukraine. To broaden that, you know, misinformation and disinformation has been part of warfare for a long, long time. But I think the Russian invasion of Ukraine, where misinformation, disinformation was actually the weapon to justify aggression, shows the risks in the digital age. Whether in Russia or in Ethiopia, the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, hate speech during conflict times, the results of that are very, very clear. And that requires us to rethink of the way in which human rights law is being applied. Let me rephrase it. The way in which the relationship between international human rights law and international humanitarian law works on the ground. We need to rethink it and strengthen human rights law much more, because it includes protections that we've been talking about. But we also need, and companies need to take very seriously their responsibilities here of human rights due diligence and take action. We've seen them doing that. Some of the bigger platforms have responded well to Ukraine, and what the message should be is that since they have the capacity and the knowledge and that experience now, they should apply their commitment to human rights consistently in all conflict crisis situations where they are operating. And my third point would be about stronger accountability for the use of disinformation and misinformation at a time when people are in desperate need for accurate information. And people are extremely vulnerable in conflict situations. And that is the place where I think companies and governments and the international community needs to become much more alert and act rapidly. Thank you.
Thank you, Irene. I really have to ask our speakers to be brief in their answers so that we can also hear from the audience here in Addis. So, Peter, could you share now your answer?
Sure, thank you so much. Well, what I would like to point out is, you know, as an ethicist participating in this discourse, you know, that the aim of the field of ethics in this is to critically examine positive law, legal norms, and their implementation and enforcement in practice. It's just if it's legitimate and if there are necessary changes or necessary new regulations, especially if we talk about technology-based innovations. So in this sense, I think it's positive what can be the impact of ethics in this field. On the other hand, we have to be careful that, you know, this identification of ethical risks and challenges then also lead to action. And there, I think at the moment we are not addressing the ethical challenges and the legal challenges we face in the digital sphere, on the internet, but also in the use of so-called AI and database systems as strictly as necessary. I would like also to pick up the point which was raised by Lisa Schirch before, and that if you look at business models which are basically built upon human rights violation or abuses of human rights, this needs to be addressed as firmly it would be addressed offline. And there is a strong necessity and an urgency that we do something about it, and that's the reason why I would suggest a human rights-based approach, with like human rights-based digital transformation, human rights-based database systems, but also the establishment of this International Database Systems Agency as a global supervisory and monitoring body and the regulatory authority, because these are global issues which we need to address on a global level. And just to pick up something else which was discussed beforehand, I mean, also this danger of internet shutdowns is another reason which shows this necessity of establishing this International Database Systems Agency, DSA. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Lisa, over to you.
I don't think I have anything else to add at this point. I'll let the audience talk.
Okay, Dawit. Dawit? Is he muted? Can you see? I can't see from here. Well, so I'll invite Maria. Oh, okay.
Well, we couldn't hear you in case you're speaking.
I said I'd like to pass so that the audience can talk.
Okay. Do you want to add anything, Mariasa, quickly, please?
Yeah, very quickly, we take the issues of misinformation and disinformation, hate speech, radicalization, cyberbullying very seriously, and have developed the media and information literacy curriculum and tools to help raise capacities of young people, for example, to resist and think critically, when encountering information in digital ecosystems. We work with ministries of education to really mainstream this kind of curriculum throughout the education system so that they can learn from the very beginning how to think critically and click wisely on the internet. Also work on the ethics of artificial intelligence so that these systems are not prone to amplify harmful information or to mislead people and trap them into echo chambers, that can, polarize in society. And we, finally, we look at working with the internet platforms themselves so that they can be transparent about, how they moderate the content that they, that is accessible on the internet, and make sure that such content eliminate the harms without impinging on the freedom of expression and the access to information rights that people have. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's move now to the audience. We ask you to please use the hand. No, they can't hear you. If you yes,
thank you. My name is Jutta Kroll. I'm from the German Digital Opportunities Foundation, and as child rights advocates, we are working based on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and on General Comment number 25 on children's rights in the digital environment. So my question goes to Elisabetta. I got a bit alert when I heard you saying more than 60% of children are too much online. So how do you define that? What is too much? And do you differentiate what they are doing there and what they are doing not, whether it's beneficial or not? And how do you balance an approach of parental controls, as you have referred to children's rights to access to information, to children's rights to freedom of expression, thought, conscience and religion, also to the freedom of association, right to privacy, and so on and so on. So how do you find a balanced approach to that? I got the impression that it's an overprotective approach that you are following, and therefore my critical question. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman at the back, and then you, sir. Over there. We'll collect 4 questions, and then I'll come back to the panel. Okay?
Thank you so much, and especially for the panelists. This was such a fascinating discussion, and a lot of elements for us to move forward in this debate. I would like to get back to a point of that one of you has raised on the fact that we are dealing with a global issue that requires a global response, and it is very it's becoming clearer and clearer that human flourishing through the digital age is very much connected to digital divides and data divides as well. And there is a growing analogy between the challenges that we have before us and the climate change challenge. And what happened in relation to climate change is that the international community came together to launch a regime in which we would have mechanisms for implementation, financial mechanism, technology mechanism, capacity building mechanism for collaboration to transfer of resources from developed to developing countries. And my question to you would be how to move the international community in that direction. How to avoid that the alerts that are being raised now will come to a point in which in 20 years from now we are going to be as we are in the debate in climate change when we are dealing with loss and damages instead of really preventing disaster from happening. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mohamed Yassin from the University of Lille in France. I would like to the honorable speakers to relate the human rights and right to internet as a basic human right. How? Because there is no any convention or any resolution which is stating that clearly. There is one of the conventions is the right to development as a human right. And I see that the right to internet could be embedded into that and maybe taken to Geneva or to New York in order to be recognized by governments and at least to include all the elements related to the inclusion of the people who have not access to internet or cannot afford it, especially in the rural areas, because also within the digital divide, we see that the rural-urban divide, and within the rural-urban divide, we see that there are some communities who are completely marginalized and not included in this transition. And most of the consultations now are done, even the voting and things are done electronically. So they will be, if we continue with this trend, will continue to be isolated. And I don't know if the UNESCO comprehensive thing is embedding the right to internet as a human right, or it is just an aspiration, or could be included in the Global Digital Compact. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to raise my concern. As we all know, internet is very important. It is the backbone for personal, social, and economical development. Almost 60% of our population around the globe are connected to the internet. But my concern is, recently if we have come across the research conducted, about 20 to 30% of our internet users are affected, have been affected by information overload. This is affecting families, friends, neighbors, communities, even countries as a whole. So how can we overcome, or what types of strategies or policies do we have to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Thank you. So that will be our last question, and I understand with the exception of the question on child rights, that of course the other speakers can take on, but it was very directed to a comment made before by Elisabetta. So, as I mentioned before, I'll ask you now to answer the questions, address some of the questions that also we sent you before, and share your final remarks all at once. But unfortunately, we only have 15 minutes to close the session, and I think with that we can have like time to all of you to share your final thoughts with us. So we'll start with Elisabetta now.
Спасибо большое за эту дискуссию, очень интересно, правда. И спасибо за ваш вопрос. Я бы ответила так. Вот когда ребенок рождается, сначала мама выносит его на руках на улицу, потом она идет с ним за руку, а потом он свободно уже перемещается. Он знает, как переходить дорогу, куда можно идти, куда нельзя. И это прежде всего ответственность самих родителей. Я думаю, что виртуальный мир, он такой же, как реальный. Сначала мама говорит, ты можешь посмотреть этот мультик, потом она расширяет его возможности к своему зрелому осознанному возрасту, к окончанию школы условно. Он уже умеет критически мыслить и оценивать ту информацию, которая к нему поступает. Спасибо большое. Я надеюсь, что мы продолжим эту дискуссию позже еще. Передаю слово остальным спикерам.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Let me turn online now, and I'll ask, I'll start with Juan Carlos. Juan Carlos, I think one of the questions really touched on the issue of the right to the internet, and you mentioned the approaches to looking at that in your initial remarks. So let's turn to you now.
Thank you very much. I think that has been extremely diverse, the discussion, but I think all point out to the same level. We need to build up a huge consensus at the civil society and the international community of what we want to do with the internet. And my concerns about this one line of human rights is, for example, if we compare the access to water as a human right. We have been discussing that for the last 30 years, and the regulation is still extremely weak, extremely fragmented. So I think we can do better. I'm not criticizing the approach. What I said is, if we compare with other human rights discussions around the international community and the success of it, I think we can do better. That's why I think these kind of events to really bring civil society, bring the governments, and bring international organizations together to build up a consensus about everything related with the access of justice as we need to do. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to share with all of you.
Thank you, Juan Carlos. Peggy, can we turn to you now?
Sure. Thanks to everybody for a really deep and interesting conversation. I'll weave in some of the questions that were raised and sort of come back to some of what some of the panelists have said as well. I think one of the issues here that we want to emphasize is the responsibility of both companies and of governments. There's a tendency sort of to say, the companies have the bad algorithms and it's their fault, or the governments are doing everything wrong, it's their fault. And in fact, sorry to say, from our research and the work that we've done, they really both need to do much better. And that means that on the company side, yes, we need to look at what they can do better with online content. I do think that a lot has happened, and the issues of amplification are quite complicated, and there's been a lot done to address the amplification issues. One of the concerns we have is a sense of some that, you can sort of flip a switch and get rid of hate speech online, and it really isn't that simple. And when we try to do it in an over-inclusive way, what we end up doing is silencing a lot of very important speech as well. So we do need to be deliberate about it and find an approach that really holds the companies to account, makes them put in standards that we think are the right ones, and then makes them account for how they're doing it, and if they're using the best available technology to make that happen. On the government side, governments have a responsibility to regulate the companies, to make all of those things that I just said happen, but they themselves, of course, have to avoid using their power to over-regulate in a way that silences speech and undermines basic human rights as well. Governments themselves also have to do human rights due diligence on how they're using digital technologies. We haven't talked about surveillance technologies and mass surveillance and rollout of artificial intelligence in human rights risky endeavors like law enforcement. Those are all things that we really need to look quite critically at. On all of those areas, I'd stress the need for three things: transparency, participation, and accountability. Transparency means that both governments and companies need to be more transparent about what they're doing. We need access to the data that's right now locked inside the companies, because that will help us create a freer and safer internet. But countries also and governments also have to be much more transparent about what they're asking for from the companies in terms of data and other things. Participation, everybody at IGF 2022 has heard me talk about participation probably more times than you want, but it is the absolute bedrock for making a better internet and addressing the human rights problems and connectivity problems that we see. When we get civil society and all the stakeholders into the room, we will find better solutions. So we need not only to push for their participation, but to make it safe for them to do so. And finally, I just want to emphasize the extent to which human rights integration is essential from the very beginning, from the development, from the design of digital technologies. If we bring human rights in, if we use it as we can as a tool to help solve some of these questions, we will end up with better connectivity and an internet that actually helps us fulfill the global goals that were talked about. And with that final question in mind of whether there's a right to an internet, I want to emphasize that I think it's in a way the wrong question. We now know that internet connectivity is absolutely essential for people to have access to virtually all of their human rights. So we believe that the right to the internet is essential for human rights, and therefore we refer to it as a right as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy. Lisa, can we hear from you now?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to double that in saying that it's both tech companies and governments who are responsible for thinking about the current technology platforms. But I want to bring up a third point, which is that we can design technology that serves humanity better. These tech platforms were not designed as public spheres to provide information or to serve humanity and build social cohesion. And so it's not surprising that they don't do that. We didn't realize that they could be weaponized as they are, but new tech platforms are being designed that are taking into consideration information and how humans need to be able to exchange information and communicate with each other. So there are new platforms, two of which I'll name, which are Polis, POL.is, and Remesh, which has been used by the UN in the peace processes in Yemen and Libya. And these platforms are designed with affordances and algorithms that reduce human rights harmful communication and that really enhance problem solving, finding common ground, and developing policy solutions in conflicted, polarized situations. So I think we can do better. I think that we can also be thinking about this third area of how do we actually build new tech platforms on the internet that are going to be able to protect human rights better. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Nima?
Thank you very much. I think as a concluding point, I would like also to touch on the issue of human rights on the internet. And it's very important to acknowledge that any offense or unacceptable behavior offline should equally be unacceptable online. And for so long, the internet space has been left ungoverned, which has sort of normalized the unacceptable offline behavior that's happening online. And this is particularly on online abuse and hate speech, etc., which is oftentimes subjected to women. But also when you come to the issue of girls, there's a lot of manipulation for girls and young girls and young women online as well. So this issue has to be addressed. And the tech platforms, tech companies also have a social responsibility towards this, because it's as if the more hate and abuse there is online, they somehow benefit monetarily. That's on one side. But then also even the human rights activists and organizations, we also need to truthfully and openly differentiate between freedom of expression and what's not freedom of expression. I can give an example myself as a female politician. When I'm abused online and I call it out, the immediate reaction I get is, one, you're a politician, you should have thick skin. Two, you need to learn how to accept criticism. And what I always say, you attacking my gender, that's not being critical on what I raised. But as a legislator, if I raise it in my parliament, I get more abuse that I want to shrink freedom of expression. But do I really want to shrink freedom of expression? So when we talk about freedom of expression as human rights activists, we need to remember two sides of the coin. You shouldn't use your freedom of expression to make me not use my freedom of expression. You shouldn't use your freedom of expression to make me self-censor. That is why the digital gender divide will not end. We're not going to bridge it if we don't address the issue of online abuse. There's an example that I've given before. I've seen a female in Tanzania selling lingerie online. The amount of abuse she gets is horrific. But I've also seen a male selling lingerie online. The amount of praises he gets is shocking. So with that, we want to see more women taking advantage of digital economy. They're not going to do it if the environment is not safe. So we need to collectively address this issue and categorically differentiate between freedom of expression and abuse. Let's stick to the agenda and not the gender. Thank you.
Thank you, Nima. Irene, I know that you have been working a lot on this specific issue, so I wanted to give you the chance to be the next.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I presented to the UN General Assembly a report on gender justice last year, so I can appreciate the importance of addressing gendered hate speech, gendered disinformation, and online violence. But at the same time, I think women should not have to trade between freedom of expression, or anyone trade between freedom of expression and safety. And while online violence should be dealt in the same way as offline violence and restricted or prohibited, depending on its severity, I believe that freedom of expression is a very vital enabling right for all our human rights, and we need to be extremely careful of taking an approach of censorship towards fighting, as a means of fighting disinformation. Experience and research actually shows that it is totally counterproductive. You cannot fight disinformation with censorship or restrictions. So I think governments need to be very careful in this area. Otherwise, we will be creating more problems rather than resolving problems. I wanted to make one point, and that is about the importance of the internet as a human rights. Information, freedom of expression, our ability to communicate, organize, cannot be left to commercial market forces alone. That is my concern about companies. And while companies have a big role to play, companies need to have some degree of regulation. And that otherwise, I think we are commercializing an extremely important right. The internet as a means of communication is as valuable as media is. There was a time when print was not considered to be, printed newspapers were not considered to be a human right. I think we've come several centuries since that time. I think we will look to internet in the same way when we look back. And my final point would be about empowerment of people. Users are rights holders, and we need to see it from the perspective of the users. And obviously, the challenge for human rights is going to be how to create a multi-stakeholder system for developing and protecting and respecting the rights when we are used to a state-oriented human rights system. But I think we are moving into new and exciting areas. Technology is forcing us to confront issues. So we also need to see how human rights accountability can be developed in that kind of space with much greater cross-border cooperation, global discussions like the Global Digital Compact, and so on. So thank you, Paula.
Maria Jose, can we continue with you?
Yes. Try to be very brief, but yeah, absolutely. We need to think of human rights in terms, internet as a human right, in terms of the access to information being a human right. In your question regarding whether the UNESCO documents and framework look at internet as a human right, no, it doesn't, because it works with established international covenants and legal right human rights instruments that already exist. But we are in the process of revision of the Internet Universality Indicators, and we may even consider something like that in the future, although I do agree that this is a means for access to information, for freedom of expression, and so on. So just making a very quick link also to the points that were raised by Nima. Which I think is fundamental. We talk about the connectivity to bring people in the internet, but we don't really think about how to keep them on the internet. And keeping them on the internet, it means that the internet has to be, less costly. We had 782 million people join the internet recently, in the last 2 years because of the pandemic, but at a great cost to them. They didn't join before because they didn't see value on the internet, but because they couldn't afford to be online. So we need to keep them online. And to keep them online means that we need to really look at the business models and the costs and the, of accessibility. People should not be trading being online from eating, and from having access to food. The other thing is about, for example, hate speech. Women online suffer a barrage of abuse that is absolutely unbelievable, and that keeps women offline as well, and kicks them out. 73% of women journalists, because UNESCO works with media, 73% of women journalists suffer harassment of egregious levels online, and 20% of those actually are attacked in real life. So the harm that starts online transfers to real life. 1 in 4 of these end up leaving the profession. I'm not talking even leaving the internet, they leave the profession, their means of sustainment, because they cannot really live with the level of abuse that they received. This is horrific. And of course we need to, to do something serious about, regulating and about enabling the internet ecosystem, the information ecosystem, to be safe, to be reliable, to be welcoming to all persons, leaving no one behind. We have 1 billion persons with disabilities. Internet platforms not necessarily offer accessibility. So we have 7,061 languages active in the world and less than 200 on the internet. So to really keep welcoming people to the internet, we need to look at all those different aspects and how to really not only bring people online, but keep them safely deriving value and benefit from being online. So thank you for that.
Bear with us. Let's stay just for a couple of minutes more, because it's important that we give the chance to Dawit, that was connected for the previous question. I'm sorry to hear that, Dawit. And to Peter. Let's start with you, Dawit, and then with Peter, and then, well, in 5 minutes we'll be closing our session.
Thank you. Well, I believe that any right will take time to be established. So all the rights that we are talking about as human right today, it didn't happen like that. People fought for it, and I think the discussions like that are very good beginnings, and we have had such discussions at national levels as well. One of the commentators here was talking about the shutdowns in the Tigray region and other regions in Ethiopia, and this has been discussed in the national IGF. And I think this is a good beginning, and I believe that we need to continue so that the internet becomes, access to the internet becomes a right at national and at global level. However, I see also a big challenge for this to happen, and that is what has been discussed by many of you, which is disinformation and other abuses that will become a hurdle for governments to accept the internet access as a right. And the challenge, as you have also indicated, is that currently we are asking companies sometimes who have interest of having these abuses to regulate it. And I completely agree. I think it was Irene who said that we should have some multi-stakeholder way to really make sure that the internet is a safe place for everyone. And only then I think governments would agree to consider it as a right. Therefore, I think we must have, an approach that will continue to fight for the internet as a right, but at the same time to make sure that the internet is a safe place for everyone, because governments also have the responsibility to make it a safe place for everyone. For example, if someone is bullied, the government has to do something. It's, I can give you hundreds of examples where the internet has been used, against the rights of people. So I think we have to work on those, and I think it's something that will get there, but it will require everybody's
thinking, everybody's work at national and global level, so that one day it becomes a right established like any other right. Thank you.
Thank you, the White Peter.
Well, thank you so much for giving me the floor. I would like to, in my final remark, I would like to address the question which was raised by the gentleman on site in Addis on the, the comparison with the climate destruction discourse and how we got there, how far we got there, and if that's realistic that we get to an establishment of global institution in the field of digital technologies. And so thank you so much for your question. I'm quite optimistic that we will establish this International Database Systems Agency at the UN fast and also in an adequate manner. Why? Because if you look back in the history of humanity, we were able to do it with, for example, the International Atomic Energy Agency and the global regime we put in place there. And I think we are also able to learn from our global dealing with the climate destruction, which I agree with wasn't that successful so far, but we are able to learn and hopefully make it better now dealing with digital technologies, the internet, and database systems, so-called artificial intelligence. And in view of the Global Digital Compact, I would like to suggest that we should include principles as that database systems must be transparent, which was already raised. Database systems must be traceable. Database systems must be explainable. Database systems must be auditable. And we should make sure that database systems do not manipulate humans, but rather respect the autonomy of every human. And database systems and their performance should be controlled, monitored, measured, and evaluated on a regular basis. And their assessment should be published each time, such that it is accessible to the broader public. And finally, I think what is also important is that in the field of so-called AI, of database systems, that they must include a so-called emergency button, metaphorically speaking, for humans, so that if they're acting in a way we are not happy with, or which is violating human rights, abusing human rights, that humans are always in the position to stop that and to intervene. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And really the session, the conversation today was very rich and really brought to light, or brought to the floor here, how the internet is an enabler of rights, but it also amplified a number of violations. So we talked a lot about challenges, and it's important that the challenges on the online context for exercising rights continues to be mapped, continues to be monitored. But it's interesting, we also discussed a lot about clear strategies for looking forward that are also centered on the respect for human rights. And I hope that we all continue to use the IGF as a forum where we can plan concrete actions around these type of strategies, and I hope to see you around in the remaining sessions and the remaining coffee breaks so that we can continue this conversation. Thank you so much to all our speakers online and here with me, and thank you to our audience for engaging so much. Bye-bye.